Chapter 1, Choosing the Destiny Villain. Jiangnan City. Nearby South Mansion Villa area. It's just a luxury villa area located in the city center. Inside the gorgeously decorated room, on the balcony, there was a figure of a 20-year-old boy. At this moment, the boy was holding a cigarette in his hand and seemed to be thinking about something. He had a handsome face, his facial features seemed to be carved from heaven, and his eyes were as clear as the vast starry sky. Although the thought seemed calm, in fact, 1,000 horses were running through his mind. He still remembers clearly that he was reading a novel beside a huge tree just now, and suddenly thunder sounded in the sky. When he came to his senses, he found himself in this villa. Yes, he traveled through time. And so what if I traveled through time? How could I travel through time to the novel I was reading? The name of this novel is The Flower Protector Conquers the City, and it is a brainless and refreshing novel. He was more familiar with the name Qin Hong than anyone else. He is the main villain in this novel, possessing an extremely extraordinary background. The Qin family is such a big family, but it has only one son for 3 generations. Qin Heng's father holds a high position in the army and is respected and admired by everyone. The power they hold is unimaginable. My mother is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family and is deeply loved by the old man of the Zhao family and his 2 uncles. The 4 major families of Kyoto, Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li. Only Zhao is honored. My grandfather is a person who often appears in the news broadcast and his status is immeasurable. The entire Qin family holds all power in their hands. With such a huge background, what will be Qin Hong's ending? My father died in battle. Grandpa was also poisoned by someone sent by the male protagonist. The Zhao family was fine, but the family was broken up and all the family members were stranded overseas. All of this was done by the male protagonist in the book. In the novel, the destined child is called Lu Chen. According to the author Nielma's description, the man looked pretty good. But he can't help but have the aura of the protagonist. He worshipped a mysterious master on Mount Longhu since he was a child. When he grew up, he went down the mountain and went abroad to become a mercenary killer. He was tired of the killer career and returned to the city. Not only did he possess extremely powerful martial arts, but when he arrived in the city, he was also surrounded by all kinds of demented women. And those villains seemed to have their IQs dropped to negative numbers. Don't get rid of it before it grows up fully. Instead, he learned a trick from esports, playing the game of Calabash Brothers, saving his grandfather, going up one by one to give gifts, giving equipment, experience, and opportunities. After giving so much, Lu Chen finally became a big boss. If you accumulate enough strength, you can even bring down the Qin family. Thinking of this, a hint of melancholy appeared on Qin Heng's face. I used to enjoy reading the novel very much, but I didn't expect that I would end up eating the melon myself. Now, he has traveled through time and space and become the villain. And the guy in the book, whose family was destroyed and who died overseas, is him. My only advantage now is that I am omniscient and know all future plot developments. After all, I have read this novel dozens of times and am already familiar with it. Now, Qin Hong walked out to the balcony, looked at the luxurious outfits around him, and looked at the woman who was tied up and lying on the bed. He fell into deep thought again. The woman was very beautiful, about 23 years old. She was wearing a lavender dress and had light makeup on her face. It was obvious that she had dressed up before going out. Her eyebrows were as ethereal as smoke and her appearance was stunningly beautiful. She was like a fairy from heaven who had descended to this world. She was so beautiful that it made people's heart beat and made people yearn for her. She lay there quietly, with an inexplicable coldness on her face, and the aura of a superior was clearly revealed. This is the first female protagonist in the novel. He is the president of the Mu Group. At the beginning of the story, Lu Chen, who was tired of his career as a killer, decided to return to the city and live an ordinary life. As soon as he returned to China, the chairman of the Mu Group used his connections to find him and asked him to protect his daughter. There was also the intention of bringing them together, but Mu Wangya felt disgusted when she saw Lu Chen's loser look. In the book, Lu Chen looked like an old pervert who looked at Mu Wangya in a nonchalant manner the whole day long. Later, Mu Wangya assigned him to the company's security department for various reasons to work as a security guard guarding the company's gate. And the woman lying on the bed with her hands and feet tied up is Mu Wangya. That icy president, the business goddess of Jiangnan City, is also one of the heroines of this novel. Thinking of this, Lu Chen also had a headache. Not only does he become the villain at the beginning, he also kidnapped the heroine. Isn't it obvious that he has nothing to do and thinks he lives too comfortably? Why is he looking for trouble? I really want to kill this useless author. Shin Hong thought angrily in his heart. I thought it was a start in heaven, but it turned out to be a start in hell. A living nightmare. This was when Shin Hang felt that the future was hopeless and he was wondering how to deal with this hot potato. A mechanical female voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The system detects the host's mood fluctuations. The Destiny Villain system is successfully activated. Please make a choice. Choice 1, release the heroine and kneel down to apologize to her. Reward, the system disappears. How can you have the system if you don't have this ability? Option 2, hunt down various protagonists, gain their fortunes and opportunities, and become the destined villain. Reward, 1 fate 10 pick. What? System? Shin Hong whispered in his heart. The Destiny Villain system assists the host in defeating the protagonist and eventually becoming the Destiny Villain. As long as the host strikes at the protagonist, takes away the protagonist's opportunities, and harvests various heroines, he can gain destiny points. You can draw a lottery with your destiny points. You draw once with 100 destiny points. The rewards are generous and you can spend money on it. You draw once with 1 million destiny points, and 10 times with 10 million destiny points. In addition, the system will release corresponding tasks from time to time. The host can obtain rewards and destiny points after completing the tasks. After listening to the system's explanation, Shin Hong finally understood that this was just asking him to go against the protagonist Lu Chen. Looking at the options on the system panel in front of him, he couldn't help but remain silent. This was a novel world, and he knew the backgrounds of all the protagonists clearly. He also knew that he couldn't go back to the past. Looking at the option panel, Shin Hong knew that the result would be different no matter which one he chose. If he chose the first one, he would lose the cheating golden finger and live a rich life from then on. If he chose the second one, his life of being invincible with cheats and getting slapped in the face would begin. Anyway, it was a sure win, he was thinking. According to the author's introduction, there are various protagonists such as Peerless Killer, Reincarnated Immortal King, System Tycoon, Returning Soldier King, and War God's Son-in-Law. At this moment, Shin Hang's eyes lit up. His original destiny was to be a stepping stone for these protagonists to save the beauty and conquer the heroine. Since the system has given him the right to choose, how could he retreat and wait for death like a coward? He doesn't want to be a stepping stone for the protagonist. If he wants to be a villain, he will be the destined villain. He will beat up the protagonists and rub them to the ground to let them know how powerful he is. Host, please choose. The system once again issued an invitation to select. Between heaven and hell, I do not have the right to choose, only the fate of being chosen. Since a headwind came, I have been able to withstand the wind from all directions and sail the boat. Shin Hong grinned, his eyes filled with determination. I choose to be the villain of destiny. Chapter 2, Destiny 10 Pulls. The system's functions are very neat and comfortable, without any miscellaneous programs, with a lot of autonomy, and the system's explanations are very detailed, allowing people to quickly understand and master the use of the system. Now he only needs to change the original plot development of the novel to obtain corresponding villain value points for the lottery. Ding. Host makes a choice, system rewards, 10 consecutive draws of fate. Host, would you like to withdraw the reward now? A voice appeared in his mind, reminding Shin Hang. So what are you waiting for? Start the lottery. Shin Hong said excitedly. Brush. In an instant, a roulette wheel emitting dazzling golden light appeared in front of Shin Hang. There are numerous and dazzling items inside, all of which are precious rewards. It is a great profit to get one of them. Looking at the rewards on the golden roulette wheel in front of him, he was dazzled and his heart was even more excited. Medical skills God level, gambling skills God level, driving skills God level, Bajiquan God level, scaled waves God level, 18 dragon subduing palms God level, knowledge of firearms God level, fighting skills God level, stock trading, calligraphy, proficiency in languages. Various rewards emerge in an endless stream. There is even a column on the roulette wheel for the manufacture and use of future technology, which makes Shin Hong even more excited. If he gets this, it means that he can use future technology like in the movies, laser cannons, time-space shuttle equipment. Only you can't imagine it. There is no system that can't do it. Brush. The roulette will start spinning at this moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize 7-fold of biscuits. 7-layer abyss gaze. When the host is angry and despises everything, others will look at the host as if they have fallen into the 7-layer abyss, filling their hearts with fear and powerlessness, while also improving the host's own temperament. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, the halo of the destined villain. The aura of the destined villain, immune to all attacks that reduce the protagonist's intelligence, plunder, or kill the protagonist, and immune to devouring luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, the 8th generation Future Super Gene Enhanced Drink. The 8th generation of Future Super Gene Enhanced Beverage, orange flavor, strengthens the host's personal consciousness, improves and strengthens the host's genes, improves the host's brain development, and increases the strength of the host's bones and tendons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Emperor's Chi Gazing Technique. Emperor's Chi Gazing Technique. Detect the Son of Destiny. Whether it is the protagonist or the heroine, you can detect it at a glance, and assist the host to attack the protagonist and plunder his luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Ultimate Charm. Extreme Charm. The host's appearance and figure are all improved to the peak, and the protagonist's self-confidence is additionally enhanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Mastering the World Language. Proficient in world languages: English, German, French, Japanese, Spanish. Proficient in languages from all over the world, whether it is an existing language or a language that has become extinct in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Grandmaster of Hua Jin. Realm: Bright Strength, Dark Strength, Transformed Strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, a super killer who exists as an ordinary person, following the host, codename Suzaku. Suzaku, a super killer who helps the protagonist complete individual special tasks and protect the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, God level Bajiquan. Bajiquan realms: elementary, intermediate, advanced, divine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the prize, Patek Philippe. Series 0. Patek Philippe. Series 0, Patek Philippe's most valuable watch, priced at $200 million, the only one in the world. Along with the release of system rewards, the system sound also disappeared. At this time, Shin Han was digesting and comprehending the rewards he had received. He was even more excited inside, because they were all good things. After browsing the system rewards, Shin Han took out the 8th generation Future Super Gene Enhanced Beverage from the system warehouse without hesitation. Looking at the appearance of this bottle of drink, the packaging of the drink has a sense of technology flowing. The drink is in Shin Hang's hand, and the packaging of the drink is changing at any time as Shin Hang's hand turns. Click, squeak. He drank it down ton by ton. The cool and refreshing breath slid from the throat to the dantian and the lower abdomen, and the feeling disappeared completely in an instant, replaced by a burning heat that spread throughout the body. The burning sensation flowed along the meridians throughout the body, making places itchy and numb wherever it passed. His bones, flesh, skin, and brain all underwent drastic changes at this time, especially the brain. Shin Han could feel that his brain space was expanding rapidly. As his pupils contracted and dilated, Shin Han seemed to see the world go from destruction to the re-establishment of a new order, from the Jurassic period to the Ape period to evolution, and evolved into humans. The highly developed brain made him feel the smallness of the world and at the same time broadened his horizons. 5 minutes later, some sticky impurities appeared on Shin Hang's body. These were impurities that were decomposed and excreted after his body was strengthened by drinking the beverage. Shin Han also quickly returned to the bathroom and took a refreshing cold shower. The person in the mirror had become a completely different person from before, as if he had become a completely different person. Shin Han showed off his perfect body in front of the mirror. His mermaid line, abdominal muscles, pectoral muscles, shark muscles, and other muscles all over his body were in 100% perfect condition. With the blessing of ultimate charm, Shin Hang's personal charm has also reached its peak. Now he is full of energy and different from others. After taking a shower, Shin Han walked out of the bathroom and changed into a more casual dark blue suspender suit decorated with gold thread. He also put on the Patek Philippe Series 0 watch he took out from the system warehouse. Shin Han is now flawless in terms of figure, appearance, and temperament, and his whole body shows nobility and elegance. Now he seems like an elegant and charming villain, which is completely in line with his current character setting. Then Shin Han clenched his fists and performed a set of Bajiquan. With the blessing of the god-level Bajiquan, his whole body was filled with strength, and every punch he threw cut through the void. Boom! The void around seemed to be slowly moving. His consciousness also became clear, no longer as cloudy as before. The eyes are like a clear river, crystal clear, and like the endless stars, vast and bright. Now he is popular with both men and women. At the same time, a light blue panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Host, Qin Hung. Identity, the eldest son of the Qin family, the villain of destiny. Charm value, 100. Full score is 100. The host can still improve his/her charm, but cannot use the lucky draw of the roulette wheel to improve it. The host's personal villain value points need to be increased, and the number of points added is the same as the lucky draw of the roulette wheel. Warm reminder again, you can pay with Krypton Gold. Funding, 8 billion. Strength, mid-stage of Huajin. Skills, Bajiquan God level, gazing at the seventh abyss, proficiency in world languages. Item, Patek Philippe. Series 0 watch. Gold finger, the Emperor's Qi gazing technique. Follower, Suzaku. Villain value points, 0. System store, open. Host's luck, 600. Chapter 3, Suzaku. At this moment, Qin Hung looked at his information on the light blue panel, and his heart was filled with confidence and fearlessness. He was thinking, since the protagonist wanted to destroy his family, it was no wonder that he killed them first. Looking at the skills on the panel, you are at the peak from the very beginning, developing your brain, strengthening your physique, acquiring skills, equipping watches, and equipping killers and bodyguards. Isn't this just like a monkey's mother and a baboon? They can kill the protagonist. System, I want to gain money. I want to increase my charm value. First, give him 100 million. Qin Hung whispered in his heart. What Qin Hung is thinking now is that now he has the ability, although his charm value has also increased to a full score of 100 points. However, the system said that it can be increased again. What he wants now is that his charm can make the female protagonist like him when she sees him, so as to improve her favorability towards him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging and exchanging 100 villain value points. Charm value, 200 can be increased. As soon as the system sound disappeared, Qin Hung ran to the mirror to watch his current changes. Looking at his handsome face, he couldn't help but become crazy about it. Isn't he invincible? Who wouldn't fall in love with him? Just when Qin Hung was happy, a shiny black luxury car stopped at the door of the villa. A figure got out of the car and walked away from the villa. She was wearing a black special combat miniskirt and special combat leather boots, looking heroic, but at the same time it could not conceal the seductive charm emanating from her. Her long legs were extremely powerful and full of wild beauty. But her face revealed a kind of coldness that was quite chilling. Looking at everyone, she seemed to be looking down on everyone. It was very terrifying and chilling. It is hard to imagine that these two auras appear on the same person. This aura made her seem extra mysterious, making people afraid to approach her or have any thoughts about her. Who are you? What are you doing here? Stop right there! Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum shouted coldly. Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum are Qin Hung's personal bodyguards. They were adopted by his father many years ago. They later joined the army and acquired skills. After retiring, they returned to continue serving the Qin family. They are absolutely loyal to the Qin family and are real female soldier kings. They felt an absolute threat from this woman. Her aura was terrifying, more terrifying than any of the top soldiers they had seen in the army. You have to know that the four of them are female top soldiers in the army, and some veteran top soldiers are no match for them. Seeing their attitude, you can tell how terrifying this woman in red is. It made them feel horrified. I'm here to see Master Qin. The woman's voice was as clear as an oriole's. But it gives people a feeling of being kept at a distance. Master Qin? Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum all looked at each other and understood what he meant. There is no such thing as Master Qin here. I advise you to leave quickly, or we will not be polite. At this time, all four of them clenched their fists, got into position and prepared to fight. At the same time, they also ordered their subordinates to notify Qin Hung to evacuate. In their opinion, the visitor had ill intentions and was definitely going to harm their young master. The murderous aura that this woman revealed invisibly was something they had never felt before during the mission. It was even more terrifying than the killers they had encountered. This murderous aura was similar to the one emanating from their own master. This kind of murderous aura would never be present in someone who had not walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What did you say? The woman said calmly without any unnecessary movements. But in the eyes of May, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, this was a warning, warning them to let them in. The four of them were now in a state of tension, not daring to be careless. At this moment, they had been alert 100 times more and stared at the woman nervously. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, which was so strange and scary. If a coward encountered it, he would definitely pee his pants in fear. Snap! At this moment, the door opened, breaking the eerie silence. Shin Hong walked out slowly, and his aura of the middle stage of Hua Jin was fully revealed, giving people a feeling of worship. Shin Hang's deep eyes were fixed ahead, looking at the woman in front of him calmly. It was obvious that he knew everything that happened downstairs when he was upstairs. Go quickly, young master, be careful of her. Before May, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum could finish their words, they just stood there in a daze, staring at everything that was happening before their eyes. His eyes looked towards Shin Hang. He was stunned on the spot, with surprise and disbelief in his eyes. Looking at Shin Hang in front of them, with his handsome appearance, as if carved by nature, their hearts were pounding with excitement. His aura had changed drastically, his eyes were deep and he looked down upon the world. In the opinion of the four of them, even if Shin Hang's father came, he could not compare to him. He looked down upon the world and was unparalleled. I can only say yes. Shin Hang, whose charm score was fully scored and an extra 100 points were added, is so handsome that everyone loves him, flowers bloom when he sees them, cars get flat tires when he sees them, and he is popular with both men and women. What happened? Why are you so nervous? And why are you so stunned now? Shin Hang smiled slightly, as if bathed in a spring breeze, and his voice was full of confidence. Sir, hurry up, this is a killer, come to assassinate. Shin Mei was the first to come to her senses and shouted hurriedly. Before she could finish her words, Shin Hang waved his hand to stop her. Is this a reward given by the system to his followers, or a killer who can help him deal with the protagonist? Looking at the person in front of him, Shin Hang was even more certain that this was the reward given to him by the system, Suzaku. Shin Hang looked at the woman in front of him with a smile on his face, as if he had seen through her. With the strength of half a step into the state of transformation, Shin Hang, who is now in the middle stage of the transformation, can see through the woman's realm at a glance. At this time, the woman in red moved, and she took a few steps, walking closer to Shin Hang step by step. At this time, May, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum behind Shin Hang also became alert. Xinglan, Xingju and Xingju also came to their senses and quickly blocked Shin Hang behind them and guarded him on both sides. As the woman approached, her footsteps seemed to step into their hearts step by step, making them feel scared and powerless. They knew that if they fought, they might not be the opponent of the person in front of them. Now their only idea was to delay him as much as possible and let their young master retreat. There were only 5 steps left. In the eyes of the four of them, it was farther than the long march, crossing the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, and stepping on the plains. Before it reached them, they could feel the terrifying murderous aura that was almost condensed into substance, which made people shudder and sweat coldly. Now their backs were soaked with cold sweat. When he was still 1 step away from Shin Hang, he suddenly came down. Afterwards, under the horrified gazes of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, the beautiful woman in a black special combat jumpsuit knelt on one knee. Nod and lower your eyebrows. Number 4 on the killer list, for spirits Suzaku, meeting the master. When Zhuke knelt on one knee, Shin Hang also opened his system panel and took a look. Name, Suzaku. Gender, female. Strength, half-step transformation. Loyalty, 100 full score is 100. Absolute loyalty to the host, unwavering loyalty. Unwavering loyalty buff enhances the strength of the host and followers, and increases the loyalty of followers when the host subdues them. Looking at the explanation on the system panel in front of him, Shin Hang couldn't help but be surprised. It was too powerful that the followers could add buffs to himself. While being surprised, Shin Hang was also secretly happy in his heart, secretly happy that he had such a beautiful and moving follower. Chapter 4, Female Protagonist Information. What, Master? Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu's faces were now filled with shock. They couldn't believe that the woman in front of them, who exuded a terrifying murderous aura, actually called their young master master. It was simply hard for them to believe in themselves. For spirits Suzaku. When they were serving in the army, they naturally heard of the name of the person in front of them. Who in the army didn't know her name? Even the new recruits have heard the legend of this world's top killer as soon as they join the army. The 4 spirits Suzaku, a legendary figure, a top killer, and the 4th in the 4 spirits organization. According to rumors, every time Suzaku kills someone, a dart with an ancient Suzaku totem made of special metal is left at the scene. This is used to tell people that they were the ones who killed people, and it also tells people how powerful the Four Spirits organization is. The entire organization only has 4 people, and they only take on the most difficult jobs in the world and kill the most difficult people in the world. However, Suzaku, which is feared in the world of killers, is only ranked 4th, which shows how powerful and terrifying this organization is. The people she killed fell to the ground before she could even see their faces, and their blood turned cold. What's more, no one has ever seen the appearance of this woman. It seems that she is a devilish figure circulating in the world. Even a grown man would be trembling and sweating after hearing her story. Unexpectedly, she is actually a beautiful and charming woman. But they never expected that this killer, who was famous all over the world, would actually kneel down in front of their young master and call him master. They couldn't even imagine it. Then they looked at Qin Hong as if he were a monster, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Looking at the changes and appearance and temperament of Qin Hong when he came out of the villa, he was completely a different person, so their brains could not explain or digest it at all. Now they had received a lot of information, and the 4 of them needed time to digest today's content and everything they had seen. At this time, after Qin Hong understood, he couldn't help but be surprised that the system actually gave him such a powerful person, the 4th place on the killer list, with the Four Spirits organization at the top of the killer pyramid behind him, and more importantly, she was a beauty. It was a business that could make a lot of money. Master, Suzaku is late. Please punish me. Juke was still kneeling on one knee at this time, with his head down and not looking at Qin Hong. Listening to the clear voice of Suzaku, Qin Hong smiled slightly and said lightly, "It's okay, get up." As soon as Qin Hong finished speaking, Juke also stood up and looked at Qin Hang. There was an unprecedented respect in his eyes. He looked like Su Chu from the Three Kingdoms period. As Cao Pai said, as long as Cao Cao gave the order, Su Chu would not even blink an eye even if it meant killing his own parents. The same is true for Suzaku now. He is 100% loyal and respectful to Qin Hang. This is not an act and cannot be faked. Just when plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum were daydreaming. Qin Hang smiled slightly, his smile was as warm as a spring breeze. What to say and what not to say. I think you sisters are very smart, so I don't need to teach you, right? Master, don't worry, the 4 of us sisters didn't see anything, and nothing happened today. Plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum nodded like chicks pecking at rice. He couldn't help but feel relieved, but at the same time he became more and more curious about his young master. He felt that he was full of mystery, and there was a visible mist surrounding him. Well, that was a good performance. Qin Hong nodded with satisfaction and returned to the villa. Suzaku also went in with them. Only May, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum were left in a daze. After a long time, the 4 of them came to their senses and stood on both sides of the villa door, looking around and doing their own jobs. In the master bedroom, Qin Hong walked in and Juke stood guarding the door. Looking at the unconscious woman on the bed, I couldn't help but have a headache. Should I let her go or not? Of course I can't let him go. If I let her go, this woman will go and call the police, which will bring me trouble. Although calling the police would not bring him anything, it would still cause some minor troubles, which made him very uncomfortable and he did not like trouble. His eyes flashed, and a pale blue panel appeared instantly. The data on the panel is the unconscious woman on the bed. Character Mu Wanga. Identity, President of Mu Group, the Lucky Heroine. Age, 23 years old. Charm, 97 full score 100. Strength, Ordinary Mortal. Luck points, 1500. System cheat code, none. Looking at the information on the panel, Qin Hong stroked his chin and thought about something. Now the woman in the bed can be said to be at his disposal, and he can do whatever he wants with her. But Qin Hong was a little hesitant to do it. After all, now, with his strength, appearance, family background, status, and financial resources, he is the best in Jiangnan City. Even in the whole of China, it is the best. As long as he was willing, with a wave of his hand, wouldn't women from all provinces rush to his arms without stopping? You want a woman now? He could easily pull Juke into the room. Qin Hong was confident that Juke would never refuse. What's more, Juke was also a handsome man and a beauty with natural charm, which was something Mu Wanga did not have. He had no interest in an unconscious woman at all. Even if he did, it would have to be Mu Wanga who took the initiative. With the acquisition of the system, the improvement of his Hua gene strength, and the development of his brain, his vision and state of mind have undergone significant changes. Qin Hong frowned. He was thinking when the phone beside the bed rang. It was obvious that the call was from Mu Wanga. The person calling was none other than the male protagonist, Lu Chen, the son of destiny. The protagonist Lu Chen found this place with the help of the location installed on the phone by Mu Wanga's father, and then rescued the unconscious Mu Wanga and beat him up. After that, he joined Mu Wanga's company as a personal protector. Even though he saved Mu Wanga was still a little disgusted. The good impression of him saving her was gone as Lu Chen, the old pervert, flirted with the female employees of the company and teased her every day, so she found a reason to send Lu Chen to the security department as a security guard. It seems that Lu Chen got off the plane. He waited for Mu Wanga for a long time but didn't see her. He was a little anxious, so he called. He walked past the bed, picked up the phone, and thought about crushing it, but finally gave up. It would be bad if Lu Chen called the police through positioning. Although the kidnapping of Mu Wanga was carried out in secret, the government would find this place quickly if they tracked it down. Shin Hung hesitated for a moment, then took Mu Wanga's snow-white hand, tapped the phone screen, and unlocked it with his fingerprint. For some unknown reason, Shin Hung opened the photo album on his phone and found that it was encrypted. Chapter 5, Parsing the Photo Album. Shin Hung opened the fingerprint encrypted photo album at this time. He exclaimed in surprise. Then, the corners of Shin Hang's mouth slightly raised. I thought they were some boring photos, such as landscapes from various places. I didn't expect to find something incredible. Surprisingly, all of them were Mu Wanga's private photos. There are bikini photos of her surfing at the beach, tight fitness clothes photos showing off her body proportions while working out, bathrobe photos after taking a bath, and ultra-thin lace nightgown photos. The later photos are also very interesting. Maid outfits, all professional outfits, Lolita, cosplay of female heroes in games, nurse outfits, policewoman outfits, Chong Sams, and even erotic outfits. Unexpectedly, this female CEO looks so cold and aloof that people would rather leave her alone. My heart is so hot. These private photos should have been taken secretly when she was alone, and they are her weak points that must not be leaked, otherwise they would not be encrypted at all levels. Interesting, very interesting. This is really a person's appearance but not his heart. The smile on Shin Hang's lips became even more intense. He already knew how to deal with Mu Wanga. Shin Hang thought that he was not a good man who liked to take advantage of others' misfortunes and use their weaknesses to threaten others, so Shin Hang decisively turned on the Bluetooth and copied a copy to his mobile phone. While Shin Hang continued to appreciate it with great interest. Suddenly the phone rang again. There was no name on the phone. Shin Hang naturally knew who was calling. It was Lu Chen, and it was also Lu Chen who called just now. Hesitate for a moment. He pressed the answer button anyway. Elegy, I'm Lu Chen. Uncle Mu sent you to pick me up at the airport. Why didn't I see you? Are you too shy to come out to see me because I'm so handsome? Uncle Mu said I'm your personal bodyguard. Come out and let me see you. Lu Chen on the phone hit the nail on the head with the word close, and soon Shin Hang on the phone understood why Mu Wanga still hated Lu Chen for transferring her to the security department even though she had saved herself. Indeed, any woman would feel disgusted. Who wouldn't be disgusted by someone who was both narcissistic and lustful? Jiangnan City Airport. Outside the airport, Lu Chen was standing next to his luggage, holding a cell phone in his hand and a cigarette hanging from his mouth, looking completely nonchalant. At first, the other party didn't speak. She herself felt that the beautiful woman was shy and didn't know what to say. But then, his brows furrowed. It was at this time Shin Hang's playful voice sounded. It's really interesting. You are quite narcissistic. Brush. Lu Chen's face changed. He learned from Mu Wanga's father that Mu Wanga had no male friends at all. The person on the phone now was probably not a good person and might do something bad to Mu Wanga. Lu Chen's face changed. Who are you? Who am I? My father. Mu Wanga is in my hands, do you know that? Boom. Lu Chen only felt a buzzing in his head. Only one thought came to my mind, Mu Wanga was kidnapped. Actually, when he saw Mu Wanga's photo, he was deeply attracted by her appearance and temperament. Even the photo gave people a cold and distant feeling, especially her personality, which made him want to conquer this woman. There was no time to meet, let alone conquer. Being kidnapped was undoubtedly a provocation to him. What do you want? Lu Chen tried his best to calm himself down. But the tone still can't suppress the anger. As his voice changed, the temperature around him suddenly dropped several degrees. What do you want? What can I do? Besides, such a beautiful lady, what do you think I should do? Qin Hong smiled slightly. Although he knew that Lu Chen would come over, he didn't mind playing with him. You'd better not do anything rash. Do you know who you kidnapped? Do you know her background? She is the president of the Mu Group and the daughter of the chairman of the Mu Group. You can't afford to offend the status of the Mu family in Jiangnan City. What do you want? Money? I can give you 100 million, 1 billion. I only have one request, don't touch her. Wait for me to send the money to you. I have to say, Lu Chen has been in the world of killers for so many years and is very skilled in negotiation. But unfortunately, he met Qin Hong, a time traveler who had a system and knew the plot. Ha, you're teaching me how to do things? Who are you? Teach me how to do things, my father. I hate it most when someone tells me what to do. Do you understand? He is the eldest son of the Qin family, the only son of the Qin family, and the only son in 3 generations. I can't afford to offend the Mu family. Mu Group? If he couldn't afford to offend him, would he have been kidnapped by Mu Wanya in the early stage? Isn't that something wrong in his brain? Hearing this, Lu Chen was furious. As a soldier and killer, he had never been humiliated like this before. But the situation is pressing now. Lu Chen could only suppress the endless anger in his heart. So what do you want? If you're a man, come at me. I want to move the elegy. Lu Chen said in a cold voice, but at the same time he quickly left the airport and prepared to locate and rescue Mu Wanya. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his villain value points increase by 200. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Hong raised his eyebrows and said in a calm tone, I'm giving you a chance to talk to me again. I hope you'll take advantage of it. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart trembled. I hope you can calm down and not hurt Mu Wanya. I can do whatever you want me to do. There was a hint of pleading in Lu Chen's tone, but one could also hear that there was also a hint of negotiation in it. Ha, I really didn't expect that the world is going downhill. The boss of the Sky Mercenary Group, which is well known in the dark world, would actually beg for mercy for a woman he has never met. I have learned a lot. I have learned a lot. In the room, Qin Hong had an amused look on his face. In his opinion, the protagonist should not be like this. He should have threatened him with strong means. He did not expect him to be like this. Well, after all, the protagonist is an old pervert. As long as there is a beautiful woman, he can't walk anymore and he will even conquer her. He can even die for a woman. This nonsensical and fearless spirit of sacrifice makes Qin Hong feel deeply puzzled. Why would he be like this for just a woman? Obviously, the result is very significant. When Qin Hong felt unable to understand, Lu Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of trembling and disbelief in his voice. Who are you? He returned to China secretly, and no one knew about it except himself and the people he trusted most. How could he know? At this moment, what Lu Chen was thinking in his mind was that Qin Hong was his former opponent, the kind of opponent who would fight to the death. The other party's target is him. He returned to China secretly and received an invitation to protect Mu Wanya. That person got the news and kidnapped Mu Wanya to threaten himself. It must be like this. The purpose of kidnapping Mu Wanya was to lure him out, use Mu Wanya as a bargaining chip to harm himself, and thus take the opportunity to eliminate himself and his Sky Mercenary Group. Lu Chen's thoughts became more determined. Chapter 11, Provoke the male protagonist and let her go. Boom. With a bang, Lu Chen crashed into the iron gate outside the villa. Lu Chen fell heavily to the ground. Afterwards, Lu Chen struggled to stand up. He was now completely different from before. He was the arrogant one before, but now he looked so embarrassed. He was like 2 different people. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He looked ahead in horror. I saw the place where he had just stood. At this moment, there was actually a woman standing there. The woman was wearing a black combat skirt and was looking at him with eyes that did not contain any emotion. Half-step to strength. This thought emerged in Lu Chen's mind. Before, he had never seen such a strong man appear in the dark world. This is not like abroad, this is a city. How could such a strong person appear? Pa pa pa. Just then, applause broke out. Lu Chen frowned and looked over. The source of the applause was Qin Hang. He was seen standing in front of him, his eyes full of mockery. "You little piece of trash, you want to fight me, do you have the strength? You are still imitating others to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. With your limited ability, you still want to save the damsel in distress. You can hardly save yourself now." Qin Hong sneered in his heart. Is this the protagonist? Is this the child of destiny? His only advantage is that he is stupid. Apart from that, he cannot see any other shortcomings. I think you should just go back. You are just a piece of shit, and you are trying to imitate others and go back to the country and the city. Go back now. Qin Hong not only mocked. Are you really going to let him go back? It's impossible. It will never be possible. Letting him go back is undoubtedly like letting a tiger return to the mountains. What if he causes trouble for me in the future? Qin Hong doesn't like trouble and doesn't want any trouble. Telling him to get lost is just a mockery and insult to him. Besides, the protagonists of this novel are all very hard-headed and ruthless, not knowing when to advance or retreat. They always have the feeling that they are invincible and think that they can handle anything. If we let him go, can he leave on his own? Maybe he'll even threaten me. Now Qin Hong wants to take this opportunity to earn some destiny points. Really? In this next moment. The system prompt sound quickly came to Qin Hong's mind. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to be unstable, and his destiny points increase by 200. It's impossible for me to leave unless you play the elegy and ask her to leave with me. I thought Uncle Mu must protect her when he returns to the country. If you don't let her go, I will make you regret it. Really? Just as Qin Hong expected, even in this situation he still didn't forget to threaten him. Brother, you are facing headwinds, and you still think you are facing the wind? Stop it, face the reality. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to be unstable, and his destiny points increase by 200. After hearing the prompt tone, Qin Hang's mouth corners raised in an imperceptible arc. He is the leader in earning destiny points. Mainly, he is the only one who has a system. At this time, Lu Chen's face was gloomy and his tone was resolute. The rage in his heart grew stronger, but he then suppressed it. Huan Huan stood up, his thin figure looked extremely tall. Now it seemed to him that Mu Wanga was threatened. Otherwise, with her arrogant and cold personality, how could she pour tea for others and obey others' orders? She had secretly investigated this before she came back, and she also learned about it from her father. I'm very curious, how did you know that I'm the threatening Mu Wanga? Why don't you ask if he doesn't want to leave? Don't be fooled by the appearance of things. Have you ever heard this saying? A curve appeared at the corner of Qin Hang's mouth. Reach out and take it. Mu Wanga exclaimed and held her in his arms. He raised his other hand, lifted her chin, looked at her playfully, and then said, Elegy, you say? Held in Qin Hang's arms. Smelling the scent emanating from him. Two blushes suddenly appeared on Mu Wanga's face. My heartbeat also quickened a bit at this time. Then she gathered herself and calmed down. She rolled her eyes at Qin Hang. I don't want to leave? Of course I wanted to leave, and I wanted to leave quickly. You're threatening me, right? What do you mean I don't want to leave? But Mu Wanga didn't dare say it out loud. You go back, I want to stay here for a while. Also, I don't know you well, so don't call me Elegy. Mu Wanga hates people who call her by her name even though they are not familiar with her. In her opinion, it is just an attempt to get close to her. Only your parents and the people you trust the most can call you like this. The person in front of me is not familiar at all, even if he is the bodyguard hired by my father, that is not allowed. Mu Wanga looked at Lu Chen and said in a cold tone. Mu Wanga is flustered for you, causing him to be in an unstable state of mind. His destiny points increase by 100. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to be unstable, and his destiny points increase by 200. Watching Qin Hong hold Mu Wanga in his arms, Lu Chen was completely dumbfounded. Was this the Mu Wanga that he knew? That's the woman he has chosen. Just being hugged like this. He felt very uncomfortable, but at the same time a little envious. After all, this was how he and Mu Wanga first met, and Mu Wanga was extremely cold towards him. The most important thing is, what does it mean that Mu Wanga didn't resist? She even blushed, which shocked Lu Chen deeply. In Lu Chen's eyes, Mu Wanga's helpless action of rolling her eyes was undoubtedly a flirtation. No. No, it must be fake, it must be fake. That's not the case. He kept roaring in his heart. He totally distrusted the woman he liked, and was flirting with her in the arms of another man. Elegy, you were forced, right? If you are forced, tell me immediately and I will definitely save you. I will not let Uncle Mu down. I will do my best to save you. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He won't dare to do anything to you. Lu Chen looked at Mu Wanga and said 4 sentences in a row. Mu Wanga was a little confused by the question. Mu Wanga. Was this person born without a brain? I told you not to call me Elegy, why don't you understand? Besides, how can you save me in your current situation? Even though she was coerced. But what's the use of having you here? I was kicked so far away by someone's men that I could barely stand up. How can you save me? What can I do? This person is the eldest young master of the Qin family. How dare you do anything to him? You got to know me when you came here, so why didn't you get to know this eldest young master when you saved me? Seeing that Mu Wanga didn't say anything, Lu Chen felt even more certain. She was threatened. Look at Qin Hung again. The anger in his eyes could not be concealed, his fists were clenched, and his bones were crackling. Let him go. 3 words came out of his mouth, 3 words that were icy cold. Chapter 6, the male protagonist comes to find. As Lu Chen's mind became more determined, he was also trying to find ways to carry out rescue measures. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he continued. I have already withdrawn from the dark world and disbanded the Sky Mercenary Group. Why are you still bothering me? Your target is me, not Mu Wanga. Don't touch her. Qin Hung couldn't help but roll his eyes and was speechless about Lu Chen. I have a higher level of understanding of the protagonist's degree of bootlicking and his fearless spirit of sacrifice. This is the child of destiny? The protagonist of destiny? Isn't it the case that no matter how many come, we will kill them all? Qin Hung said with a disdainful smile. Who the hell are you? You're just a piece of shit. How can you still be my target? Who are you? You're so narcissistic. How can you flatter yourself so much? Look at you, you look like a real cow or a horse. I hope you don't let your imagination run wild. You're making me want to laugh. Hearing Qin Hang's ridicule and insults on the other end of the phone, Lu Chen's endless anger burned even more fiercely. He clenched his fists so tightly that the air around him seemed to stop flowing. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to become unstable, and his villain value points increase by 200. Hearing the voice of the system coming from his mind, Qin Hong raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This protagonist is really stupid. He gets so angry when provoked. How can such a fool fight me? Qin Hong said with disdain in his heart. It seems that you still care about this woman. You care so much about her even though you have never met her. Are you what people often call a licker? This really opens my eyes. I am now considering whether I should enjoy myself first and taste the beauty. Do you think I should do this? Qin Hong was playful. Looked at the bed. Mu Wanga is still in a coma. If you dare to hurt her, once I find out your identity, I will summon my Sky Mercenaries and kill you. Ahem. With Qin Heng's light cough, Lu Chen stopped talking halfway. The words that had not been finished seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them hard. You really haven't recognized your current situation. Who are you? You are nothing but a living cow or a horse in my eyes. How can you fight me, you little rubbish? You have no strength at all. Besides, you have already disbanded the group. Even if you want to reunite them, it will take time. Don't do anything unnecessary. Qin Hong had a playful look on his face, still mocking and insulting Lu Chen. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to become unstable, and his villain value points increase by 400. Okay. Now it all depends on your performance. Be nice. You go alone now. I'll give you 10 minutes to the unfinished building in Badong. Call me when you get there. If it's more than 10 minutes and I don't get your call, or if you take other actions like calling the police, then don't blame me. I can't promise. I can't touch this woman. After all, how can a man control himself when seeing such a beautiful woman? Remember, you come here alone, don't call the police, otherwise you know the consequences. As soon as the words fell, Shin hung up the phone. Can you let me take a look at Mu Wanga first? Hey. Damn it. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, Shin Hong couldn't help but curse harshly. He also wanted to see if Mu Wanga was hurt, and wanted to see her situation from there, so as to get some information and find Mu Wanga from the environmental design in the video. Obviously, Shin Hong already knew what Mu Chen was thinking. He finished his words and hung up the phone. Since we want to play, we can't cheat. Then, looking at Mu Wanga's phone in his hand, Shin Hong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was thinking about how to solve the positioning problem in this phone call. Can't help. He thought of Suzaku. After all, Juke is a mercenary, ranked 4th on the killer list, so he should have a way to solve the problem of mobile phone positioning. After all, he is a well-known killer and he must know something about hacking techniques. Then Shin Hong opened his mouth and spoke to Juke, who was guarding outside the door. Suzaku. Come here for a moment. The figure of Suzaku appeared in front of Shin Hong. Master, if you have any instructions, please tell me. Juke knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and spoke respectfully to Shin Hong. Okay, get up now. Don't use this trick again. Don't call me master. Call me young master like them. Shin Hong smiled faintly. If other people heard the word master, they would definitely think that I had some special fetish. Hearing Shin Hong's words, Juke couldn't help but become nervous and became more respectful. No, master. You are my master. I cannot help but call you that. I already regard you as my master in my heart. 5 years ago, I was on a mission and was framed by my opponents. I had nowhere to go. It was the master who saved me, sent me to the hospital, and gave me a chance to live. After that, I eliminated the enemy and completed the mission. It was the master who gave me a second life. If Suzaku hadn't met the master, he would have definitely died. But you left before I had the chance to thank you. I don't know where you went. At that time, I swore to follow you wholeheartedly and serve you as my master. I would do anything for you and spend my whole life to repay you. So, the master can ask me to do anything, except this. Suzaku was more respectful and his expression was more sincere. Hearing this, Shin Hong raised his eyebrows. He still remembers 5 years ago. The memory is still relatively clear. 5 years ago, I saved a woman abroad. The woman was wearing a veil and I couldn't see her clearly. But the only thing we know is that the woman's body was covered with visible scars, including gunshot wounds and knife wounds. It can be clearly felt that the woman was being chased and fainted from exhaustion. Shin Hong then rescued her, sent her to the hospital, left a letter in US dollars, and returned home. Unexpectedly, it was the woman in front of me. He always believed that the system rewarded his followers by forcibly integrating their memories, allowing them to find him and become his followers. Obviously, this is not easy. It's up to you, but it's better for you to call me young master in front of outsiders. Call me master when no one is around. You know, if my parents know you call me master, they will definitely ask me some nonsense. Shin Hong said. Okay, master, I understand. Then Juke stood up, looking at Shin Hong with a sincere and respectful look in his eyes and said. Shin Hong didn't bother about it either. Do you have a way to prevent others from tracking the exact location of this phone? Okay. Suzaku nodded. As a qualified killer, locating and tracking the target and placing the person being located and tracked are both necessary means that a killer must master. This is the foundation of the foundation. Shin Hong smiled with satisfaction, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. It's getting more and more interesting as time goes by. In this game, Lu Chen, you will feel unprecedented despair. Go crazy, Lu Chen. Chapter 7, Mu Wanga wakes up. On the street, a Mercedes-Benz was speeding on the road, overtaking one car after another. Ring ring ring. The cell phone rang. Lu Chen heard the phone ringing and quickly answered the call. Have you found it? Where is it? Lu Chen was very anxious at this moment, and he was eager to know the information that the person on the other end of the phone was looking for him. Boss, I was almost able to find the location of the phone number you asked me to look up, but I was interrupted at the last moment. If I'm not mistaken, the other party is likely to be a master. Then continue to investigate quickly and tell me as soon as you find out. After hearing what the other party said, Lu Chen became even more anxious, and at the same time, endless anger surged in his heart. He yelled at the person on the other end of the phone, and then hung up. Damn it! Who on earth is against me and targeting me everywhere? Lu Chen's face was ferocious and fierce. He was now overwhelmed by anger and slapped the steering wheel. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing mental instability, and the villain value points increase by 200. Qin Hang smiled slightly and looked at the time on his mobile phone slowly, waiting for the protagonist's call. Sitting beside the bed, admiring Mu Wange's beautiful face while she was still in a coma. 9 minutes later. He also waited for Lu Chen's call and answered the call. I'm here, where are you? The Badong unfinished building is a building that was not completed after it was built. Lu Chen was breathing heavily and looking around. Yes, you were very tactful and considerate in not calling the police. Go east now and head to the Cultural Palace. The time limit is 20 minutes. The countdown begins. Hearing Qin Hang's words on the phone, Lu Chen was shocked. Could it be that there are people of his around observing me? Where is it? It's so hidden that I didn't even find it. Can you let me see? Hey. Damn it! Lu Chen wanted to say something, but there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone again. Qin Hang hung up again mercilessly. He is almost going crazy now. He held the phone tightly in his hand, almost crushing it to pieces. Have no choice. He could only get in the car and go to the Cultural Palace. He had no choice but to do so. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to become unstable, and his villain value points increase by 200. In fact, Lu Chen didn't know that Qin Hang didn't have spies everywhere. All of this was just his own random guessing. Qin Hang knew these protagonists very well. Before he traveled through time, he was a fan of reading urban fantasy novels. Most of the protagonists in the book are self-centered, arrogant, narcissistic, think they are invincible, proud, and love to show off. Besides, he's also a super bootlicker. In Lu Chen's opinion, he was absolutely sure that he could resolve this matter. Moreover, this matter concerns Mu Wange's personal safety, so it is even more impossible for Lu Chen to call the police. Qin Han was just thinking about where to let the protagonist run after he arrived at the Cultural Palace. Seeing Mu Wange on the bed, his brows frowned slightly. A murmur was uttered that went deep into the bones. Although Mu Wange's action was just a subconscious one before waking up, it still made Qin Hang tremble physically and mentally. He cursed her inwardly as a witch, then quickly walked to the sofa and began to brew his next emotions. Mu Wange's head is feeling dizzy right now. After a while, he opened his eyes. After waking up completely, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her hands and feet were tied and she couldn't move at all. Especially the binding posture made her feel extremely uncomfortable and shy. Now she understood everything completely, and a word quickly emerged in her mind: kidnapping. She was kidnapped. Although I was panicking. But she is not an ordinary person. She is the president of the Mu Group and knows how to control her mentality and situation. You finally woke up. A magnetic voice sounded in her ears. Mu Wange's body stiffened. Turn around slowly. A handsome face came into view. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a face that seems to be carved by nature, with a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. She couldn't help but stare in amazement. After a while, Mu Wange came back to her senses, and a blush appeared on her face when she thought about how she was staring at a man's face. After calming down, Mu Wange asked coldly, "Why is it you, Qin Hang? What's going on? What do you want to do?" The aura of the iceberg president is fully revealed. She knew Qin Hang. The entire upper-class society of Jiangnan City knew Qin Hang's name, and even people all over the country knew Qin Hang's name. Qin Hang. The only son of the Qin family, the young master of the Qin family, and the heir to the Qin group, there are few people in the entire Jiangnan City who don't know Qin Hang. Just recently, I met him at a party held by the upper class. At the same time, it can be seen at the party that this person has taken a fancy to himself. His eyes are full of greed. This young master has a background, but he is also idle and greedy for women. All he thinks about all day is spending money on wine, women, and playing with women. So, she didn't stay long at the party and left. Later, Qin Hang got her contact information through his connections and kept asking her out for dinner, but she refused every time on the grounds that she had a company meeting. As she never received any news from Qin Heng again, Mu Wangya thought that Qin Heng had given up on her. She had been hiding in the company and was completely avoiding Qin Heng. Qin Heng's persistence made her very distressed, and at the same time, her disgust for Qin Heng increased. The Qin family is very powerful, so she has been declining politely and did not dare to refuse directly because she was worried about Qin Heng's revenge. Now, she feels that this idle young master has given up, so she wanted to go out and relax. As a result, she was kidnapped, which made her feel very regretful and scared. If she had known this, she would not have gone out. Revenge still came. The strange thing is that she actually discovered it. Qin Heng has become more handsome now, and his temperament has also changed in a unique way. He looks more noble and elegant, completely unlike the idle and women-lusting man he seemed at the party. It's like he's become a different person. Mu Wangya, what are you thinking? You've been kidnapped, and you're not thinking about how to get out, but you're actually thinking about how he can become handsome. Just as Mu Wangya was daydreaming, Qin Heng's voice rang out. CEO Icy, please don't ask such a question even though you already know the answer. Even a fool would know that he is being kidnapped. Mu Wangya was stunned when he heard this. Qin Heng actually admitted it himself without any explanation. Why did you kidnap me? Do you know that this is illegal? She asked blankly. Chapter 8, I'm clinging to you, do you believe it? I said, I am greedy for your body, do you believe me? Qin Heng's eyebrows moved, and a playful look appeared on his face. In fact, he was also quite speechless. Why did the predecessor kidnap Mu Wangya? With his family background, he could get any woman he wanted in the whole Jiangnan city. He could get whatever he wanted. What did he want? Even if he fell in love with Mu Wangya, wouldn't it be better to let the family go and propose marriage? Mu Wangya's father must have been forced to agree because of the family company. In that case, wouldn't Mu Wangya come to her obediently? Even if not, there would still be a reason for them to be together. However, what he couldn't understand was that this guy actually chose kidnapping. It made him helpless and speechless. But fortunately, everything that happened has changed now. Now that I have the support of the system, I don't have to worry about anything that happens next. Don't ask. I'm just asking because I want to know more about you. Hearing this, Mu Wangya was stunned. Can't you say it tactfully? Why are you so direct? Then his face turned pale and he began to struggle hard with the ropes on his body. Because her whole body was tied up, her figure was perfectly displayed. Coupled with her vigorous struggle at this moment, it really makes people want to commit a crime. TSK, this was tied up. Xing Mei must have done it on purpose. There was something strange about Qin Heng's mouth. Finding that his struggle was futile, Mu Wangya calmed down and began to negotiate with Qin Heng and discuss the conditions. If you like me, we can sit down and talk. Don't be impulsive. You are the only son of the Qin family. Everyone in the Qin family is a prominent figure. You can't do this. If the police and reporters find out, your Qin family will definitely be discredited by what you have done. Don't be impulsive. She decided to stabilize Qin Heng first. Otherwise, if Qin Hengxiang came, she would have no ability to resist at all. Police? Reporters? Do you think I'm afraid of them? What are you thinking? Has your mind gone haywire because you were tied up? Besides, do you know what murder means to silence someone? There are even more extreme cases. Qin Heng said with a playful smile on his face. Boom! Mu Wangya's mind exploded instantly. Yes, Qin Heng is the eldest son of the Qin family. He has an extremely powerful background. Even if the police come, they can't do anything to him and they dare not do anything to him. Now Mu Wangya was a little scared. Although she is the president of the Mu group of the Mu family and has a high status, in Qin Heng's eyes, she is nothing. You, what do you want to do? We are in business. I'm just teasing you. I don't like you and I don't plan to continue pursuing you. Qin Heng interrupted her before she finished speaking. Mu Wangya. I just want to get to know you better, but I don't like you. I hope you can face reality and correct your attitude. Qin Heng's words almost choked her to death. Then, Mu Wangya began to worry. What if Qin Heng really comes by force? He. As if he saw through Mu Wangya's thoughts, Qin Heng chuckled. Don't worry, I'm greedy for your body, this is what happened before. Now, I have no interest in you. Mu Wang regained her composure and now she looked at Qin Hong coldly without saying a word. Just kidding, an international joke. If you are not interested in me, then just let me go. Why are you still tying me up? Seeing that Mu Wang didn't believe it, Qin Hong didn't care too much. Although I have no interest in you, I found something interesting. What? Mu Wang replied for some unknown reason. Qin Hong just smiled. Pick up Mu Wang's phone. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. This photo is really nice. Boom. The moment he saw the photo, Mu Wang's brain froze. He stood there in a daze, his head buzzing. Your swimsuit photos and your lace skirt are really beautiful. They have a unique flavor. Qin Hong raised the corners of his mouth and said lightly. His tone was like a greeting between friends, plain and natural, but to her ears, it was like a nuclear weapon explosion, and her mind suddenly went blank. She stood up in an instant, her face flushed, staring at Qin Hong intently, gritting her teeth and saying, You are such a despicable and shameless villain. You actually peeked at my phone. Of course she knew what photos Qin Hong was talking about. That is the biggest secret in her heart, otherwise she wouldn't have encrypted it with layers of fingerprints. Although Mu Wang usually acts like an iceberg president with a cold image, making people feel unapproachable and keeping people at a distance. But she is also a woman. As a woman, she loves to dress herself up. Maybe it's because I've been suppressed for too long. When she is alone, her dressing style becomes extra bold. In order to satisfy the emptiness in my heart. I originally thought it was a secret known only to me, but I didn't expect that Qin Hong would discover it. Doesn't that mean that Qin Hong saw his own photo? Suddenly, Mu Wang seemed to be stripped naked and appeared naked in front of Qin Hong. Brush. A blush suddenly appeared on Mu Wang's face. I don't know whether it's shyness or anger. How can you look through other people's things? Mu Wang said angrily. I've kidnapped you, let me see what's going on. Qin Hong's words once again dumbfounded Mu Wang, and his brain froze again. Don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your skin. Look at how beautiful you are. Don't be angry. How about I make you a cup of tea? Sit down and drink it? Mu Wang obviously had no intention of sitting down and drinking tea, and she was still looking at Qin Hong with shame and anger. Okay, stop looking at me like that. If the employees in your company saw that their CEO was like this on a daily basis, what would they think? Brush. The blush of shame and anger on Mu Wang's face faded away. Instead, it's a touch of paleness. If she really did what Qin Hong said, she didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Mu Wang becomes afraid, causing an unstable state of mind, and his villain value increases by 200 points. He. In their eyes, the resolute and icy CEO is actually such a passionate person in private. It's like a burning passion. Now every word and every action Qin Hong said made Mu Wang uneasy and afraid. Don't say anymore, don't say anymore, don't say anymore. Mu Wang shook his head, his face pale, no longer having the same temperament as before. What do you want? After a long time. Mu Wang tried her best to calm herself down and said to Qin Hong with cold eyes. She knew that Qin Hong must have had ulterior motives when he said such things. Perhaps. Let her compromise, obey me and be together with me? That's impossible. It's nothing. I just want you to stay here for a while. I don't want to do anything to you. Qin Hong smiled slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 9, Insults and Training. An iceberg female president. You always have to train slowly, don't be in a hurry. As long as Mu Wang stays by his side, Qin Hong has plenty of ways and means to tame this iceberg. It's that simple? Stay here? Mu Wang looked suspicious and it was obvious that she still didn't quite believe what Qin Hong said. It's that simple. What else do you want? Qin Hong raised his eyebrows and said playfully. But I want you to stay here and don't do anything out of the ordinary, like calling the police. I don't encourage that here. If you call the police, I don't mind spreading your photos so that everyone will know. Mu Wang's heart shuddered. She now had no doubt about what Qin Hong said. If she didn't listen to him and do as he said, Qin Hong would most likely spread her photos. What would she do then? So, Mu Wang made a decision. Okay, I promise you. But, you have to return my phone to me and delete the photos afterwards. Qin Hong smiled slightly and said. No problem. Although I feel a little sad, after all, there are many things I didn't have time to appreciate. Okay, delete it. Shin Han could only agree, but she felt that Mu Wanga would be reluctant to delete it, mainly because she had a backup on her phone. I'm talking about your phone. Give me your phone. Okay. Shin Han gave his cell phone to Mu Wanga without saying a word. No password was set. I just copied it. Please delete it yourself. Mu Wanga really didn't expect that Shin Han would be so frank in handing her his phone. She originally thought that she would have to spend some effort to get the phone, but she felt a little disappointed. She was so beautiful, and the photos were so beautiful, and he just deleted them? If Shin Han knew about this, he would definitely be confused. Isn't this what you wanted to delete? I don't mean to delete it. Mu Wanga feels depressed, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. When he heard the system prompt sound, Shin Hang's mouth curled up. Mu Wanga opened the album and found the photos. Sure enough, they were all her private photos. She clicked select all and deleted all the photos. Are there any other places? Are there any other places saved besides the photo album on your phone? Mu Wanga fiddled with the phone and asked Shin Han without raising his head. No more. Shin Han shook his head decisively. Oh. Mu Wanga responded indifferently, and then found the cloud disk in the corner of the System Tools small category box in the mobile phone system. After opening it, as expected, there was a whole set. Ha, man. Mu Wanga sneered and deleted the photo again. Shin Han looked extremely embarrassed and said, "It's really gone this time." Really? You'd better not lie to me. Afterwards, Mu Wanga found the mobile phone clone in the settings. After clicking on it, there was a brand new system space, with the same two sets of photo albums and cloud disks. Then I opened Shin Hang's chat history and found that there was also a set in his small account album. Mu Wanga clicked to eliminate all of them. She almost laughed out of anger. This guy, is it really that serious? He hit it so deeply. Others have 3 burrows, but you have 10 burrows. Shin Han laughed and said, "As expected of you, CEO, you are really smart. You figured out all this. You really have a keen eye for this little trick of mine." After saying that, he gave Mu Wanga a thumbs up. Mu Wanga rolled her eyes in response. Well, move around first. The ropes you were tied up with must be uncomfortable after your violent struggle just now. Please move around for a while. Shin Han quickly changed the subject. Suzaku, go pour President Mu a cup of tea. The figure of Suzaku appears. Yes, master. Hearing Juchua's words, Shin Han was helpless. Didn't he say to call when there was no one around? I don't care about the randomness anymore, just call if you want. Suzaku came up to him with a cup of tea in his hand. At this time, Mu Wanga was still a little dazed and hadn't come back to his senses. What did she just see? A woman who was extremely beautiful, not inferior to her or even better than herself. She actually called Shin Han master? Call master? Originally, he didn't believe what Shin Han said about not being interested in him. Now she believes it. After all, this woman is no worse than her. The temperament on her body was even colder than hers, and she could feel a little charming in this coldness. The most important thing is, she actually called Shin Han master. So obedient. For a man, doesn't it satisfy the sense of conquest that they desire in their hearts? Mu Wanga came back to his senses. When he looked at Shin Han again, there was some complexity in his gaze. Mu Wanga feels lost in you, causing mental instability. Increase your destiny points by 200. After hearing the system prompt in his mind, Shin Han raised his eyebrows. He gave Mu Wanga a strange look. That won't work. This woman is born with the tendency to want to be conquered? Then, he held his chin with his hand, wondering what he was thinking about. In between conversations. 10 minutes later. Lu Chen's phone rang again. I'm here, the Cultural Palace, where are you? Come out and see me. He is now forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Come to the city center now, Jiangnan City Mall, next to the Shed Street. Shin Han said lightly. As if he was unaware of Lu Chen's anger. Are you fucking kidding me? Lu Chen yelled. You just found out? Shin Han said calmly. Look at how stupid you are, and you're trying to imitate others to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Please, the world is progressing, and ideas are advancing. Can you please stop being so stupid? You're making it seem so easy for me to play. Hearing Qin Heng's ridicule and insults, Lu Chen's rage grew even stronger. In his entire life, living in the dark world, he had never been insulted and ridiculed like today, and he had never been so miserable as today. Say it again, you F-king idiot. Believe it or not. Okay, you have no choice. Time limit is 15 minutes. Ready. Go. Qin Heng hung up the phone without waiting for Lu Chen to speak. Damn it. Damn it. Lu Chen roared, furious and helpless. You'd better not fall into my hands, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death and regret being born into this world. Said harshly. Afterwards, he got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards Jiangnan City Shopping Mall. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. Hearing the prompt sound of the system in his mind again, Qin Heng nodded slightly to show his satisfaction. He was just using Lu Chen to increase his villain value, and this idiot was willing to do it. There was nothing he could do. Qin Heng knew everything this pervert was thinking. Who were you talking to just now? Mu Wanga widened her eyes and looked at Qin Heng in confusion. You have to know that the phone Qin Heng was holding was her own. I couldn't help feeling a little worried. You'll know when the time comes. Don't ask now. If I succeed in keeping you here, I'll consider buying you some clothes. Qin Heng said lightly. Mu Wanga discovered with a puzzled look on her face that Qin Heng was actually choosing clothes in stores selling maid outfits. What are you doing? Can you give me your phone? And I won't wear it. You also said you would let me leave when the time comes. Give my phone back to me now. Don't worry, I won't regret it. Mu Wanga explained. Oh, that's it? No. Qin Heng refused directly, causing her to choke. Chapter 10, Prepare to deal with the male protagonist. Who is this person? Don't you know how to be gentle and considerate to women? Another 10 minutes later. I'm here, where are you? Lu Chen arrived at the location designated by Qin Heng. I was extremely angry. Very good, now let's go to the villa area in Jiangnan Prefecture, and be quick. You stay. Come here by yourself and avoid all surveillance. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Qin Heng didn't plan to continue playing with Lu Chen. It's just a waste of time. There's no point, it's better to end it as soon as possible. The meaningful thing is to train the cold female president. Hearing the busy tone on the other end of the phone and hearing what was said on the phone, Lu Chen's heart trembled, followed by endless anger. It only takes a few minutes to get to Jinjiangnan Prefecture from here, but now he is forced to run for dozens of minutes. This is like playing him like a fool, which is a humiliation to him. Damn it! You dare to play tricks on me? When I find you, I will make you pay a price 10, 100, 1,000 times greater than this. There was a cold light flashing in Lu Chen's eyes. The temperature around also dropped a few degrees at this moment. He flashed, got into the car, and headed towards Jinjiang South Prefecture. Along the way, he did not forget what Qin Heng said and avoided all surveillance equipment. Actually, along the way, Lu Chen was thinking about how to make Qin Heng pay a heavy price. In his mind, the bodies of those who dared to play tricks on him like this would have already rotted away by now. Qin Heng's playing tricks on him would definitely make his life a living hell. Avoiding all surveillance also means clearing yourself from suspicion. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to be unstable, and his destiny points increase by 200. Hearing the voice of the system coming from his mind, Qin Heng smiled slightly. Out the door. Qin Heng came to a rocking chair and sat down. Now I am leisurely waiting for the arrival of the protagonist. At this moment, Mu Wanga came over. Without hesitation, he ordered. Go, make me a cup of tea. You? Mu Wanga's eyebrows raised. Let her make tea? She is the president of the Mu Group, a well-known figure in the entire Jiangnan city, and a cool goddess in the eyes of others. Now, they actually asked her to pour tea? Like a servant. You know, she has always been the one who ordered others to do things. How could anyone order her? Qin Heng raised his eyebrows slightly. Then a mobile phone appeared in his hand, and the owner of this phone was Mu Wanga. He took out his cell phone, shook it in his hand, then opened the photo album and waved it in front of Mu Wanga before putting the phone away. When Mu Wanga saw this scene, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. She now realized that Qin Hung kept her just to order her around. Mu Wanga clenched her fists and stomped her feet in anger, which looked quite cute. But unfortunately, he had no way to deal with Qin Hang at all. Snort. He immediately snorted coldly. She turned and walked towards the villa gate to make tea for Qin Hung. Qin Hung saw a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. The iceberg female president is very arrogant. The first step in training is to knock this icy president down from the sky. This is just the beginning. When Lu Chen ran to the villa near Jiangnan Mansion. When she saw everything clearly. Immediately, I stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Just after returning to China, the woman he had chosen was kidnapped, and he came to rescue her. Surprisingly, I saw her pouring tea and massaging a man's legs. What is going on? Didn't we agree that he wasn't kidnapped? Did I travel through time? Did I follow the wrong script? If I hadn't understood Mu Wanga's character when I came here, I would have thought that the two of them were having a secret meeting. But soon, Lu Chen could see the discomfort and reluctance on Mu Wanga's face. It's obvious. Mu Wanga was forced to do this. Seeing the woman you love serving others. Plus, he's been running around all this time, treating him like a monkey. The suppressed anger in Lu Chen's heart could no longer be suppressed, and the rage burst out. It's Mu Wanga who you kidnapped? Now that I'm here, you should let her go. Looking at Mu Wanga, he said in a gentle tone. Elegy, I'm here to save you. Who is this? How come she doesn't know him? What is kidnapping? Can't you see that she is fine now? Moreover, looking at Lu Chen's fiery eyes, she felt a little disgusted. Even if it was a kidnapping, she hoped that this kind of person would not come. It would be better to have a normal person with a sense of justice. What's the point of having a pervert? This is purely out of hope that she will be kidnapped, and then the hero will come to rescue her. Then Mu Wanga's expression turned cold as ice. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to be unstable, and his destiny points increase by 200. Ding, the child of destiny is found, triggering the system task, kill Lu Chen. Time limit, 3 days. A strange look flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. His eyes fell on Lu Chen. In his field of vision, he saw a golden crown on Lu Chen's head. This was the crown of luck formed by Qin Hung's luck. This is a symbol unique to the protagonist. Then he used the Emperor's Qi gazing technique. Then a light blue panel visible only to him appeared in front of him. Character, Lu Chen. Identity, leader of the Sky Mercenary Group, the Mercenary King disbanded, the male protagonist of Destiny. Charm value, 73 full score 100. Strength, late stage of dark power. Luck value, 1500. System cheat code, none. That's it? Lu Chen not only sneered. Is this all your strength? In front of him, the great master of Huajin, wouldn't this strength be as easy as crushing an ant? Maybe you don't even need to do it yourself. Suzaku can solve it. When Lu Chen saw Qin Hung looking at him without saying anything, he frowned. He immediately introduced himself. What? You're not talking anymore? If you are scared, then quickly release Wanga. I am the personal bodyguard hired by his father. Be smart and release her, or I will make you live a life worse than death. And when you play tricks on me, I'll tear you into pieces. Mu Wanga was confused when he heard this. Elegy? Is that something you can call? Am I familiar with you? A personal bodyguard hired by my father? What the hell, did I agree to it? With this look, this sloppy look, and sometimes he glances at me with lustful eyes, is this saving her? The disgust on Mu Wanga's face was even stronger at this moment. You know, this kind of person is what she hates the most. Court death. Following in indifferent voice. Lu Chen, who was about to make a provocative remark, stopped instantly. A black afterimage flashed through. Very fast. I can't see the track at all. Lu Chen was even more horrified. Before I could react, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. Then, accompanied by a dull sound. He seemed to be hit by a speeding truck and flew backwards. Chapter 12, Suzaku vs. Lu Chen. Then, Lu Chen glared at Qin Hung and rushed towards him, trying to snatch Mu Wanga from his hands. But then, the woman standing next to him moved again, just like before, at an extremely fast speed that Mukin couldn't catch at all. Boom! Mukin was kicked far away again, and stopped only at the gate of the villa. Mukin felt his chest being hit twice by a large truck. He had just wiped off the blood that had seeped from the corner of his mouth, but now he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking listless. But he is the son of destiny and the protagonist of fate. Qin Hong watched Mukin, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stand up again and walk towards him. I felt even more disdainful in my heart. At the same time, I was quite speechless. In Mu Wang's eyes, this man was a complete fool. You don't run away quickly. You are rushing towards me desperately. I don't need you to save me in my current situation. If you continue to save me, you will lose your life. Looking at Mukin, who was walking towards him, a mocking smile appeared on Qin Hang's lips, and he didn't take the protagonist seriously at all. The hand around Mu Wang's waist slowly moved upwards. Mu Wang couldn't help but exclaim. His originally cold expression now turned red like fire. Then my lips feel moisturized. Her eyes suddenly widened. Qin Hang's face was close at hand. Suddenly, Mu Wang's mind went blank. Not far away, Mukin, who was walking slowly, saw the scene in front of him. Looking at the man and woman hugging each other, Lu Chen's eyes were almost split. You're looking for death. He stepped on the ground with his left foot and leaped out, completely forgetting his injuries. Go straight to Qin Hong. Original place. The marble floor, under this instantaneous explosion, cracked into spiderweb like cracks. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to be unstable, and his destiny points increased by 500. The system prompt sounded. Qin Hong had already ignored the system prompt sound. Before Lu Chen got close, a black figure once again stood in front of Qin Hong. It's Suzaku. She now holds a black dagger and looks at Lu Chen silently. She would not allow anyone to hurt her master. Lu Chen's eyes were red and his face was ferocious. If he had realized the danger of the situation after being knocked down twice in a row, but then seeing what happened to Qin Hong and Mu Wang, boundless anger rose in his heart again. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his mind and no longer cared that his opponent was stronger than himself. I don't know when the dagger appeared in my hand. Continue to rush towards Qin Hong. Soon, Zhu Kei and Lu Chen started fighting, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard from time to time in the void. As the fourth on the killer list, Zhu Kei was much stronger and more experienced than Lu Chen. Therefore, after several rounds, Lu Chen had no strength to fight back. He was beaten so hard that he kept coughing up blood and had several scars on his body, all of which were knife wounds. Each wound was very close to the vital points. If Lu Chen had not been in the dark world for many years and accumulated many years of combat experience, he would have become a corpse by now. Boom! Lu Chen was knocked away by Zhu Chua's palm. Feeling the waves of pain in his body, he has now calmed down. While looking in the direction of Qin Hang, then his blood pressure soared. I can't calm down at all. The two were still kissing, and Qin Hang's hand even reached into Mu Wang's clothes. You know, before he returned to China, he knew Mu Wang's character through her father. He looked at her photo every day and was convinced that this woman belonged to him, so he risked his life to save her. But seeing the scene at this time, Lu Chen couldn't remain calm at all. In extreme anger. The aura on Lu Chen's body also began to gradually rise. After a moment, his strength reached the half-step transformation level. Then, Lu Chen attacked again and continued to kill towards Qin Hong. The murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Suzaku naturally wouldn't give in. The two men soon started fighting. But at this time, the strength of the two people was not much different. Although still at a disadvantage, he could barely take on Suzaku's moves. Being shouted at by Lu Chen. Mu Wang had woken up at this time and hurriedly pushed Qin Hong away. I straightened my clothes and felt something strange in my body. She lowered her head. On the face, as red as a ripe apple, his face was all blushed. Too shy to see anyone. Mu Wang is flustered for you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. A strange look flashed in Qin Hang's eyes. That taste is so sweet. Qin Hong deliberately smacked his lips, savoring the taste. Mu Wang raised his head slightly and just in time saw Qin Hong reaching out and touching his nose. It smells so good. Mu Wang let out a moan. She quickly covered her face with her hands, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Qin Hang. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's really embarrassing here, so shy. Muwanga is flustered for you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. Hearing the system prompt sound, Qin Heng's mouth curled up, a hint of arc appeared. Then, he looked at the two people who were still fighting. It was seen that the two men were evenly matched in the battle. Okay, you've had enough fun. It's time to send you off to meet the King of Hell, he said lightly. Suzaku, back off. Qin Heng's tone was flat. Master, but. Zhu Kei came to Qin Heng with a guilty look on his face. She couldn't even kill Lu Chen. She failed to complete the task assigned by her master and felt full of guilt. Qin Heng waved his hand, interrupting what she was about to say. Actually, this is not her problem. Because she didn't know that the protagonist has something called the protagonist's halo. With the blessing of this halo, when the protagonist is angry to a certain extent, his strength will soar dramatically, showing a powerful combat power that was previously unattainable. This is an essential buff for the protagonist to turn the tide. But it is a pity that the protagonist's halo and the crown of fortune have no effect on him. It has absolutely no effect. Lu Chen stopped. But his eyes were red and he looked at Qin Heng coldly. Obviously, his anger had not completely dissipated. Qin Heng also looked at him at this time. The two people's eyes met, an invisible electric light intertwined. Qin Heng smiled slightly and walked towards Lu Chen. Oh no. Seeing this, Suzaku wanted to say something. But the next moment, she took back what she was about to say. He looked at Qin Heng's back with surprise. Feel it from Qin Heng. She felt an aura that was even more powerful than hers, capable of suffocating her. Qin Heng's back was like a towering mountain, tall, majestic, and powerful. And Lu Chen's expression also changed. His expression changed and he looked at Qin Heng again with a serious look in his eyes. Chapter 13, Killing the Male Protagonist. Qin Heng walked step by step with a faint smile on his face, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. But with every step Qin Heng took, his aura gradually increased. As for Lu Chen, he felt that the pressure on himself had increased even more. Now Lu Chen only felt that there was an invisible mountain in front of him. Even if he tried his best, he could not shake it at all. Tap tap tap. The early stage of Ming Jin. The peak of Ming Jin. The early stage of dark power. The peak of dark power. The initial stage of Hua Jin. The middle stage of Hua Jin. Until. It was exactly 8 steps, and with each step the realm was improving, and he just arrived in front of Lu Chen. Now Qin Heng has been promoted from a mortal with no strength to a master of Hua Jin. In fact, Qin Heng's strength has always existed, but when he reached Hua Jin, he also learned to restrain his breath and strength. The existence below the level of transformation power cannot be detected at all. Therefore, there is also a saying in the world. Under the power of transformation, we are all ants. However, at this moment, Lu Chen could no longer bear that unimaginable force. This force forced him to kneel on the ground with his head lowered. His body trembled constantly and cold sweat poured down his face. In an instant, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. I don't know if it's because of oppression or anger. To be precise, it is both. Lu Chen now feels endless pressure, which is a feeling he has never had before. After years of wandering in the dark world, he has never felt so powerless. He has never felt this kind of powerlessness even when fighting with Suzaku. At this moment, Lu Chen was even more shocked. The Grandmaster of Hua Jin. He had rarely heard of such a powerful existence. It actually appears in the city. At this time, he was still his enemy. He hated him so much and was extremely unwilling in his heart. He watched his body kneeling towards his enemy uncontrollably. A man kneels to heaven, to the earth, and to his parents. Let him kneel before his enemies. This feeling made him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. Lu Chen is angry with you, causing him to be unstable, and his destiny points increase by 1,000. Qin Heng looked indifferent. Then he slapped it with his palm. The energy from his palm gushed out and landed on Lu Chen, instantly submerging him and crushing him to pieces. Remember, don't mess with me again in your next life. Qin Heng said silently. Not to mention a complete body, there wasn't even a strand of hair. If it weren't for the pool of blood on the ground and the traces of fighting, no one would have known anyone had been there. This was Qin Hang's first time killing someone, and he didn't feel any discomfort. There was no change in his face. Lu Chen is the son of destiny, the destined male protagonist. But I am the villain in it. The two of them are destined to fight to the death. When I killed Lu Chen, I was actually a little excited. Am I destined to be a villain? Qin Hang couldn't help but doubt. Congratulations on killing the protagonist Lu Chen, plundering 1,500 points of luck and increasing the destiny points by 300. Ding, you have completed the task issued by the system. Reward, upgrade one small realm and get 10 consecutive draws of fate. Brush. As the system's voice just fell, an infinite power flowed through Qin Hang's body, and he could clearly feel warm currents flowing through his limbs. The strength is improved by one small level. At this time, Qin Hang opened his property panel. In an instant, a light blue panel appeared in front of Qin Hang. Master, Qin Hang. Identity, the eldest son of the Qin family, the villain of destiny. Charm value, 200. Charm value is 100, the host can increase it, now 200 cannot be increased again, too cool, bad influence. Strength, late stage of Huajin. Skills, Bajiquan God level, gazing at the seventh abyss, proficiency in world languages. Financial resources, 7 billion. Item, Patek Philippe, serial number 0. Luck points, 2,100. Destiny points, 8,000. Followers, Suzaku, Qingmei, Qinglan, Qingju loyalty 100. System Gold Finger, Emperor's Qi gazing technique. System Store, open. Destiny 10 consecutive draws? System, I want to draw a lottery. Brush. The roulette wheel emitting dazzling light appeared in front of Qin Hang. Then start to rotate. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize Singing Skills God level. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize Cooking Skills God level. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize Firearms Knowledge Encyclopedia God level. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize Medical Skills Advanced. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a prize A Copper Basin. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize A Toothbrush. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize. Qin Hang was puzzled and depressed. How could he win these? But then Qin Hang's mind suddenly came up with singing skills. He was tone deaf and knew nothing about music. But now, it is not an exaggeration to call him a singing god. Right after the singing skills were introduced, cooking skills and knowledge of firearms followed. At this time, countless firearms appeared in Qin Hang's brain. He was more familiar with his advantages and disadvantages. Medical skills were also slowly introduced. Traditional Chinese medicine techniques have been passed down since ancient times. The therapeutic effect of traditional Chinese medicine far exceeds that of Western medicine. For Qin Hang, obtaining medical skills is equivalent to surpassing the protagonist one step ahead. You know, every protagonist either has extraordinary martial arts or amazing medical skills. Now he will be upgraded to god level and can directly curb the protagonist's lifeline. At this time, Qin Hang looked at the system mall and found an invisible technology armor with 4,000 life points. Invisible technology armor, the armor is as thin as paper and can withstand strong impact and weapon damage. Looking at this armor, Qin Hang bought it without hesitation, and the system also released a reward instantly. This armor was as thin as paper. Then he bought 4 marrow cleansing pills and saved them for plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. At this time, Zhu Kei was beside Qin Hang, and she felt that her master's aura had become even stronger. Go and take care of it, and then go and take care of the car he drove. Remember not to leave any traces. Qin Hang looked at Suzaku and gave instructions. Yes, master. Suzaku replied respectfully. Then she walked forward to the bloodstain, took out a delicate small bottle from her arms, sprinkled some powder from the bottle, and then an incredible scene happened. The bloodstain disappeared, and no mark could be seen after the blood dissipated. As a killer, destroying bodies and covering up evidence is an easy task for him. After finishing the job, he disappeared. Qin Hang understood that he went to deal with the car that Lu Chen drove over. He turned his head and looked behind him, raising his eyebrows. He knew that Mu Wangya and the 4 sisters Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu had all seen this scene. Of course Qin Hang did not hide it. He walked to Mei, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, took out 4 marrow cleansing pills and handed them to them. Take it and eat it. The 4 of them ate it without hesitation or thinking. After eating, after a while, he came out of the house and knelt on one knee. Thank you, young master, for your cultivation. The four of them said respectfully, with sincerity in their eyes. They thought that their young master gave them poison, but they didn't expect that it could actually improve their strength. In a blink of an eye, they became masters of dark energy, and reached the middle stage of dark energy. Okay, you guys go and deal with the traces of the battle. If you do something for me, you will get some benefits. By the way, after you're done, go buy me something. Qin Heng said lightly. Yes, master. After hearing Qin Heng's words, the four of them retreated quietly. Chapter 14, The Female President Cooks. Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu were also quite shocked. For so many years, they had not realized that their young master was actually a master of Hua Jin. They should have thought of it when Qin Heng gave them the pills, and at the same time, they were more resolute in their position, that is, to be loyal to the young master and protect the young master. Then a prompt sound came from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the unwavering loyalty buff. When Qin Heng heard the prompt tone, he smiled slightly. The reason why he did this was to make them more loyal. Although his loyalty was already full, the buff blessing had not been triggered yet, so Qin Heng guessed that something was missing. Coupled with the strength he showed today and the good fortune he gave them, plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum were now more loyal, triggering the unique buff of unswerving loyalty of each follower. After Qin Heng killed Lu Chen, Mu Wanga was still in a daze. After explaining things to Mei, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, he turned and looked at Mu Wanga. While in a daze, Qin Heng slowly walked in front of Mu Wanga. What's wrong? Are you scared? President Mu. A smile appeared on Qin Heng's face and he looked at Mu Wanga with a smile. No. No. I'm not afraid. Why did you kill him? Mu Wanga gave a forced smile, but her body was shaking constantly, and she was obviously scared. It was impossible for her not to be afraid. How could Qin Heng not be afraid of killing people? At this moment, Mu Wanga looked at Qin Heng with eyes full of fear and terror. She didn't know why she wanted to kill Lu Chen. She wasn't seeking justice for him or anything. She just hated him. Even though it was the first time they met, the way he looked at her made Mu Wanga feel annoyed. Besides, she grew up in a greenhouse, like a flower in a greenhouse. How could she have ever seen such a scene? Have you ever seen a murder scene? It was lucky that she didn't vomit like others did. Mu Wanga was mentally strong, but she couldn't help feeling a little scared and fearful. Mu Wanga is afraid of you, causing mental instability, and your destiny points increase by 200. Okay, don't be afraid. Just stay here and I won't hurt you. Qin Heng said with a smile. But in Mu Wanga's eyes, this kind of smile was hideous and terrifying. I will be obedient. Mu Wanga's voice was very low, but one could hear that it was trembling. She had originally wanted to persuade Qin Heng to let her go, but now this idea has been shattered with the death of Lu Chen. Actually, killing him would be good for you. You can see that he has a lecherous look on his face when he first sees you. What's more, he is a killer from the dark world. How can a girl like you who is as clean as a blank sheet of paper be with a man whose hands are stained with the blood of countless people and be protected by him? Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? Qin Heng looked at Mu Wanga and explained. Your father must have gotten the news from somewhere and thought he could protect you. Look at that. Aren't you simply trying to kill yourself and walk into a tiger's mouth? He was extremely cruel and killed people without blinking an eye, and his hands were covered in blood. Qin Heng instilled a series of words into Mu Wanga. At this moment, Mu Wanga staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qin Heng was there to support her, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground. Now Mu Wanga was thinking that there would soon be a person with countless blood on his hands by his side, and he felt terrified and disgusted. Now Mu Wanga no longer felt scared, and even felt a little grateful to Qin Heng. She didn't feel Qin Heng was hugging her at all. Just listen to me. I will protect you. Hearing Qin Heng's words, Mu Wanga nodded, and it was obvious that he believed what Qin Heng said. Poor Lu Chen. If Lu Chen knew that Mu Wanga chose to believe Qin Heng and would feel disgusted with him being around her in the future, he would definitely be so angry that he would come back to life and fight Qin Heng again. Sensing the change in Mu Wanga, Qin Heng hugged her tighter. I will protect you. After hearing Qin Heng's words, Mu Wanga came to her senses and found that she was being hugged. She wanted to break free, but found that she couldn't do it at all. She could only let Qin Heng hug her. Gradually, she found that she was still warm and safe, and then she forgot about Lu Chen. Mu Wanga's face changed and a blush appeared. At this time, Jin Hong also let go of Mu Wanga, and Mu Wanga seized the opportunity and quickly fled to the villa. Jin Hong was not in a hurry. To train an iceberg president, he needed to take his time and train him slowly. It was already evening, time for dinner. What shall we eat today? Jin Hong said. Master, I'll do it for you right away. Upon hearing this, Suzaku hurried towards the kitchen. Okay, stop it. I personally don't think cooking is suitable for you. Personally, I think you're suitable to sit down and eat together. Jin Hong stopped Zhu who was about to cook. There was no way. Zhu had let him down when she came. Jin Hong felt very bad after eating the food. He also made up his mind to let Zhu give up cooking and let go of his own kitchen. Puff. At this time, Mu Wanga, who was drinking water from the cup, heard Jin Hong's words, and the water that had just entered her mouth immediately sprayed out, and then she laughed. Zhu didn't know why when she saw this, only Jin Hong knew why she laughed. Then Jin Hong felt helpless. Then, he turned his gaze to Mu Wanga, stroking his chin, as if thinking about something. In that instant, a flash of light came to him and he had an idea. Mu Wanga found that Jin Hong had been looking at her, and she couldn't laugh anymore, because she had a bad premonition that something bad was going to happen to her. Wanga, I'll leave the cooking to you. Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu haven't come back yet, so I'd rather you do this difficult and reliable task. I feel more at ease with you. Jin Hong looked at Mu Wanga with a firm gaze and said. Mu Wanga. Mu Wanga, what? You actually asked me to cook for you? No, what do you think? Mu Wanga said unhappily. It was hard for her to believe that Jin Hong actually asked her to cook. If you don't cook, then who will? I've left you here, provided you with food and shelter, and asked you to cook, and you're not happy about it? Do you believe me? I'll do some radio gymnastics with you right now? Mu Wanga raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't cook. Whoever wants to cook can do it, but I don't cook. Who is she? A cool goddess in the eyes of countless men in Jiangnan City. The president of the Mu group actually asked her to cook? As long as she wants. In a word, wouldn't that man have to keep coming to cook for himself? Such people are lined up all over the country. Someone actually asked her to cook? Asking her to cook for others is just dreaming. Wishful thinking. Chapter 15, Dark Cuisine. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Jin Hong picked up Mu Wanga's cell phone and shook it in front of her. Seeing her cell phone, Mu Wanga felt very helpless. There was nothing she could do as Jin Hong had the evidence against her. I had to compromise. In the kitchen, Mu Wanji was frying vegetables with a spatula in her hand while putting rice into the rice cooker to cook. The indignant look on her face was clearly visible. While cooking, he kept talking low. Mu Wanga pressed the tomato in his hand on the chopping board and cut it hard with a knife. The sound of cutting vegetables spread into the living room and into Jin Hong's ears. This is cutting vegetables. This is treating the vegetables as yourself and venting your emotions. Jin Hong listened to the sounds coming from the kitchen and underestimated in his heart. Cut you to death, cut you to death, cut you to death. If you dare to let me cook, I will chop you to death. Mu Wanga kept underestimating this. As if he was still not satisfied, he took the green onion, ginger and other ingredients next to him to the wooden board and chopped them frantically, still muttering this. At this time, the kitchen door slowly opened and a handsome face appeared first. Afterwards, a person walked into the kitchen. Jin Hong quietly came to the kitchen and watched Mu Wanga's series of extraordinary operations with helplessness on his face. How much do you hate me? Jin Hong had doubts in his mind. Humph, let me cook, I'll chop you to death, Jin Hong. At this time, Mu Wanga was still venting her dissatisfaction with Jin Hong. He didn't even notice when the vegetables were burnt, and only stopped when he was tired of cutting. Then she turned around and a face appeared in front of her, looking at her with a smile. Mu Wanga was immediately frightened. Why didn't you knock when you came in? Can't you see I'm busy? Mu Wanga asked the first question, questioning Jin Hong. Jin Hong rolled his eyes at Mu Wanga, then said. This is my house. If I want to knock on the door or not, does it have anything to do with you? You better cook for me. If you disrespect me again, I'll spank you. As he spoke, he waved the phone in front of Mu Wanga, and after he finished speaking, Jin Hong left. Mu Wanga was left behind in anger, her face flushed red, her clothes ruffled, her fists clenched tightly, and she stomped her feet in anger, but it was no use talking nonsense, and her helpless expression reappeared. She could only accept this fact. An hour later, Mu Wanga brought the soup without any vegetables to the table. At this time, May, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum also came back from shopping. He was holding a few bags in his hands. There seemed to be a lot of things in the bags, but they were not heavy. "Master, we have already bought what you wanted." As they spoke, the four of them lowered their heads, their faces flushed. Then he raised his head and looked at Mu Wanga with a strange expression. Mu Wanga was a little confused. "What are you doing? What are you blushing about? Refreshed? Okay, put it inside, and then come over for dinner." "Yes, master." Then Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu went upstairs, but what they didn't know was that the room they went to was the room where Mu Wanga was. Qin Hong nodded, looked at Mu Wanga with a smile on his face, a gleam of light in his eyes. That's right, this was the gift he carefully prepared for Mu Wanga. At this moment, Mu Wanga looked at Qin Hang smiling at her, and suddenly felt creepy, her back felt cold, and she felt a bad feeling. Seeing Qin Hang pick up a piece of meat, he said with a proud look, "You are in for a treat today. This dish is my specialty. My parents both said it was delicious after eating it." Qin Hang rolled his eyes at her and said nothing. He immediately put the piece of meat into his mouth. Watching Qin Hang eat the piece of meat, her eyes fixed on Qin Hang, she really wanted to observe Qin Hang's actions and his reaction when he ate the food she cooked. I don't know what happened. She really wanted to show herself in front of Qin Hang and show her strengths. Want to get Qin Hang's praise. After Qin Hang finished eating the meat, he said two words calmly. "It tastes terrible." "That's it?" With a look of disdain, he said a few more words. "That's it? That's it? That's it?" Mu Wanga suddenly felt dizzy and everything went dark before his eyes. "What does it mean, that's it? Please, can't you give someone a compliment? What do you mean, that's it?" Suddenly, an unprecedented feeling of frustration arose. "Is there something wrong with the food I made today? I made it again," Mu Wanga said to himself, expressing his disbelief. Then he picked up the chopsticks, added a piece of meat and started eating. "Eat it. No problem. Is it because you have a problem that you can't tell the difference between good and bad food?" Mu Wanga said to Qin Hang, with a hint of anger in his words. After all, whether she cooked for herself or for her parents thought it was delicious. But this Qin Hang was so ignorant that he thought it was unpalatable and unpalatable? "This is my first time cooking for someone else, you should feel lucky," Mu Wanga said proudly. "Okay, stop telling me useless things. Don't forget your handle, otherwise I will make sure you know the consequences." Qin Hang waved the phone in front of Mu Wanga again. Mu Wanga instantly became like a deflated ball, sitting on the chair without saying a word. "Your parents must be lying to you, comforting you. It tastes so bad. They are lying to you," Qin Hang said with a firm look on his face, as if he was telling the truth. However, Qin Hang, who had mastered the cooking skill god level, indeed thought it was extremely unpalatable. "You guys should try it too. Is it unpalatable?" Qin Hang ordered Zhu Kei and the four sisters Mei, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum to try Mu Wanga's dish. 5 people picked up chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, put it in their mouths and ate it. "Master, it's really unpalatable." Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum were the first to be spoken. "Yes, master, it is indeed unpalatable." Suzaku also spoke up. In fact, they felt that the food was delicious, but the man in front of them was their young master, so they dared not say anything else and could only agree with him. He looked at Mu Wanga with an apologetic look in his eyes. You guys, why are you like this?" Mu Wanga ignored their looks and spoke directly. She was so pissed off by Qin Hang tonight that she was almost dead. Now she was joining forces with them to get pissed off at her too. She thought this was the most humiliating time in her life. "I believe it. Everyone has sharp eyes and will not lie to anyone. We are righteous. How could we possibly speak nonsense and fabricate facts?" Qin Hang spread his hands, expressing helplessness. You, Qin Hang, you really pissed me off. You asked me to cook, and I went, but now you despise me. If you have the ability, do it yourself, don't let me do it." After she finished speaking, tears welled up in Mu Wanga's eyes. In addition to her good looks and figure, she also had a smart business mind. She ran a large company and managed it very well. She was well known in the whole Jiangnan city and even the whole country. But at the same time, she thought that her best skill was her cooking, which was also a source of pride for her. Every time she cooked for others, she would be praised. In her spare time, she would also study recipes. Now, she cooked for others and was still despised. How could she not be sad and cry? Chapter 16, Tears of shame flow from the corners of my mouth. At this moment, Qin Hong saw the beauty crying and was instantly at a loss. You know, he hates to see women cry. He felt that he had gone too far. It was he who suggested cooking, and now he even complained that other people's cooking was bad. He immediately started to coax Mu Wanga. Elegy, I was wrong. Don't be angry and stop crying. I'll show you my skills. Let me show you my cooking skills. Seeing their young master coaxing a woman was the first time for Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu, and their eyes were filled with shock. Although Mu Wanga was indeed as beautiful as people said, she wouldn't lower herself to coax him. You have to know that their young master has made many women cry, but they have never seen him coax a single one, let alone see him so flustered. The 5 people hurriedly helped to coax him. It took several minutes to coax Mu Wanga into calmness. You said you would cook for me to taste. If your cooking is delicious, I will forgive you. Mu Wanga said sobbingly and wiped away her tears. Qin Han was actually quite speechless in his heart. How could you, a big CEO, cry so easily? You didn't do this when I kidnapped you. In fact, even Mu Wanga herself did not expect that she would cry. If she encountered such a situation in the past, she would ignore it. Unexpectedly, she turned into a weak woman when she was with Qin Hang. She was no longer an iceberg president or a strong woman. Seeing that Mu Wanga had stopped crying and had been coaxed into crying, Qin Hong walked into the kitchen. He was a man who had acquired the culinary skill god level, and he just wanted to try out his own cooking skills, and he also developed a sense of curiosity. Can't help. He wanted to show off. Seeing Qin Hong walk into the kitchen, Mei, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum looked at each other with disdain. Master, it seems like you have never been to the kitchen and have never cooked before. Let's go and take a look. In their memory, Qin Hong could not cook at all and could not even enter the kitchen, so the 4 of them took turns to cook. Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu hurried to the kitchen, fearing that their young master might get hurt there. Mu Wanga followed over as well. She also wanted to see what dish Qin Hong was going to cook. In the kitchen. Because just try it. Qin Hong did not choose those more complicated dishes. I directly chose the simplest braised pork. Everyone can make braised pork, but only a few can make it the best. It is a very challenging task even though everyone can make it. At this time, Qin Hong took out a piece of pork belly with skin, but he was not in a hurry to cook it. Instead, he took out the flamethrower and burned the hair on the meat with an open flame, and then scraped off the pig hair with a knife. Use a knife to cut into pieces, making sure each cut is beautiful and the pieces of meat are all the same size. Then pick up the pot you usually use for cooking at home, pour in an appropriate amount of water, and prepare the 3-piece set of onion, ginger, and cooking wine to remove fishy smells. After everything was ready, Qin Hong put the pork belly with skin into the pot and added the prepared 3-piece set of ingredients for removing fishy smell. As white foam rose in the pot, the meat was cooked, and Qin Hong took the meat out. Heat oil in a pan, prepare to fry sugar color, add wei jisian soy sauce, cinnamon, bay leaves, onion, ginger, rice wine. Rock sugar, dark soy sauce. A series of spices for braised pork are added. Afterwards, the braised pork was slowly cooked, and the aroma of meat spread throughout the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of meat. Wow, nice smell. Qin Mei said, it smells so good. In her impression, Qin Hang is the eldest young master of the family, a person who is loved by everyone. He would never go to a place like the kitchen. Usually, she and her sisters cook. She had never thought that her young master could actually cook, and she thought so. She knew it must be delicious without tasting it. She and her other sisters could also cook braised pork, and they thought it was a signature dish in the 5-star hotel, but it was inferior to her young master's. Mu Wanga, who was following behind, was also surprised. Qin Hong could actually cook? In her opinion, the only change in Qin Hong now is his appearance and temperament, which are so outstanding. I didn't expect that he could cook. After all, in her impression, Qin Hong was just a playboy. Besides, with Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, Chrysanthemum and Vermilion Bird serving him in the villa, it was impossible for him to cook. I followed him here to see him make a fool of himself, but I didn't expect that the food was so delicious. The pork belly was crystal clear, and with the addition of coriander as garnish, it didn't need too many high-end ingredients to be so delicious. No wonder he complains that the food he cooks is not tasty. She was jealous. Tears of shame flowed from the corners of his mouth. Yes, she wants to eat. Watching Qin Hong perform the set of movements smoothly and naturally. Then she thought of her young master who had shown strength in dealing with Lu Chen, which had given them so many surprises and astonishments. She then thought, what was so strange about cooking a dish? This is amazing. They had witnessed the whole process of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum from beginning to end. In the kitchen filled with the aroma of meat, tears flowed from the corners of their mouths. Qin Heng's control of the heat and timing was very good and just right. They had been cooking for so long but still hadn't reached that level. Of course, the food they made was not bad, but it was still far from what Qin Hong had done. Then, Qin Hong brought out the meat and put it on the dining table. Okay, try my cooking. Qin Hong said confidently, his tone calm and confident. They smelled the aroma in the kitchen and couldn't wait to try it, but they couldn't taste it unless Qin Hong asked. As Qin Hong spoke, the six of them also picked up their chopsticks and put the meat into their mouths. In an instant, their eyes widened in surprise. This was a collision of taste buds, so delicious. It tastes fat but not greasy, lean but not dry. 2 words, delicious. At this moment, Mu Wanya's mind had drifted far away, towards memories. She has loved eating braised pork since she was a child, especially the braised pork made by her mother. Whenever she encountered difficulties or was tired and unhappy at work, her mother would make her a plate of delicious braised pork. Mu Wanya had not eaten the food cooked by her mother for a long time. She was determined to let her mother cook for her when she returned home. This taste is very warm. Everyone was immersed in the warmth. When the food creates artistic conception, that is the realm of the god of cooking. Looking at the people who were tasting the food with their eyes closed, Qin Hong interrupted. Don't just focus on eating, give me some comments. After hearing Qin Heng's words, they slowly came to their senses. Master, I really don't know why the food you cook is so delicious. You have never cooked before. When did you learn it? May, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum asked in confusion. Never mind, as long as it tastes good. Then he looked at Mu Wanga. Mu Wanga was still picking up meat and putting rice into his mouth. Did you taste the long-lost taste of your mother? Qin Hong looked at Mu Wanga and said with a smile. He knew that Mu Wanga's favorite dish was braised pork. Although she studied recipes, she did not make braised pork. The main reason was that her mother would always make a plate of warm braised pork for her when she encountered difficulties. So Qin Hong made this dish for this purpose. In fact, he didn't understand why a girl loved braised pork so much. After all, braised pork should be fat and lean, otherwise it won't taste good at all. Mu Wanga actually likes it. Although he doesn't understand, he doesn't ask. After all, everyone has their own hobbies. Chapter 17, I've prepared it for you. Watching Mu Wanga eating with relish. Is it delicious? Does it taste like my mom's? But I'm a man, don't treat me as a mother, I want you to treat me as a father. Qin Hong said jokingly. Mu Wanga was eating happily, but then Qin Heng's words reached her ears. Bang! Mu Wanga threw the chopsticks onto the dining table. I don't want to eat anymore. Mu Wanga pouted and spoke aggressively, but she looked quite cute, without the airs of an iceberg president at all. Then he got up and went to the sofa to watch TV. However, the vermilion bird, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum did not behave in such an extreme way. When they are performing some special tasks, they eat compressed biscuits to fill their stomachs, and sometimes even eat some insects containing protein, or even don't eat anything. So this meal is already a rich one for them. Oh, I cooked too much braised pork, and there's a lot of rice left. It would be a shame to throw it away. Qin Hong put down the chopsticks in his hand. Said casually. There was still a little braised pork and rice left. That's right, he did it on purpose, and his words were meant entirely for Mu Wanga in front of the TV. Brush, brush, brush. In an instant, 5 pairs of eyes looked towards Qin Hong. But he changed his mind and seemed to understand something. Brush, brush, brush. His gaze retreated again and looked at other things, as if it had nothing to do with him and he knew nothing. Mu Wanga, who was in front of the TV, looked at Qin Hong secretly with her beautiful eyes after hearing what Qin Hong said, but seemed to realize that she was discovered. She looked back at the TV. In fact, she was very nervous. Shin Hang ignored all this and pretended not to see it. He brought the bowl to Mu Wanga and said in a commanding tone, "Go, wash the dishes in the kitchen for me, and throw away the leftovers. Hurry up and stop looking. We've finished eating. It's time to get to work." Shin Hong said urgently. "What? Did I hear that correctly? I didn't eat much, why did you ask me to go? They all ate more than me, why did you ask me to go?" Mu Wanga immediately gave in and said unwillingly. At this time, Zhuke, May, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, who were watching the fun on the side, decided to go out for a walk after being inexplicably implicated. There were too many troubles in this villa, so it was better to leave and be careful. Why do you care about them? You are you. They are them. Who eats more or less? You'd better finish brushing it quickly, otherwise, humph. After saying that, Shin Hong took out Mu Wanga's handle cell phone again and waved it in front of her. I watched my phone dangling in front of me, but I couldn't get it. Mu Wanga was furious, but she could do nothing about it. Who told her that someone else had her secret in their hands? Who should she blame? She should blame herself for storing the phone. She would definitely store it somewhere else next time. This was the only way Mu Wanga could comfort herself. Clean up the dishes obediently. In the kitchen. Seeing that there was still half a bowl of rice and braised pork left, Mu Wanga started eating immediately. She was not full in the first place, and Shin Hang made her so angry that she couldn't eat anymore. This Shin Hang is so bad. He only knows how to bully me and doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women. The people pursuing me lined up all over the country, so I could do whatever I wanted. He didn't give in to me at all and bullied me, but I couldn't get angry when Shin Hang bullied me. I didn't know why. Mu Wanga was alone in the kitchen. She completely ignored her goddess appearance and started eating like a whirlwind. The food was so delicious. Even after such a long time, the food still exuded a strong aroma. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Wanga ate too fast and the food tasted so good that he seemed to choke. In the living room, Shin Hang's current physical condition and hearing were excellent. When he heard the noise coming from the kitchen, which was Mu Wanga's cough, Shin Hang could guess that this icy president was eating secretly, and he ate too quickly and choked. Then he got up, poured her a glass of water and took it to the kitchen. When the door opened, Mu Wanga seemed to notice it. He immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, wiped his mouth, turned around and looked at Shin Hang. He was very nervous, as if he was afraid that Shin Hang would discover something. "No hurry up and finish washing the dishes for me, otherwise you'd better be careful. I'm not threatening you, I'm talking to you nicely, do you understand?" After saying that, Shin Hang placed the poured water in front of Mu Wanga, turned around and left, closing the kitchen door. Mu Wanga watched Shin Hang put the water in front of her, and she was moved. She began to wonder if he knew that she was cheating on her and poured water for her. Did he like her? Her little face turned red, but then she remembered Shin Hang's words. "I'm not threatening you. Mu Wanga? If I don't threaten you to not let me go, if I don't threaten you to take my phone, you're asking me to finish washing the dishes and cook?" The originally flushed face turned into anger. "After eating, I looked at the dishes in front of me and could only wash them helplessly. Mu Wanga is flustered for you, causing him to lose his composure, and his destiny points increase by 100. Mu Wanga is angry with you, causing him to become unstable, and his destiny points increase by 100. When he heard the system prompt sound, Shin Hong raised a smile. The reason why she coaxed Mu Wanga to pour water for her was just to train her better. Shin Hang's plans were gradually getting on track. It was 9:30 in the evening. Where do I sleep? After being hugged and kissed by Shin Hong, to being caught cheating, Shin Hong bringing her water and bullying her, Mu Wanga now completely acts like an iceberg president. The tone of his voice was no longer as cold as before. "Across the room from me," Shin Hong said lightly. "Can I choose a room by myself?" Mu Wanga's face turned slightly red. "Certainly. Can't." Shin Hong refused without hesitation, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Why? There are so many rooms in the villa, can't I just choose one?" Mu Wanga asked. "Live opposite Shin Hong? What if Shin Hong loses control and breaks into my room at night? With someone like me, there is no room for defense at all. I was afraid you'd run away." Shin Hang explained, and then took out his cell phone. Mu Wanga was furious, but helpless. You. Then I want to take a shower, but I don't have any clothes to change into, so I'm going out to buy clothes. I knew you would have this difficulty. I am so considerate and I knew it. I have already prepared the clothes for you. I think you'd like it. The clothes are in your room, which is across from mine. Shin Hong pointed upstairs and motioned her to go and take a look. Chapter 18, Absolutely Love It. Mu Wanga was stunned. Are you ready for me? Do you know what size clothes I wear? Just prepare it for me. Do I like it? How do you know I will like the clothes you prepared? Don't worry, I've tried the clothes that fit you clearly, and you'll definitely like the clothes I prepare for you. It was as if he had seen through Mu Wanga's heart. Shin Hong said something. An inexplicable look flashed across his face. Brush. A slight blush appeared on Mu Wanga's face. In the afternoon, when Shin Hong hugged me, his hands were always playing tricks. It turns out that he was measuring his own size. Oof. I want to see if the style of the clothes you bought for me is what I like. Mu Wanga snorted coldly, turned around and went upstairs. With a doubtful attitude, he went upstairs and opened the door opposite Shin Hang. When she saw clearly the clothes lying on the bed in the room, she couldn't help but be stunned. Maid outfit, black silk, white silk, fishnet, bunny girl, miniskirt, hollow, sexy. There are many styles, but they all have one characteristic: short, thin and exposed. Mu Wanga was dazzled and blushed. He turned around and went downstairs. You actually bought me this kind of clothes and asked me to wear it. Mu Wanga's face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to bleed. Aren't you going to look at the others? Shin Hong spoke to her indifferently, with an inexplicable look on his face. Hearing Shin Hang's words, Mu Wanga went upstairs unconsciously and opened the closet. At one point she froze. There are OL professional attire, nurse uniforms, and many revealing cosplays of female anime characters. The styles are so varied and countless that it's hard to keep up. No wonder May, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum each held a large sack in their hands. No wonder they blushed when they looked at themselves. It turned out that they were buying these clothes for themselves. Mu Wanga's expression kept changing. How about this outfit I carefully prepared for you? Do you like it? Send it to me to see. At this time, Shin Hong also went upstairs and came to Mu Wanga and said, What did you buy for me? I won't wear it, even if you kill me. Mu Wanga said through gritted teeth. No, I see in your photos that you are very happy in what you are wearing, and your poses are also very good. Shin Hang smiled indifferently and looked at her and said, You. Mu Wanga was furious. Okay, it's happily decided. You will wear this from now on. I'm officially informing you that you are now my maid. If you don't want to wear it, I don't mind letting Suzaku help you. After saying that, he did not forget to take out his cell phone and waved it in front of Mu Wanga. Mu Wanga was so angry that her teeth were itching and she wanted to cry but had no tears. Mu Wanga feels so ashamed that his mind becomes unstable, and his destiny points increase by 100. Okay, starting tomorrow you can only wear this. I don't want you to wear anything else. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Without waiting for Mu Wanga to refute, Shin Hong returned to his room, leaving the angry Mu Wanga alone. Then, he returned to his room and laid down on his bed. Shin Hong did not sleep. Instead, he picked up his phone and opened WeChat. WeChat messages are directly 99 plus particularly conspicuous messages. That's not all. The message in the group is also read 99 plus. Many people sent me messages, most of them were girls, and fewer were boys. These are all the people I used to hang out with in my previous life. Those women are the ones who want to rely on their bodies to get ahead of me. Unfortunately, the current Shin Hang is no longer the original Shin Hang. He deleted these people immediately and only kept some friends from school. Looking at his classmate, named Fan Jian. He was my younger brother when I was in college and he always followed me around. When I looked at the message, I found that I had received more than 50 messages. Mr. Chin, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow is our college reunion, are you coming? College reunion? Shin Hong raised his eyebrows. Thinking back to Fan Jian, he is quite mean as his name suggests. These are the nicknames that the classmates who were bullied by him gave him behind his back. Fan Jian is the eldest son of the Fan family. When he was in college, he was one of the few rich boys in the school and got into a lot of trouble, but his father always settled it with money. But compared with my own background, it is nothing. At school, he follows me around every day, flatters me, and tries to please me, acting like a pure little brother. He is Chin Hang's lackey, responsible for doing things for him in school. Okay, I'm free now, you can arrange it. Chin Hong replied indifferently. Mr. Chin, don't worry, I will make sure to arrange this class reunion properly. Soon. Within 1 second of Chin Hong sending the message, Fan Jian replied. Chin Hong ignored him and started a group chat with his classmates. There will be a class reunion tomorrow, and old classmates must come. Don't worry, Master Chin, I will definitely be the first to arrive. By the way, this party seems to be arranged by Fan Jian. Let's see where this party is scheduled. Oh, let's go to a small restaurant. We've had enough of all the high-end food. Let's go to a different place and try something different. Master Jinjian, you are too Versailles. Even though you called me that, I have a feeling you were scolding me, but I have no evidence. Yes. What about you? Okay, guys, stop being so Versailles. You've had some delicious food, but I haven't. I didn't even have dinner tonight because I was planning on having a party tomorrow. Go away and just eat. The class group was filled with chatter. The atmosphere in the class group is quite warm. Mr. Chin, you have to go too. I have to dress up nicely. Come on, you are as fat as a pig, you fat woman, how can young Master Chin like you? Do you have a mirror at home? Can't afford one? Do you want me to buy you one so that you can see yourself clearly? Roll. As Chin Hong clicked in, he said something casually. Those who had been lurking in the group before also came out to chat, and messages kept coming one after another. Boring. Then Chin Hong turned off the chat. As he closed the chat, and all members appeared in the group. Upon closer inspection, he turned out to be the vice class monitor during college. Classmates, tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, please don't be late for the class reunion. Important things should be said 3 times. Hey, Deputy Monitor, stop talking. Young Master Chin has already said it all. Yes, Deputy Monitor, don't worry, we are a bunch of old classmates, we are always here for you. Rain or shine, I must be there. Longteng Hotel, see you at 7 o'clock. In a luxurious villa. A man was smoking a cigarette and looking at the barrage on his phone. When he looked up, he saw that it was Chin Hang's chat. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mr. Chin, are you guys invited? You don't even understand, it's me who's inviting you. But this is also true. He held this class reunion just to please Chin Hang. Otherwise, he would not hold this. Is he crazy? Chapter 19, The Beautiful CEO Does Housework. Early morning. At this moment, Mu Wanga was still in a dazed state. Looks a little depressed. The main thing was that she didn't fall asleep at night. One was that she was afraid someone would sneak into her room in the middle of the night. Second, I don't want to wear this kind of clothes in front of others. Third, she was somewhat sleepless as she thought about what happened yesterday. I finally fell asleep, but it was already dawn. I stretched, put on my clothes and prepared to wash up. All I heard was a click. The sound of a door opening was heard. Mu Wanga looked closely and saw that it was Chin Hong who came out. Chin Hong also prepared to wash up. He saw Mu Wanga and smiled. All Mu Wanga was wearing was the maid outfit prepared for her. Mu Wanga also saw Chin Hang at this time, her face immediately turned red, and she ran downstairs quickly. There's no way, it's just too embarrassing. Who is she? As the president of the Mu group, it would be fine for her to wear such clothes herself, let alone for a man. Mu Wanga knew clearly that she would never be able to raise her head in front of Chin Hong again. After Chin Hong finished washing up, he went downstairs. I saw Mu Wanga watching TV. Mei, Lan, Ju, and Suzaku also got up at this time. Mei, Lan, Ju and Ju were about to enter the kitchen to make breakfast for Chin Hang. Just as I was about to go in, I heard Chin Hong say, "Don't go, let the elegy go." Mu Wanga, who was sitting on the sofa, got angry when she heard what Chin Hong said. But she had no choice but to make breakfast obediently. If she didn't want to, she was sure Chin Hang would use his cell phone to threaten her again. You can only obey. Half an hour later. Breakfast was brought up by Mu Wanga. Chin Hong took 2 bites casually and frowned slightly. Putting down the chopsticks, ever since I used my god-level cooking skills to cook, it was really hard to swallow the food cooked by others. It was not on the same level at all. Qin Hong looked at Mu Wanga, who looked unhappy. Look at the food you cooked. Is it edible? I'm a cooking genius. Why don't you come and ask me for advice? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to do it for you every day? I will teach you how to cook in the future. You must study hard and watch carefully, otherwise I will spank you, and then I. A strange look flashed in Qin Heng's eyes. Hearing that, Mu Wanga suddenly became furious. She was very unhappy that she insisted on cooking even though the food she cooked was not tasty. But when she thought about Qin Heng spanking her, she felt helpless and even a little scared. That kind of scene, it's really hard to imagine. Thinking of this, her butt started to hurt a little. What kind of person is this? He is obviously a cooking god, and his cooking is delicious. If he can't eat his own food, he can cook it himself, but he insists on cooking it himself. If his cooking is not delicious, he will be punished. By the way, after dinner, go wash the dishes, then go to my room and wash my clothes. Remember, wash it thoroughly. If you have any laundry to do, give it to her. Qin Heng said to Suzaku, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. When they heard this, they immediately shook their heads. Forget it. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what their young master is thinking, so it's better for them not to interfere. What did you say? Qin Heng, you're going too far. You actually asked me to wash your clothes? Mu Wanga wondered if there was something wrong with his ears, or if he had heard it wrongly. Washing clothes? That means he has to wash his pants too. Then wouldn't it be underwear or something? I also need it. She is a girl, how could she do such a thing? You know, she never washes clothes at home. Her mother washes her clothes. Mu Wanga never does such a thing. What? I think there's something wrong with you. Qin Heng raised his eyebrows. Mu Wanga. Have questions? In fact, Mu Wanga really wanted to say that there was a problem, too much of a problem. But the words that came to his lips stopped. If her opposition had worked, she wouldn't have put on a maid outfit in front of him. If it had worked, she wouldn't have cooked for him and let him bully her. Now she can only obey orders, any resistance is futile. If she did anything disrespectful or against him, Qin Heng would immediately take out his cell phone to threaten her. This kind of threat was undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack on Mu Wanga. After cleaning up the dishes, Mu Wanga walked upstairs with heavy steps and opened the door of Qin Heng's room. Then he went to the bathroom and quickly took away Qin Heng's clothes. She is now looking for a washing machine all over the villa. How could such a big villa not have a washing machine? In fact, Mu Wanga didn't know that Qin Heng had already asked Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu to take the washing machine away. So now there is no washing machine in the villa at all, and Qin Heng wants her to wash the clothes by hand. Soon, Mu Wanga became disappointed. She searched every room but could not find the washing machine. There is no other way. Given the current situation, I can only bite the bullet and wash it by hand. Just as she was thinking about soaking the clothes in the water for a while and then taking them out to dry, Qin Heng's light voice came from behind. Wash your clothes for me. I will check them. If I find you fooling around, watch out for your butt. If you don't want to be punished, wash yourself clean. Hearing this, Mu Wanga's heart trembled. She knew what Qin Heng's punishment was. Just thinking about that scene made her blush. While washing clothes, Mu Wanga's face was always red. After finally finishing washing the clothes, I prepared to go downstairs to watch some TV and take a break to calm myself down. But as soon as she went downstairs, she saw Qin Heng staring at her. In her eyes, Qin Heng's eyes exuded a chilling light that made her shudder, which was quite scary. However, Qin Heng looked at her with a smiling expression. But in Mu Wanga's eyes, this expression and this look were to be taken seriously. Every time they met, bad things would happen, and he would definitely order her to do something she didn't want to do. Really? As expected, as soon as I came downstairs, Qin Heng began to order me to clean every room in the villa, clean the toilet, build the garden outside the villa, serve him tea and water, and do everything. Qin Heng kept instructing Mu Wanga to do housework. Zhu Kei and the others did not help either. In their eyes, Mu Wanga was really miserable. She did not fight back when beaten or retaliated when scolded. She obeyed the orders of her young master obediently. She did not have the airs of the daughter of the cold and icy President Mu family and was completely controlled by her young master. At this moment, Qin Heng's voice sounded again. Okay Wanga, you don't have to do these housework anymore, just leave it to Qingmei and the others. Come over here and massage my shoulders and legs. Come quickly. Mu Wanga. She was confused now. What did Qingmei mean by do it? Didn't you see that I had already done all the housework? Now the corner outside the villa was cleaned by myself? Are you blind and can't see? Chapter 20, Heading to a Class Reunion. Hearing Qin Heng's words, Mu Wanga couldn't help but grit her teeth. This was no longer treating her as a maid, this was completely treating her as a slave. In fact, what Mu Wanga thought was absolutely correct. This was Qin Heng's idea now. Of course, if it came to training, tough measures had to be used. How could it be enough to just ask you to clean and cook? If he wanted Mu Wanga to surrender, he had to imprint his image in her heart so that she would never forget it. How to do it? That is to abuse all the time, and feel good all the time. Why are you still standing there? I told them to do the rest. Come here and give me a shoulder massage. Qin Heng is now basking in the sun in the garden. Rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves and fell on his face, making him look extraordinarily handsome. He looks lazy, elegant, and easygoing. Mu Wanga approached and was stunned. It seemed very beautiful. His face flushed again. Mu Wanga, what are you thinking about? She kidnapped you. She also threatened you and bullied you. What are you thinking about? When Mu Wanga came in front of Qin Heng, he was somewhat troubled. Massage? How to do it? He doesn't know how to do that at all. What are you doing standing there? Come over here and give me a massage. Qin Heng urged. Hearing what Qin Heng said, Mu Wanga gritted her teeth and started massaging while watching the massage on TV. Yes, massage was all she saw on TV these days, but she had no idea that this was prepared for her by Qin Heng. Qin Heng frowned. What's going on? Do you have any strength in your hands? What's going on? Don't you know how to press it? Didn't you eat? Qin Heng asked 4 questions in a row, which made Mu Wanga confused, and then he became angry. You? I? What do you mean by you? What do you mean by me? You've been watching it on TV for so long but you didn't learn anything? Go find a website and learn it yourself, watch more videos, and study it. Look at you now, you don't have any strength, and you don't know how to press. You're making it difficult for me. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and waved it in front of Mu Wanga a few times. If there is a next time, you can expect to be spanked by me. Mu Wanga blushed slightly when he heard this. Qin Heng only knew how to punish her and spank her, and every sentence he said was about punishment. At the same time as I felt ashamed and angry, I also felt wronged and my teeth were itching with anger. She has been a person who has been carefully cared for since she was a child and is loved by her parents at home. How could she have suffered such an injustice? However, Mu Wanga was helpless. He could not do anything to the bad guy Qin Heng and could only surrender and let him do whatever he wanted. She had no choice but to compromise. Noon. It was still Mu Wanga who cooked. She had developed a fear of cooking. Every time she cooked, she would be criticized by Qin Heng. She no longer had the confidence to cook and felt very panicked, but she had to do it. But what was unexpected was that this time Qin Heng actually took the lead and directed Mu Wanga to cook. When they really couldn't bear to watch it anymore, Qin Heng would teach him step by step. Due to Qin Heng's cooking skills, Zhu Kei and the others would come in to watch from time to time. They also wanted to learn something from Qin Heng so that they could cook for him in the future. To them, the food cooked by Mu Wanga was still okay, indeed good, but Qin Heng felt it was unpalatable every time he ate it and frowned. Therefore, they also wanted to learn and cook for Qin Heng in the future. They didn't want to be criticized by Qin Heng after cooking. Secondly, they wanted to help Mu Wanga share the burden. After these few days of interaction, Mu Wanga has become their good friend. Whenever Mu Wanga is free, she will come to chat with them. Now they are good sisters, but the premise of chatting is to finish what Qin Heng asked her to do until Qin Heng has nothing to do and asks her to do it. Just like that, the things that originally belonged to the 5 of them were all taken care of by Mu Wanga alone. They felt a little distressed and it was too miserable, but Qin Heng didn't let them help, so they were helpless. In just half an hour, Mu Wanga had no idea what she was doing. She was completely confused, and her mind was completely blank. How confused was she? She was so confused that she didn't even know what dish she was cooking. She was so confused. While Qin Hong was teaching him step by step, he almost got all the benefits. Mu Wanga had a feeling that Qin Hong was more familiar with her body than she was. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. I have to go out for a college reunion. You guys stay home and see if your elegy skills have improved. Before leaving, Qin Hong looked at the six of them and said. Hearing that Qin Hong was leaving, Mu Wanga breathed a sigh of relief. This bad guy had finally left. Wouldn't it be possible for him to rest this afternoon? Finally, he didn't have to do all those miscellaneous tasks. No. Qin Hong frowned slightly. He came to Mu Wanga and said. Why do you look so happy? Do you really want me to leave? Qin Hong lifted her chin with a playful look. Mu Wanga turned away Qin Heng's eyes, not daring to look him in the eye, but her cheeks had begun to turn slightly red. Dress up nicely tonight and wait for me to come back. Did you hear that clearly? Qin Hong stroked Mu Wanga's hair and whispered in her ear. He pinched her cheek and walked out of the villa. Hearing that, Mu Wanga was flustered and distracted. Could it be that Qin Hong was going to attack him? Wear something nicer. Do I have to wear something revealing? In Mu Wanga's opinion, the most conservative outfit is the maid outfit. She dare not show the rest. The most important thing is to show it to Qin Heng. Do I have to wear it myself? Wait for Qin Hong to come back obediently. Then should I refuse or accept? Pooh, what am I thinking about? At this time, Qin Hong was standing at the door of his house, as if waiting for something. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone rang. Hearing the phone ringing, Qin Hong picked up the phone. He knew who was calling him. Grandpa's butler, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was my grandfather's most loyal subordinate. Before I came to Jiangnan City to develop, Uncle Fu was with me and played with me every day. I was very young at that time, and every time I made a mistake, Uncle Fu would help me avoid punishment. In Qin Heng's heart, Uncle Fu was almost like his grandfather. Hey, Uncle Fu, I'm coming out. Are you almost there? Master, I'm almost there, just wait at the door. As he was speaking, a sports car appeared in front of Qin Hong at a high speed. The sound of the motor was extremely pleasant. That kind of sound was extremely enjoyable to listen to and was every man's dream. A Pagani Huayra appeared in front of Qin Hong, and a man walked out of the car. He had a hunched back, but still exuded a powerful aura. This was Uncle Fu, Grandpa's most trusted subordinate and butler. Master, this is a sports car given to you by the master. This car is not easy to get. Uncle Fu whispered. Looking at the car in front of him, Qin Hong naturally understood that his predecessor wanted to get this car, but simply couldn't. I didn't expect that my grandfather used his connections to get this car. However, it would be more accurate to say that it was not so much looking for connections as it was that connections came to him. Someone asked him for help to give it to him, and then gave it to himself, apparently wanting to ask him to go home. Okay, Uncle Fu, I know. Grandpa misses me. Don't worry, I'll go back when the time comes. When I was at home, he disliked me for not starting a business. Now that I've come out and developed, he wants me to go back. Uncle Fu, go back and tell Grandpa that I'll go back. Uncle Fu smiled without saying anything. Knowing his young master's temper, he turned around and got into a Rolls-Royce and left, preparing to return to Kyoto overnight. Chapter 21, Yang Shuai's Confidence. Looking at the car in front of me, I can't help but sigh, this is the dream of so many people. Pagani Huayra is known as the god of wind. The conservative price is over 70 million. The top speed is 378 km per hour, and the acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour is 3.2 seconds. Just thinking about the adrenaline rush is refreshing. If you have a dream, of course you have to let it fly. Without thinking too much, I prepared to go to the class reunion. Just a touch of the accelerator and the engine emits a low roar that is really fascinating. Qin Hong was driving the car, of course not to race, but to experience the joy of driving the function. Along the way, the rate of pedestrians turning their heads was 100%. This handsome sports car, even if you don't know what brand it is, its shape is definitely the most eye-catching. Oh my god, whose sports car is this? It's so cool. A cute little girl said on the road. 7 p.m. Longtong Hotel. The downstairs has been reserved by Fan Jian. As soon as you enter the door, you can see a lot of luxurious decorations. The decoration is very grand. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the largest hotel in Jiangnan City. People were all in the lobby on the first floor, which was filled with champagne, red wine, and various expensive world-famous wines, all neatly arranged. There was also a wide variety of delicious dishes, delicacies from land and sea, all placed on the long table. The people inside held wine glasses and exchanged pleasantries, then talked about the big projects they had worked on in their lives in the past few years since graduation. At this moment, in the center of the hall, there were several young figures chatting with each other. "Mr. Qin, why haven't you come yet? Are you not coming?" "Impossible," young Master Qin said he would definitely come back. "Yes, he will definitely come back. He said so in the group chat last night. He will come back by himself. Maybe he was delayed on the way. I just counted, there are 43 people here, 2 more are needed." Really, there are 2 missing. One is young Master Qin, and who is the other one who hasn't arrived yet? It's Yang Shuai. Yang Shuai hasn't come yet. Yang Shuai? That guy, it's already 7 o'clock, why hasn't he come yet? Does he look down on us and doesn't take us seriously? Maybe I'm not doing well in my class, so I'm embarrassed to come here. Ha 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 ha. While everyone was talking, a handsome figure walked in. The person who came was the Yang Shuai they were talking about. When this group of people were talking just now, what they said made him very unhappy. Why? The reason why Qin Han was late was that he was delayed by something. He is late, which is disrespectful to his classmates. He says he is sorry for coming. What is the right for him to do so? But soon, his expression returned to normal and he stopped pursuing the matter with this group of people. They were just ordinary people, what could they know? How is your class doing? How much money can you make after all these years? You don't even know if you can afford 4 dishes and a soup, and you're still talking about him? I am the chosen one who owns the system, the real son of destiny, and I am making money every second. How can you mortals compare with me? Yang Shuai sneered in his heart. Walked straight to the main seat at the long table. Because he saw the squad leader there. My class is full of geniuses, all of them are people of value, their families are also quite wealthy, or they are people with good relationships and good vision. I feel very inferior in this class, so inferior that my classmates act as if I don't exist. In this class, the rich have no shortage of fawning and sycophantic lackeys. Because of my humble status, poverty and poor family background, I feel even more humble in this evil class. I have always been the target of bullying and ridicule by those rich kids and their lackeys, and I dare not resist at all, nor do I have the strength to do so. However, the squad leader, Nangong Mingyue, did not despise, mock or insult herself like them. Instead, he would always care about his own study situation and status, and would help him when they bullied him. Over time, Yang Shuai gradually fell in love with Nangong Mingyue. But due to his inferiority complex, he didn't dare to confess his feelings to Nangong Mingyue. And now, it's completely different now. He has been reborn and has a system. He is destined to become a remarkable man and dominate Jiangnan City. Naturally, he would not let go of the people he liked in the past, and he even had some bold ideas, which was to expand his harem and make countless women submit to him. Come to the main seat. Yang Shuai smiled, which he thought was charming and confident. Just when he was about to say hello to the woman he liked, an untimely voice interrupted him and said, "Sorry, this is Mr. Qin's seat. There is no place for you here." Yang Shuai's expression suddenly froze. He turned his head slightly to look at the place where the voice came from, and saw Fan Jian looking at him with a disdainful expression. He was quite upset, but he couldn't lose his temper since the person he loved was here. Snort. Yang Shuai snorted coldly and left. Walked towards the back position. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This Yang Shuai is truly an exceptional talent. He doesn't think the seat next to the squad leader is reserved for himself, does he? I am dying of laughter. Today's first joke is about him. He is really a dragon and a phoenix. I am dying of laughter. Water, give me some water. I need to calm down. I can't take it anymore. I really don't understand. Have you become more confident or stupid after not seeing you for a few years? You don't even look in the mirror to see what you look like, but you actually want to be the host. Okay. After all, he was the most humble one in our class. He finally became confident for a while. Everyone should stop laughing at him. How can he compare with young Master Qin? Yes, 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 stop laughing. You guys just know how to laugh. I came here today just to eat and drink for free. Once you guys laugh, I'll be full of laughter. Ha 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 ha. I listened to the insults and ridicules from my classmates and I just ignored them. A sneer appeared in my heart. Laugh, laugh out loud. After a while, the more you laugh, the more painful it will be when you are hit on the face. Okay, stop laughing and be quiet. I'm going to call Mr. Qin to ask if he was delayed by something. He hasn't come yet. Everyone wait. Time passes by little by little. Fan Jian was going to call Qin Han to ask about it. I stood up, walked to the hotel door, and was about to take the phone out of my pocket. He glanced around casually. It didn't matter that he just took a look, but this look immediately stunned him and made him dumbfounded. Holy shit! Holy shit, what did I see? When he came to his senses, he immediately cursed. Wow! Brother Fan, what happened outside? Why is there so much shouting and screaming? Someone asked in confusion. Chapter 22, Yang Shuai is pretty handsome. There's actually an 8th generation Rolls-Royce Phantom outside. The 8th generation. Fan Jian muttered to himself. What, Brother Fan, what did you say? Some people who know cars were stunned. Ask again immediately. Then, a group of people ran out. Sure enough, outside the hotel, there was a black and white Rolls-Royce Phantom that looked very imposing. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was quite conspicuous, parked in the middle of the road to the hotel. Many people were taking pictures with their mobile phones, curious about whose car it was. Fuck, it's actually true. There really is one parked there, and it's the 8th generation Rolls-Royce Phantom. I've seen it all online, but I actually saw it here. That's awesome. Is this what it means to be rich? Stopping in the middle of the road and doing whatever you want? The life of rich people is so good, so delicious. Several students who knew a lot about cars were discussing excitedly. Only squad leader Nangong Mingyue and Yang Shuai looked calm on the field, watching everything in front of them. He didn't shout like them. They sat in their seats as if these things had nothing to do with them. Of the two, Nangong Mingyue was really calm. She herself came from an extraordinary family background. Her family had cars worth tens of millions. She even had a Rolls-Royce Phantom at home. To Nangong Mingyue herself, it was not worth making a fuss like they did. And the other person is Yang Shuai. The main reason why Yang Shuai had an indifferent expression was that he was the one who drove this Rolls-Royce Phantom and parked it in the middle of the road to the hotel in order to show off in front of his classmates. If he blocked other people's way and someone drove in, a waiter would definitely come to find him, and then he could show off in front of his classmates and satisfy his vanity, thereby letting those so-called rich people who look down on him see who the real rich man is. Wow! This Rolls-Royce Phantom must be worth several million, right? A pretty female classmate said. Although she is a girl, she also likes cars, especially luxury cars, and knows quite a bit about some luxury cars. TSK. Millions? You're dreaming if you can get it with just a few million. If it's only a few million, I'll get it no matter how high it goes. How much does it cost? The pretty female classmate asked puzzledly. Let me tell you. This car was just launched in July this year. It's the 8th generation of the Phantom and costs about 12 million. Fan Jian stood in front, paused, and continued. This is not an ordinary Rolls-Royce Phantom, it's the 8th generation Phantom. This 8th generation Phantom maintains the classic shape, but has made some adjustments in some details, and more importantly, has been improved in configuration. You can see that the daytime running lights have become a ring-shaped light strip, and the overall shape of the lights is simpler. This is also a more obvious identification for distinguishing new models. In addition, laser headlights are also used for the first time. In terms of power, the 6.7-liter V12 engine and 6-speed automatic transmission work together. The Phantom accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in less than 6 seconds, but for safety reasons the top speed is limited to 240 km/h. This car modification shows off your status even more. Everyone heard Fan Jian's explanation. Many people exclaimed. This is something I can never afford in my entire life. It is indeed a top-notch luxury car. I can't afford it in this lifetime, let alone in the next. Just when they were admiring the luxury cars, a waiter came over and was quite polite. It's finally here. When he saw the person coming, Yang Shuai's heart moved and he was very excited. He finally came. Everyone, pay attention, I'm about to start showing off. As expected. The waiter passed by everyone and walked straight to Yang Shuai. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Sir, could you please move the Rolls-Royce Phantom? We have guests going upstairs and it's inconvenient for them to come in." Wow. Hearing the waiter's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. The whole audience was stunned and silent. "Okay, no problem." Yang Shuai stood up from his seat, looking calm and composed. But in fact, he was quite excited in his heart and felt extremely happy. It felt so good. He felt particularly relieved when he saw the stunned expressions around him. Looking at those rich people who thought they were noble and their silly looks, he felt indescribable joy in his heart. Especially when the waiter asked him to move the car, squad leader Nangong Mingyue actually looked at him. Make him more confident. Then, he prepared to go to the middle of the road to the hotel with the waiter to move the car. Did I hear correctly? Then, that Rolls-Royce Phantom belongs to Yang Shuai? You heard it right, it's his. A classmate came to his senses and his voice was trembling. Yang Shuai, no. Classmate Yang Shuai, is the Rolls-Royce Phantom the waiter was talking about the 8th generation Rolls-Royce Phantom that is parked in the middle of the road to the hotel? Some people still didn't quite believe it and asked with trembling voices. Yang Shuai nodded calmly, as if it was a trivial matter. Hiss. Then, there were sounds of people gasping for air. Oh my god, that 8th generation Phantom is really Yang Shuai's. This Yang Shuai is actually the owner of the 8th generation Rolls-Royce Phantom. How can he be so awesome? No, isn't his family background very ordinary? Ordinary is beyond ordinary. Even if he has a driver's license, how can he afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom? How can you afford a luxury car worth 12 million? Then he couldn't have borrowed this car through connections, right? Or rented it? Impossible. That idiot would lend him such a nice luxury car? It's even more impossible to rent it. Who would rent this car? Only someone must be crazy. Let's go and take a look. Then, the crowd rushed out and all walked out of the hotel door. At this time, Nangong Mingyue was the only one left in the entire first floor hall. She is quite helpless now, looking at the empty hall, somewhat speechless. Is it that necessary? But there was no other way, since they all went out, I had to follow them. In fact, she also wanted to know what was going on. She knew Yang Shuai's family background and situation very well. How could he suddenly be able to drive a luxury car worth more than 10 million yuan? Now she is also ready to go and see what is going on. A group of people appeared outside the hotel. Then I saw Yang Shuai park the Rolls-Royce Phantom in an empty parking space beside the hotel. Suddenly, the crowd was shocked. Look, it looks like that Rolls-Royce Phantom is really his. Oh my god, this is so awesome. How come Yang Shuai is so rich? Was he pretending to be so when he was in school? He likes to keep a low profile and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? Actually, I think Yang Shuai is quite handsome. He probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? Indeed, he is quite handsome, but still not as good as young Master Qin. To be honest, which rich man isn't handsome? Chapter 23, Qin Hung appears. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, and everyone was expressing their own guesses. Yang Shuai parked the car and came to the hotel entrance. He saw his classmates were talking about it. Most of them were looking at him with admiration. Some were envious, while others were jealous. This was the effect he wanted to see. Yang Shuai was very proud, especially when he saw Nangong Mingyue in the crowd. He naturally thought that Nangong Mingyue came to see him. The next moment, Yang Shuai showed a smile that he thought was charming and walked towards Nangong Mingyue. He wanted to appear in front of Nangong Mingyue as a king returning and make her look at him with new eyes. But before Yang Shuai took a few steps, he heard a noisy sound in the crowd. The crowd that was originally centered around him quickly turned to other locations. Look, what is that? Wow, this car is awesome. To describe it in 3 words, it's awesome. To describe it in 7 words, it's awesome, cool, awesome, awesome. Wow, this car is so cool, what kind of car is this? This is fucking hell, if I'm not mistaken it should be the god of wind. Wind god? Holy shit. There really is a wind god in the country, my god. TSK, I'm obsessed with this damn purple color. What about you guys? How much does this car cost? From what I know, it should be around 70 million or more. This car is awesome. Among the crowd, Nangong Mingyue came over after hearing the noise. I saw a Pagani Huayra slowly approaching. When you see the license plate, there was a strange look in her eyes. The license plate number is AQJ888. Qin Hong, could it be you? Nangong Mingyue whispered softly. I heard exclamations from the crowd one after another. Yang Shui stopped and looked outside the door with a frown. At first glance, I saw Qin Hong's purple Pagani Huayra. Just the appearance is cool. Compared with this function, his Rolls-Royce Phantom is not worth mentioning at all. It's like a grandfather and a grandson driving the same car. The smile on Yang Shui's face gradually froze. Today's party was supposed to be his time to show off, but he didn't expect something unexpected to happen. The appearance of this car instantly reduced his pretentiousness by several levels. Who bought this? This car has been sold at a sky-high price. You can't buy it with money. From what I know, there are very few of these cars, and this is a limited edition. Speaking of limited editions, there are 3 types: Yazi, Bashya, and Chiwon. They are definitely rare items. There are 2 reasons why there are so few Paganis. The first is that they are expensive. The second reason is that the Pagani factory is too small and has too few employees. I heard that the boss of Pagani was a racing car designer. Later, he worked as a worker at Lamborghini for a while, and then he started his own business. There are 2 types of Pagani, one is the Pagani Zonda and the other is the current Eolus. The rest are some limited editions, which are skin cars. The performance of Pagani Huayra is beyond doubt, and it even set a record for mass-produced cars. However, the biggest selling point of this Pagani is not its speed, but its appearance. To put it bluntly, this car is a work of art. This car is so cool, it's really a work of art. Who is this? I want to marry him and be his girlfriend. No, didn't you fancy Yang Shui? You thought he was pretty handsome. Why are you taking a different approach now? Yang Shui? Ha, forget it, I was just joking. The crowd was still discussing. Everyone stared at the cool Pagani Huayra slowly approaching. It was a complete work of art, so beautiful and handsome. Then, he drove into a parking space. Parked in the parking space. The driver's door slowly opened. Everyone's face was full of anticipation, and they really wanted to know who the owner of this Pagani wind god was. What kind of person can own a Pagani Huayra? Just by looking at the license plate number, you can tell that he is not an ordinary person. They didn't have to wait long before a young figure got out of the car. He had an extremely handsome face, like a sculpture in heaven, and had an extraordinary temperament. A pair of eyes, as clear as the sea, like the stars in the sky. He seemed to be born with an indescribable invisible charm. People couldn't take their eyes off him. Countless people's attention was attracted by him. Those who had just come to see the car were also attracted at this moment, and their attention was completely focused on that figure. Attracting other people's attention all the time. At this time, it was quiet outside the hotel, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. They were stunned, shocked by this peerless beauty, too handsome, too good. They were now completely frozen in place, and they probably wouldn't wake up if someone slapped them. However, this silence did not last long. After a while, a noisy sound arose here, louder than before. Reached a peak. Who is this? Isn't he so handsome? This is more handsome than those young guys. Young handsome guys? Those sissy guys? Can they compare with him? Can there be such a handsome boy in Jiangnan City? I have never seen one before. I guess you can't find one as handsome as him even in the whole country. No, the word handsome is not enough to describe him. He is perfect. I have never seen such a perfect person. He is flawless. I thought that no one in my life was more handsome than me. I have lived for 20 years and I have become more and more handsome. I thought I was invincible. I never expected that I would meet someone more handsome than me. I am really ashamed of myself. Come on, you are such an ox and a horse. You can't even compare to a finger of another person. You are a pure ox and a horse. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Do you think I'm okay with you? I'm very obedient. Handsome guy, come to my house. I'm alone at home today. The crowd was in an uproar. The girls were the ones chatting the most in the crowd. Their eyes were shining, and they wished they could swallow Chin Hung. Even some men were attracted to him because he was so handsome. As the saying goes, handsome men are prone to gossip. The girls on the field seemed to have seen a priceless treasure. In order to get to know the handsome guy, they even gave up their best friends and were ready to fight. It's Mr. Chin. In the corner of the crowd, Chin Hang's classmates recognized Chin Hang. Yes, it is indeed young Master Chin. Mr. Chin, this is too awesome, isn't it? His family prepared such a luxury car for him right after he graduated. This car is not available even if you have money. This car license plate seems to be from Kyoto. Is it from Kyoto, Mr. Chin? No matter where you are from, Mr. Chin, you are so handsome. Mr. Chin is mighty, Mr. Chin is always a god. The crowd was in an uproar, their eyes filled with admiration. They were full of admiration. They had known for a long time that Chin Hung had a great background in the school, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. 3 8s on the Kyoto card, one could imagine Chin Hang's background. Chapter 24, Dare Not Face. A faint smile appeared on Nangong Mingyue's face. If there was only one person on the field who could arouse her interest and make her laugh, it was Chin Hang. When Yang Shuai saw the scene, his face became extremely gloomy. He was extremely unhappy and anger was surging in his heart. Originally, today was his time to show off. This party was tailor-made for him. He had wanted to show off his abilities at the party and confess his feelings to the person he liked. But he didn't expect that someone would cut him off. Moreover, when he saw Nangong Mingyue smiling at Chin Hong, he felt even more unhappy. He was already very unhappy because his car was not as good as the other parties. But I didn't expect. The owner of this Pagani wind god turned out to be the person he disliked the most, Chin Hang. In school, Chin Hong did not bully or ridicule himself like others did, but he was more unhappy than those people. The main reason is that everyone in the class knows that the person Nangong Mingyue likes is Chin Hang. It is rumored that the two of them are childhood sweethearts. Chin Hung appeared in Jiangnan City, and Nangong Mingyue followed him. There was nothing he could do, this was how you loved someone. Did I just see young Master Chin looking at the top luxury car but quietly parking it in the parking space? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Suddenly, Yang Shuai's face changed. Really? Soon someone followed suit. Don't mention it, it's true. Although young Master Chin is rich, he is very low-key. That's right. When he was in school, young Master Chin was very low-key and didn't look like a playboy at all. Yeah, unlike some people who forget their last name when they get rich, and start pretending when they get rich overnight. Yes, he has no manners at all even though he is rich. He parked his car in the middle of the road next to someone else's hotel. He has no manners at all. No matter how rich he is still like that. He is despised by everyone. What do you call this? This is called vision. People with small vision are like this. They don't know that in the eyes of the real rich people, they are just a clown and not worth mentioning. Hey, comparing yourself to others is frustrating. No matter how rich you are, if you don't have any manners, what's the point of having a lot of money? Won't people still curse you behind your back? At this moment, Yang Shuai clenched his fists, and the endless anger in his heart burst out like a volcanic eruption. Of course he knew who some of the people in this group were talking about, and they were definitely talking about himself. As the saying goes, when the gap between you and a person is not that big, you will feel jealous and want to catch up with and surpass this person to win what you call victory in your mind. The so-called dignity. When the gap between you and a person is very huge, all you will feel is envy and awe. Some people may also feel jealous, but it is of little use and will only add to your troubles. But there are also people who can't even feel jealous, and this group of students is one of them. In their hearts, there was only envy and awe towards Chin Hong, without any jealousy at all, unlike Yang Shuai who had a mixture of envy, jealousy, and hatred. At this time, Chin Hong looked at his classmates and walked over with a smile. When I was about to reach out and say hello to my classmates, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded at this time. The pace of action was unconsciously slowed down. Chin Hong paused. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. Ding, the system has discovered the child of destiny, triggering the system task, kill Yang Shuai, time limit, 3 days. I heard the system prompt sound slowly ringing in my mind. Chin Hong couldn't help but frown. Then, his eyes turned to Yang Shuai. Use the system's Emperor's Qi gazing technique. Suddenly, a light blue panel appeared in front of Qin Hang. But Qin Hang was not in a hurry to look, but continued to look at Yang Shuai. Golden light appeared above Yang Shuai's head, emitting a golden light that only he could see. Then the light condensed into substance, instantly forming the shape of a crown. The crown of luck. He is obviously the protagonist, with the unique aura of the protagonist. Then, he looked at the light blue panel that only he could see. System panel. Character, Yang Shuai. Identity, Zhang family's only son of luck, protagonist of luck. Charm value, 73 full score 100. Strength, ordinary mortal. Luck value, 1200. System golden finger, life peak system. Oh, this is a super rich protagonist who also has a system? Finally, I've seen a system. Qin Hang was surprised and muttered something. But Qin Hang didn't care too much. An ordinary mortal can be killed at any time. He may not even have to do it himself. Anyone around him can kill Yang Shuai. He just glanced at Yang Shuai lightly and then looked away. A smile appeared on his face, an easygoing one, and he walked towards the group. Students, I'm so sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road. I'm sorry for the delay. Hey, haven't you already booked the first floor? Why don't you eat inside first? Why are you all out here? Didn't Fan Jian tell you on the phone to eat this first? Coming to his classmates, Qin Hang said with a smile. Ah. Mr. Qin, we just came out to see how round the moon is today. Yes, Mr. Qin, we are out here to see the moon. Yeah, we're not hungry yet. Qin Hang was also speechless when he heard what they said. How can there be a moon on such a cloudy day? Even if there is, it can't be round. But he soon understood. When he came here before, he saw everyone visiting a Rolls-Royce Phantom not far away. In addition, the system informed the Child of Destiny, so Qin Hang guessed that this belonged to Yang Shuai. Combined with his analysis of all the protagonist's pretentious personalities, this Yang Shuai must be pretending, and then he came and broke his plan. Okay, everyone go in. I'm so sorry for being late, so late. Qin Hang waved his hands and apologized to everyone again. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people waved their hands to indicate that it was okay. Let Qin Hang apologize? Who can bear these people? Afterwards, Fan Jian came to Qin Hang. As Qin Hang's lackey in high school, he immediately explained the whole story. Qin Hang nodded slightly, confirming his guess. Sure enough, this Yang Shuai was pretending to be cool, but he was caught by him. Then, Qin Hang nodded and looked at Yang Shuai again. Yang Shuai seemed to notice that Qin Hang was looking at him, and immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere. He lowered his head, not daring to look Qin Hang in the eye, nor did he dare to step forward and greet Qin Hang. He absolutely did not dare to face Qin Hang. I just don't dare to face it. Chapter 25, Nangong Mingyue. At this time, Yang Shuai lowered his head, not daring to look Qin Hang in the eye. Angry in my heart. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why? I feel so ashamed in front of Qin Hang, as if I were facing an abyss, and I can't even raise my head? I am the son of destiny, the future leader and ruler of Jiangnan City. How can I not be able to hold my head up high? I am the one who has the system to rise in the future and trample them down. Yang Shuai gave himself various psychological hints and encouraged himself. Finally, Yang Shuai raised his head with difficulty. But he found that Qin Hang and his group had already entered the hotel and sat down. Now I am alone, outside, feeling like a fool. As soon as Qin Hang arrived, all eyes were focused on him, and he became a transparent person in the eyes of his classmates. Being ignored and ridiculed. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. When Qin Hang heard the system prompt, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I felt even more disdain in my heart. You're so angry, how can you fight me with this state of mind? Isn't this just the new Lu Chen who changed his name, changed his appearance, and has a system? Isn't he still a fool? You little piece of trash, you really don't have the strength to fight me. Qin Hang came to the main seat surrounded by a group of people. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the person sitting next to Qin Hang was the squad leader Nangong Mingyue. Qin Hang raised his eyebrows slightly. Nangong Mingyue was naturally familiar with the place. She followed him to Jiangnan City, went to school here, and developed here. His identity is not simple either, but it is not as good as mine. At school, Chin Hong was a real school idol. Senior and junior students sent him love letters one after another. At that time, Chin Heng's desk was full of love letters, there were too many of them. However, sometimes when he was outside, Nangong Mingyue would secretly clean up the love letters so that he would not find them. Nangong Mingyue was naturally a school belle, pursued by countless boys in the school. She would receive bouquets of flowers whenever she had the chance, but she rejected them all in the end. Nangong Mingyue was able to become the school belle. Needless to say, her appearance is amazing. How could a school belle be ugly? An exquisite and beautiful oval face, a pair of charming eyes like autumn water, and beautiful long black hair tied behind the head. A pair of willow-shaped eyebrows are as ethereal and moving as smoke. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque and she is stunningly beautiful. Describe it with poetry. The beauty looks back, one smile is enough to conquer the city, another smile is enough to conquer the country, and the third smile is enough to conquer the world. At this time, Nangong Mingyue was wearing a white long dress and had light makeup on her face. It was obvious that she had dressed up specially. Everyone knew that she rarely wore makeup at school, and she would rarely wear makeup at all. She basically showed up without makeup, and she was absolutely beautiful without makeup. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that she put on makeup this time entirely for Chin Hong. She was able to attend this class reunion also for Chin Hang. If Chin Hong hadn't come, she wouldn't have come either. She just sat quietly next to Chin Hong. It naturally exudes a quiet and elegant temperament. Just see. They will make people calm and prevent them from having any bad emotions. At this time, she also looked at Chin Hong slightly, and a hint of red appeared on her face, revealing a different temperament. Chin Heng's eyes flickered, and a light blue system panel appeared in front of him. System panel. Character, Nangong Mingyue. Identity, the daughter of the Nangong family, the heroine of luck. Charm value, 97. Strength, ordinary mortal. Luck points, 1500. System cheat code, none. Brush. In an instant, Nangong Mingyue recalled her childhood in Yanjing. Chin Heng's father is very famous in the military region and has extraordinary strength, and his own father is an old friend of his father for many years. Because of this relationship, the two families have always had a good relationship. The two have known each other since childhood and played together every day. Chin Hong has been naughty since he was young, taking himself to run everywhere, and he couldn't keep up, and sometimes he would bump into things. Chin Hong would always coax him and make him laugh. I remember clearly. Under the kapok tree. The little girl's naive oath. Chin Hong, when I grow up, I will definitely marry you. Thinking of this, Chin Hong couldn't help but be speechless. It's a shame to not cherish such a beautiful childhood sweetheart who is as pretty as a fairy. He actually wanted to kidnap Mu Wanga, the cold and icy president. Could it be that my predecessor liked the feeling of being an icy president? When I thought about it carefully, it was true. Now that I have traveled to this world, I will not let this kind of tragedy happen, and I will not give these girls to the protagonist for free. You can't control your previous life, so let me control it for you. There was a gleam in Chin Heng's eyes. Chin Hong, how have you been doing recently? Have you been home? At this moment, Nangong Mingyue plucked up the courage, raised her head and took the initiative to talk to Chin Heng. After all, it is better for boys to take the initiative in this kind of thing, but there is no other way. Nangong Mingyue can only take the initiative to chat with Chin Hong. Nangong Mingyue is quite shy now. I'm doing fine. I haven't been back yet during this period. It's you. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Why do I think you have grown taller? Chin Hong put away his thoughts, spoke to Nangong Mingyue with a smile, and touched her head. Seeing that smile, Nangong Mingyue's heart skipped a beat, and then she felt shy again, with a blush on her face. An unprecedented joy rushed into my heart. As the two of them grew up, her close relationship with Chin Hong gradually became distant. We are no longer like we were when we were little, holding hands together every day. Until recently, she had never spoken more than 5 sentences to Chin Heng. But today, Chin Hong actually smiled at her. Chin Heng's smile made her extremely happy. She was very excited now that the boy she liked smiled at her. No way, I am already very tall. After calming down, Nangong Mingyue rolled her eyes at Chin Hong and spoke to him, but her tone was still full of excitement and joy. Every time Chin Hong talked to Nangong Mingyue like this, Nangong Mingyue would roll her eyes at him. Every time we chat and haven't seen each other for a long time, the first thing he says is see how taller you have grown. But today was different. Today, Jin Hong smiled at her. In her eyes, that smile was gentle. In front of someone you like, everything you do is gentle. Behind the long table not far away, Yang Shuai has been paying attention to Nangong Mingyue's every move. When he saw Nangong Mingyue rolling her eyes, suddenly, his heart melted. She was so beautiful, just like a fairy from heaven. Every move of Nangong Mingyue made Yang Shuai's heart beat fast. However, what followed was a tremendous anger. All this. It should all belong to him. The feeling of being praised and envied by everyone originally belonged to him. If it weren't for Jin Hong, the person sitting next to Nangong Mingyue now would be himself. Chapter 26, Yang Shuai's Hatred. Now the two of them are seen talking and laughing, interacting with each other from time to time, and behaving intimately. Yang Shuai felt heartbroken when he saw this scene. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. Hear the system prompt sound in your mind. Jin Hong frowned, somewhat puzzled. It seems like he hasn't provoked Yang Shuai now, right? No one mocked him, nor did anyone show contempt for him, so why were people unhappy with him? Can't help. He glanced behind the table and suddenly realized what was going on. Yang Shuai's eyes were always fixed on Nangong Mingyue. No matter what Nangong Mingyue did, Yang Shuai kept his eyes on her. Ha, you've become angry just by chatting with me. If I do something else, won't you go crazy and go to a mental hospital? Jin Hong sneered in his heart. A playful smile appeared on his face. He really wanted to know what this man would do next and how he could bring him destiny points. Soon, the waiter came up and poured drinks for everyone. Since they decided to invite Jin Hong, of course they had to make it a bigger deal. This time, Fan Jian spent a lot of money and booked the first floor. There were only classmates in their class and the waiters who poured the wine. He booked the most expensive package, each of which cost over 60,000 yuan. At this time, Jin Hong saw that all the dishes on the table were served, so he stood up from his seat, picked up the wine glass and said, "Dear students, time flies like an arrow. During these 4 years at university, we have experienced ups and downs. In the class, our class is the most united class, and we are the best in the school. Although I don't know how you have experienced work after graduation, or whether you have encountered any setbacks, I hope you remember that we are always the best classmates and we will help each other if we encounter any difficulties. I hope everyone can work smoothly and happily in the future without any worries. Today, since everyone is gathered here, let's play together and have fun. Come on, let's raise a toast to celebrate our gathering tonight. After tonight, we will all start working hard for our families and careers. Come on, classmates. Let's all have a drink. Let's raise our glasses to today's encounter, to the youth that is past, and to our future." After an impassioned speech, it reminded many students of their burning youth, when they studied hard, acquired knowledge, worked hard and studied hard for their families and their own future. The more sentimental girls had tears in their eyes at this time, tears of memories. Cheers to the lost youth, to the years. Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and drank. Seeing Jin Hong taking the lead in raising the glass, Yang Shuai felt even more unhappy. All this should have belonged to him, but Cheng Yao Jin showed up out of nowhere and completely ruined everything tonight. He hated the appearance of Jin Hong and everything about Jin Hong. But he also raised his glass, albeit reluctantly. But there was no way, everything was for Nangong Mingyue, he wanted to leave a good impression on her. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability. Increase your destiny points by 200. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Jin Hong sneered in his heart, "What a coward, he has no ability at all, and he is still unhappy with him, just wait and I will kill you in 3 days." Without thinking about anything else, Jin Hong looked at Fan Jian and said, "Everyone, enjoy your meals. What activities does Fan Jian have planned for tonight?" "Activities, there are some, Mr. Qin, how can there not be some?" When Fan Jian heard Qin Heng's words, he replied in a flattering tone. Then he whispered something in Qin Heng's ear, probably reporting to Qin Hong where he was going to play. Qin Hong nodded after hearing this, and then said to everyone, "There is a bar not far from here. After you have eaten, let's go to the bar and have some fun. If you have something else and don't want to go, you can tell me and I will arrange a car to take you back." As soon as Qin Hong finished speaking, he was greeted with a wave of agreement. Then, everyone started to clear the food off the table. Fuck, this abalone smells so good. Fuck, is this a king crab? I've never seen one before. I have to try it right away. Can you eat elegantly? Don't act like you haven't eaten in years. It's embarrassing. The waiters are laughing at you. What do you know? I'm generous and not fussy about details. Brother Fan is so generous with this table of food. If I don't eat enough, I will be sorry for Brother Fan's efforts today. A crowd of people laughed and talked. He was eating with gusto, and when he heard someone talking about him, Fan Jian smiled with satisfaction. It seems that someone still remembers me and everything I did today. However, although everyone was happy, there was someone behind the table who was not happy. He looked at Qin Hang with resentment, wishing to tear Qin Hang to pieces, but the next moment he looked at Nangong Mingyue and his eyes became gentle again. As if noticing Qin Hang looking at him, Yang Shui lowered his head and dared not look towards the table again. In fact, he didn't know that Qin Hang didn't see him at all. In other words, Qin Hang looked at everyone in the class, but not Yang Shui. Yang Shui was just afraid and humble in his heart, so he could only bow his head. He couldn't raise his head in front of Qin Hang. What's the use of having a system and being the child of destiny? Isn't it just bowing your head and keeping silent in front of a villain like him? Soon, the atmosphere gradually became heated. The classmates began to toast each other. Some hugged and cried, recalling the past in school. They were good brothers and sisters in school. They couldn't help but sigh every time they recalled. Some talked about other people's embarrassing moments, making everyone laugh. Some talked about the girls they did not have the courage to pursue in college, expressing their regrets. Class monitor: the class monitor is the spiritual leader of our class. Whenever we encounter difficulties in study or any special matter, the monitor will always help us out. I propose that we toast the monitor, our spiritual leader. Everyone, what do you think? Is that okay? Qin Hang raised his glass and spoke loudly. Bump. Yang Shui lowered his head and heard what Qin Hang said. He slammed the wine glass on the table and stared at Qin Hang fiercely. He knew Qin Hang's purpose very well, how could he not know? The reason why he did this was entirely to get closer to Nangong Mingyue, entirely for this. At this moment, Yang Shui hated everything here, hated Qin Hang, and hated that his appearance had taken away his glory tonight. He should have been the most eye-catching and respected person tonight, but Qin Hang's appearance broke everything. He was still ridiculed, spurned, and despised by his classmates. Chapter 27, Hero Saves Beauty, Excellent Acting Skills. He hated it so much, he didn't want this to happen. He knew every move Qin Hang made, they were all to get close to Nangong Mingyue and get closer to her. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as the goddess in his mind, the person he loved, fell into Qin Hang's clutches. In fact, Yang Shui didn't know the relationship between Qin Hang and Nangong Mingyue at all. What is childhood sweethearts? What is childhood sweethearts? What could Yang Shui know? Did he know Nangong Mingyue's vow? Yang Shui had no idea and could only feel helplessly furious and resentful, unable to vent. Yang Shui is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. Yes. Young Master Qin is right. It is the monitor who encourages and helps everyone overcome difficulties. As long as our classmates have difficulties, the monitor will help us selflessly. Yes, when I was bullied by people from other classes, it was the class monitor who came forward to help me. I will never forget this friendship, forever. Me too. All the students stood up, raised their glasses to toast their class monitor Nangong Mingyue, with smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Nangong Mingyue rolled her eyes at Qin Hang, but still stood up and raised her glass with everyone else. Everyone's achievements today are all due to their own hard work. Besides, as the squad leader, it's my duty to help you guys solve your problems. You don't need to thank me. This has nothing to do with me. Nangong Mingyue raised her glass with a smile on her face, looking calm and composed. The atmosphere in the whole hall became more lively and enthusiastic. The unfamiliarity between Qin Hang and Nangong Mingyue was slowly narrowing, and the gap between them was gradually dissolving. Happy times are always short. The happy dining session is over. According to what Qin Hang said before, everyone prepared to leave and took a car to the bar. Bar. It sounds like a place that connects with society. You have to know that there are people from all walks of life in the bar, and all kinds of characters emerge one after another. But for them, it was a completely forbidden place when they were classmates. Their families taught them to study hard and not to go to bars. The teachers at school also taught them the same thing, saying that there were a lot of bad guys in bars and that many well-known figures would go to bars, but most of the people in bars were people with bad social qualities and they must never go there. This was what their parents and teachers at school taught them. They are also very obedient and have never been to a bar, not even after graduation. The bar, as a forbidden place, has been completely imprinted in their hearts like a mark. Despite this, they still yearn for places like bars. Who wouldn't be curious? The more you don't let us go, the more curious we become. As they were having a party and drinking, everyone was in the mood and decided to go to the bar to experience it all, to see what kind of changes would happen in this forbidden place and what kind of people would appear in it. None of the classmates went home. They all prepared to go to the bar. The most important thing was that someone was treating them, so it would be a waste not to go. It would be nice to go and meet some people, but it would not be nice to leave alone with so many people around. Yang Shui walked in front of the crowd. He was ready to drive out his Rolls-Royce Phantom. The most important thing was that no one cared about him. While driving, he saw Qin Hong and Nangong Mingyue coming out of the hotel together. The anger in his heart was ignited again, and his eyes were filled with gloom. He started the car and drove towards the two people. That's right. Yang Shui really couldn't bear to see the goddess in his heart fall into the clutches of others, so he mustered up the courage and drove towards Qin Hong and the others. He was ready to take the initiative. With Qin Hong's strength, he naturally noticed Yang Shui who was driving over. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and an idea came to his mind. The invisible energy in his hands condensed into a ball, and instantly the energy gushed out from his hands. Nangong Mingyue, who had just come out of the hotel, felt a strong wind coming from the front. Her mind was a little dazed for a moment. On the steps, I suddenly stepped on empty air. Then, Nangong Mingyue's body fell backwards. Ah! Nangong Mingyue screamed, her face pale and bloodless. She was frightened. There is marble behind her. If she falls hard, what will happen to her? He must have fallen and become paralyzed on one side of his body. Her mind now began to emerge about her future life in the hospital and the way her family members were sad for her. Her face became even paler and bloodless, and her eyes were filled with despair and fear. Ah, be careful, squad leader. A group of classmates also saw this happen. His expression changed, and he was no longer as talkative and laughing as before. He began to worry about Nangong Mingyue. That's their squad leader, how could he not be worried? Oops. Yang Shui, who was driving, also saw the scene and secretly hated himself. Why did he drive so early? It would be great if I were outside now, so I could try my best to save Nangong Mingyue. He now feels extremely guilty about the decision he made. As her body fell backwards, Nangong Mingyue closed her eyes. Two words emerged in my mind: it's over. Really, it's over. At this critical moment. A figure quickly appeared and passed by at this critical moment. The next moment, he appeared beside Nangong Mingyue. In an instant, he hugged Nangong Mingyue, who was about to hit a corner of the marble, into his arms. This disaster was avoided. After a long time, feeling that her head was not hit, she did not feel any pain, and she did not experience any unusual symptoms. Nangong Mingyue slowly opened her eyes. I was saved. Feeling the gentle hands hugging me, the chest that gives me a sense of security, and the masculine scent blowing towards me. Nangong Mingyue's heart at this moment. She felt an unprecedented sense of security, a sense of security that was like that of her father. When she was a child, whenever she encountered danger, her father would rush to protect her first. This sense of security made Nangong Mingyue very comfortable, and she didn't want to leave his arms. The moment I opened my eyes, I looked over with eyes as white as water. As expected, the face that appeared in her sight was extremely handsome and dignified. A pair of eyes, crystal clear, shining like the vast stars in the sky. The lights on the street shone on his face, making him look extremely sacred. This figure was like the Prince Charming in his mind, and this scene gradually began to overlap with the scene in his mind. For a time, Nangong Mingyue was mesmerized by his extremely handsome face and the Prince Charming in her heart. Her eyes lingered here for a long time, and she hoped that time would stop, so that she could stay at this moment forever and feel the security on the other side. Chapter 28, Nangong Mingyue's Shyness. If the person in front of me and the Prince Charming in my heart is not Qin Hong, who else could it be? Everyone also saw clearly that the owner of this figure was Qin Hong. Qin Hung smiled and said, Mingyue, are you okay? The magnetic voice entered Nangong Mingyue's ears, and she couldn't help but be stunned again. My thoughts keep going back to my childhood. Once when I was at a river, I accidentally fell into the river and called out to my father, hoping that he would appear and save me, but no one responded. But when she was in despair, a boy quickly jumped into the river and rescued her. This boy was Qin Hong, a boy who gave her a sense of security and a boy she could entrust her life to. After a while, Nangong Mingyue slowly came back from her obsession. Feeling Qin Hong hugging her and the warm touch on her waist, 2 blushes quickly rose on her face. No. It's okay, thank you. Nangong Mingyue was extremely flustered at this time, and her speech was a little slurred. Qin Hong smiled faintly. It's all my fault. I didn't notice it and scared you. Qin Hong looked into Nangong Mingyue's eyes, and they saw each other in each other's eyes. No. It's okay, don't blame yourself. Looking into Qin Hang's eyes, Nangong Mingyue's blush became even redder. She was too shy. She turned her head away and stopped looking at Qin Hang. She looked particularly adorable. Qin Han let go of his hand without leaving a trace. Although the hero saving the beauty is old-fashioned, it is still touching. Ha, I'm glad you're okay. I'm relieved. Be careful when you walk next time. I don't want you to get hurt. Hearing Qin Hang's concern for her, she felt extremely happy, but she began to feel flustered. Okay. Nangong Mingyue's face flushed, and she lowered her head and spoke, not daring to look Qin Hong in the eye. Somehow, when Qin Hong let go, a feeling of emptiness appeared in his heart. She didn't want Qin Hong to let go. She hoped that Qin Hang would hold her forever. This feeling was so warm that she didn't want to leave. Seeing that Nangong Mingyue is fine, the students behind him finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were also stunned by what happened just now. Nangong Mingyue was held in Qin Hang's arms. In the starry sky, it seems like a beautiful painting. This scene could only appear on TV, but they didn't expect that what happened on TV would actually appear in front of them. Seeing Qin Hong in front of them, many girls in the class couldn't help but become infatuated with him. I wish it was me who fell, so that Qin Hang would treat me the same way he treated Nangong Mingyue. Damn it. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yang Shui pounded the steering wheel hard, cursing in his heart. At this time, Yang Shui's eyes were red and his face was extremely gloomy. Just the scene just now. He saw the whole thing and felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Seeing the intimate actions of Qin Hong and Nangong Mingyue and the shy expression of the goddess in his mind, Yang Shui's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. His heart was broken and his eyes were red. He was angry at Qin Hong and hated why this person was not himself. Yang Shui is angry with you, causing him to become unstable, and his destiny points increase by 300. Qin Hong raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at Yang Shui, who had a gloomy face in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. I sneered in my heart and didn't take it seriously at all. He said gently to Nangong Mingyue, wait for me here, I'll go drive. Nangong Mingyue blushed and nodded in agreement. Seeing Qin Hong leave, Yang Shui's gloomy face turned into excitement, and he thought to himself that the opportunity had come. He started the car quickly and drove in front of Nangong Mingyue. He rolled down the car window and said to Nangong Mingyue with a smile that he thought was charming. Captain, there's no one in my car. I'll give you a ride and we can go together. Yang Shui acted quite cheerfully. In his opinion, his car is a top-of-the-line luxury car worth tens of millions. Any girl would not refuse. So Yang Shui thought Nangong Mingyue would not refuse his invitation. But he miscalculated. Thank you, classmate Yang Shui, but I'm going to take Qin Hang's car, so you go first. Nangong Mingyue smiled at Yang Shui. But she directly rejected his invitation. Yang Shui's face froze, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. He was rejected and now he is extremely embarrassed. He forgot that Qin Hang's car was much better than his own. Drop. When Nangong Mingyue heard Qin Hong honking the horn, her face lit up with joy. Jogging all the way towards the cool Pagani Huayra. Yang Shui looked back. Then he saw the goddess of his dreams got into a purple Pagani that looked extremely cool. At this moment, he seemed to see Qin Hang's contemptuous smile through the windshield. At this time, Yang Shui's anger was once again ignited by Qin Hong. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the car, Yang Shui was pounding his steering wheel crazily. His hands turned red from pounding, But he didn't stop. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, you can clearly see the veins throbbing on the surface of your palms. Damn it. Yang Shuai's face was extremely gloomy. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 300. Student Yang Shuai, I have never ridden in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Can I ride in your Phantom? Just when Yang Shuai was angry, a girl whispered in her ear, and he thought it was Nangong Mingyue who had changed her mind and wanted to ride in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. He turned around happily, saw another woman, and his joy disappeared. Yang Shuai recognized her. This was the desk in front of one of her classmates. Her name is Wang Ling. It looks pretty good, acceptable. But compared with Nangong Mingyue, there is such a huge difference between them, there is no way to compare them. This woman had many boyfriends in school, but they all broke up in the end because they couldn't afford her expenses. So everyone in school knew that she was a gold digger. If you didn't have money, you wouldn't be in her eyes at all. This woman would only associate with rich men and would ignore those without money. At this time, Yang Shuai's mouth twitched a few times. He was very reluctant. The only person he hoped could ride in his car was Nangong Mingyue, the goddess in his heart. Although he was very reluctant, he couldn't refuse. He forced a smile and said, "Okay, come up." "Oh yeah, classmate Yang Shuai, you are so nice, I love you so much." As Wang Ling spoke, she opened the passenger door and sat in. During this period, she did not forget to wink at Yang Shuai and show off her figure. Look at Yang Shuai, he is a fool with a lot of money. He starts to act like a fool when he arrives. If I can use some tricks, my life will be in jeopardy. Wang Ling kept thinking in her heart. She knew herself clearly, I am confident that I can win this Yang Shuai. Chapter 29, Bar Entertainment. Wang Ling kept thinking in her heart, she knew clearly her own weight. She knew that she could not compare with Nangong Mingyue at all, and she didn't dare to even dream of getting in Qin Heng's car. Although Yang Shuai could not compare with Qin Hong, he could not compare with Qin Hong in terms of background or wealth. But after all, he is a very awesome rich second generation and he is rich. You can also afford a luxury car worth tens of millions. So, Wang Ling decided to get some pocket money from him so that she could buy herself some luxury goods and satisfy her vanity. But let us talk about Nangong Mingyue. Although she got into Qin Heng's car, she was still shocked. She grew up in a wealthy family and her family had several luxury cars worth tens of millions. However, those cars were nothing compared to Qin Heng's car. Looking at the luxurious decorations in the car, she was amazed again and again. Compared with Qin Heng's car, the top luxury cars in his home and those he had seen were no different from ordinary cars. "Qin Hong, how much did your family pay for your car?" Nangong Mingyue asked. She also knew that someone had wanted this car before and even spent more than 70 million yuan but still failed to get it. Unexpectedly, Qin Hong actually got it. This car is simply not available in China. There are too few of them and they are too expensive. This car is not a car at all, but a gorgeous work of art. The car you're talking about was given to me by my old man. I don't know how much it cost. It seems like someone asked him to do something for them, so they gave it to him, and then they opened it for me. Just open it if you've given it to me. Qin Hong replied while driving. For you? Nangong Mingyue was stunned when she heard Qin Heng's answer. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Hong raised his eyebrows. Have questions? That is simply too problematic. There are very few cars of this type in China. You may not be able to get one even if you have money. How could it be given away like this? Why don't you give it to her? Then she felt relieved. When she was a child, she often heard her father say that Qin Heng's grandfather and Qin Heng's parents had a background that was not comparable to his in the whole of China, and his mother's property was even overseas. Thinking of this, she more or less understood that even if his grandfather bought it for him, that person might not have asked for money, but must have asked for something from someone, and took advantage of Qin Heng's love for cars, so he simply gave it to his grandfather, and then gave it to Qin Heng. The classmates arrived in just over 10 minutes. Logically, Qin Hong should have driven faster, but he didn't want to drive too fast so as not to scare Nangong Mingyue. A group of people gathered at the Emperor Bar. Fan Jian booked a large private room and a group of people walked in excitedly. Just walked into. The piercing music is heard all the time, making people want to indulge in a carnival. No wonder the bar is packed with people every night. Most people come to the bar to vent their pent-up emotions of the day. Vent your dissatisfaction and anger. when they were welcomed into the booked box by the waiter. The sound in my ears finally stopped. Have to say, the sound insulation in this box is very good. You can't hear the noisy music outside at all. It's completely different inside and outside. In the box, a lot of snacks, fruits, wine and drinks were prepared for everyone to drink and taste. Everyone's eyes lit up as they had never seen such a scene before. Everything was so curious to them that they didn't know what to do first. I felt a little restrained when I saw my classmates. Fan Jian stood up and said, "I have reserved a few booths in the lobby outside, so you can all go outside and have fun. If you don't want to go outside, you can stay and sing and dance in the box." Okay, everyone responded. They did not choose to go out, but chose to stay with everyone. Someone looked at the drinks in the box, picked up a glass and gave each person a glass and said, "Come on, everyone, let's have a drink. Thank you, Brother Fan, for hosting this gathering today and bringing us together again. Yes, everyone, drink up. Mr. Fan will pay for today's consumption." In an instant, everyone was no longer reserved and became excited. When Fan Jian heard everyone talking about him and thanking him, he couldn't help but feel gratified. They are indeed his classmates. It's great that they never forget the people who dug the well when they drink the water. In that case, how about we all play a game of truth or dare? You can choose truth or dare. What do you think? Someone suggested. Okay, let's play this truth or dare game. But how do we play? There are so many people in our class. Yeah, there are 45 people. How are we going to play? His words were immediately met with a wave of agreement. Agree with his proposal. But while agreeing, it also brings up some questions. How about this? Since there are so many of us, I can play it in a roulette way. Whoever the roulette pointer chooses gets to choose truth or dare. If any classmates want to sing here, that's fine. I remember there are quite a few boys and girls in our class who love singing. They can sing for me, and we can play this truth or dare game. The pointer of the roulette will choose whoever is chosen. Those who are not chosen can discuss what to do or say for that person, but the truth or dare must be chosen by that person himself. We are only responsible for discussing a plan for them to do or answer, but we do not have the right to let him choose which method. Fan Jian stood up and said, "Yeah. I agree. In this way, out of the 45 people in the class, 23 played truth or dare, while some chose to sing or chat with good friends and sisters whom they had not seen for many years, talking about the past and some interesting things and problems that happened in their current work. No one objected, and the 23 people got together with great enthusiasm. The fire of gossip is burning in my heart. You know, gossip is something that both men and women enjoy talking about and they all want to know. This is a game of exploring other people's inner secrets, and they are very excited at the moment. At this time, they sat together, and the students who were not playing also started singing. The singing was melodious and beautiful, not out of tune at all, and it was really beautiful. The girls held hands and sang, and some boys sat together and chatted, talking about which girl they liked in school, and some game fans started playing games. The atmosphere was very warm, and everyone's face was filled with smiles, and they felt the emotion of reunion after a long separation. Just as they were about to start playing truth or dare, Jin Hung frowned, stood up and said, "Since everyone wants to play, I hope everyone won't play too much. Everyone should be careful about the limits and don't ask too many questions and make other students sad." "Don't worry, we still know this, Mr. Chin," a classmate said. Chapter 30, Yang Shui starts pretending again, pretending to be lonely. Roulette truth or dare, a game of pure luck. The game begins. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and when it began to stop, coincidentally, the needle of the roulette wheel pointed to Yang Shui. Seeing that the roulette wheel was pointing to Yang Shui, everyone started discussing what questions to ask. Soon everyone got the result and chose Fan Jian to ask him a question. "Do you choose truth or dare?" Fan Jian looked at Yang Shui and said. In fact, he didn't ask many questions about Yang Shui. This person was like air in the class. If there was anyone who would pay attention to him, it would only be the kind-hearted class monitor Nangong Mingyue. If it were anyone else, they would not care about this humble little transparent person at all. If they had to ask, what he and his classmates were most curious about was his 8th-generation Rolls-Royce Phantom. At this time, Yang Shui saw the pointer pointing at him, and he didn't show much expression. He said calmly, "I choose the truth." Soon, The scene started to get noisy, with people talking about what questions he would answer, because when the pointer selected him, everyone started choosing what questions Yang Shuai would answer or what he would do. Before Fan Jian started asking questions, everyone saw the pointer pointing to Yang Shuai and began to discuss. Some asked her which girl she liked in the class. Some people also asked him whether he was a rich second generation. Some also want to ask where his 8th generation Rolls-Royce Phantom came from. The final question was about the Rolls-Royce Phantom 8 worth 12 million yuan. This question was raised by Fan Jian. "Excuse me, Mr. Yang Shuai, how did you get that Rolls-Royce Phantom 8 worth tens of millions? Where did you get the money to buy it? Please answer seriously and tell the truth." Brush. In an instant, as soon as Fan Jian finished speaking, even those students who didn't play Truth or Dare looked at Sun Shuai. It was obvious that they also wanted to know this question, and wanted to know where he, a poor boy in the school, got the money to buy this top-notch luxury car. Fan Jian raised a question that was quite tricky and contained a lot of information. However, Yang Shuai did not care, because his system told him that all rewards issued by the system, whether it was money, items or skills, were beyond the reach of the law, and were obtained through completely formal channels, so he did not care about the question raised by Fan Jian at all. So he was not afraid or panicked at all. Instead, he was expecting that he would be the one chosen for this game. Now, just as he had expected, fate had decided to let him show off and become the star. The main purpose of this is to attract Nangong Mingyue's attention and make him pay attention to herself. In fact, I started studying stock trading when I was in college, and eventually, with my unremitting efforts, I finally figured out some tricks. So, I used part of my school money and living expenses to invest in stocks. After a few years, I was worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and then I bought this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yang Shuai narrated his answer in a calm tone. His eyes looked towards Nangong Mingyue from time to time. When he saw the fleeting look of surprise on Nangong Mingyue's face, he felt very proud. He portrayed himself as a self-made entrepreneur. Even a rich girl like Nangong Mingyue should look at me with new eyes, right? Wow! When everyone heard Yang Shuai's answer, they were shocked. Fuck! How can you be so awesome, man? You made so much money by stock trading? You haven't seen me for a few years after graduation, and you're worth hundreds of millions by stock trading. What kind of stock trading skills are these? This is amazing, I can't believe it, I thought it was. Master, take me with you. I also want to make money. I want to be your younger brother. I also want to achieve financial freedom, buy luxury cars, and wear famous brands. So that's how it is. Student Sun Shuai has always been frugal in school and rarely spends money. It turns out that he is investing in stocks. The classmates were talking about it and they all admired Yang Shuai. Everyone's eyes towards Yang Shuai changed, especially the girls present, who all flirted with Yang Shuai, wanting something to happen with him and to get something from him. Enjoying the envious and admiring gazes of his classmates, Yang Shuai's face was very calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. There was no need to exaggerate. In fact, Yang Shuai was very excited and proud inside. He now thought that his goddess had begun to look at him with new eyes. At the moment when he was feeling proud, he looked at Nangong Mingyue's relief. In that instant, it was like a basin of cold water was poured over him, freezing him to the bone, and the pride in his heart completely disappeared. He saw that Nangong Mingyue didn't look at him at all. She was happily chatting with Qin Heng. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he could see that a charming smile appeared on Nangong Mingyue's face from time to time, and sometimes a blush appeared on her cheeks. Seeing that Nangong Mingyue didn't even look at him and kept chatting with Qin Heng, his mind went blank and he was stunned. I originally wanted to use this method of starting a business from scratch to win the favor of the goddess of my heart. Obviously, he was pretending to be lonely. He didn't get the effect he wanted at all. The gap between reality and fantasy was quite cruel. Just at this time, Qin Heng turned and looked at him. The two looked at each other. He. A smile appeared on Qin Heng's lips. He knew clearly that Yang Shuai was the son of destiny and the protagonist of this event. Possessed the peak system of life. How could he possibly believe in stock speculation or a net worth of hundreds of millions? It was completely made up by him as a means to gain Nangong Mingyue's favor. However, Qin Heng did not expose him in front of his classmates. Whether the classmates believe it or not is still unclear. If Nangong Mingyue feels dissatisfied and thinks that she is jealous of Yang Shuai, that would be bad. The gain would not outweigh the loss and there is no need to do that. In his eyes, This Yang Shuai is already a dead man and is not worth mentioning at all. He will be killed by himself soon. So, let Yang Shuai be proud for a while. Yang Shuai saw this. A chill rose in my heart and cold sweat broke out instantly. He saw Qin Heng's disdain for himself in his eyes, and he felt as if Qin Heng had seen through him. Everything about him was seen through by him. I felt like I was in his clutches now. I couldn't run away at all and could only wait for death. This feeling left him completely confused. Yang Shuai, what are you thinking about? What are you afraid of? This is all just an accident. You will crush this Qin Heng to death sooner or later. Nangong Mingyue will be yours sooner or later. You are the child of destiny. You have the system. You are the protagonist. What are you afraid of just a Qin Heng? Cheer up. Yang Shuai encouraged himself in his heart and tried his best to return to normal. Chapter 31, Perfect. When Yang Shuai recovered, he saw the smile on Qin Heng's lips. In his opinion, this was a naked mockery of him, mocking that no matter how hard he tried, he would never win Nangong Mingyue's favor, let alone let her look at him even once. Damn it! Damn it, this Qin Heng approached Nangong Mingyue with absolutely no good intentions. I must stop him. Yang Shuai was so angry that he wanted to rush forward and tear Qin Heng into pieces. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his mind, Qin Heng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then started playing the game again. Next. The game continues. Everyone completely let go and just let themselves go. Some people choose to take a big risk and are asked to go on stage and sing for everyone. Some people even chose to tell the truth and took this opportunity to confess their love to the boy or girl they liked in the class. The students who had been playing games, using their mobile phones, chatting, and singing were also infected by this atmosphere and joined in the fun. From time to time, the laughter of classmates could be heard from the huge box. The classmates were having a great time, and everyone had a sincere and happy smile on their face. Fan Jian, who hosted the reunion, felt a sense of accomplishment. He also established an image in the hearts of his classmates and was glad that he had hosted this class reunion. This time it was Nangong Mingyue's turn to be unlucky, and the pointer of the roulette will turn towards her. She was chosen by the wheel of fate. She was going to participate in a truth or dare game. Nangong Mingyue was a little nervous and was considering whether to choose truth or dare. If you choose to tell the truth, what should you do if your classmates ask you who they like? Should she answer? Thinking in my heart. She secretly glanced at the handsome Qin Heng. When she noticed Qin Heng was about to look at her, she quickly lowered her head. Then choose the big risk. They won't go too far. Nangong Mingyue had already made up her mind at this time to take the big risk. After several rounds of the truth or dare game, no one asked any inappropriate questions or did anything inappropriate, so Nangong Mingyue felt more at ease. When I saw the roulette pointer pointing to Nangong Mingyue, the students were all excited, as they already had too many truth or dare questions and ways of playing in their minds. At this time, everyone was whispering about this. I think, how about asking the monitor to sing a song? What's so good about singing? Have you forgotten when we were in college? The class monitor sang during the New Year's Day performance. Should we ask the monitor how rich his family is? Why do you only care about money? You always ask this question to every selected candidate. You only ask how much money it costs. I think you are obsessed with money. Then let's ask the monitor who he likes. Just as the students were discussing in low voices, a voice suddenly appeared. This broke the debate. Very good, why didn't I think of that? Xinjian, you ask this question. The organization believes in you, and you will definitely be able to come up with something good. In the class, Xinjian and Fan Jian have the best relationship. It should be because of their names, the two are like brothers. Once again, I drank secretly in school. When I got drunk, I just drank. They immediately became sworn brothers in the dormitory and even called their parents. They decided to become sworn brothers, like real brothers. But in the end, it seems that they were reported and discovered, and the matter was over. However, although it was over, they were still good brothers to each other. Even after graduation, they would still have meals and drinks together when they had nothing to do. It was said that after they get married, the children will be treated as in-laws, and if they are two boys, they will be treated as brothers. Yufan Jian and Jinjian have a good relationship and are Qin Heng's lackeys in school. They go wherever Qin Heng goes. Um, Class monitor, do you choose truth or dare? Xinjian asked embarrassedly, scratching his head. Let's choose the big adventure. Nangong Mingyue nodded firmly and said, Wow. When Nangong Mingyue chose to take the big risk, the whole audience instantly boiled over. What they originally wanted was for Nangong Mingyue to tell them who she liked. But I didn't expect that the monitor would choose to take a big risk. I had never expected this. It really proves the old saying that man proposes, God disposes. Randomly, no one knew what to do, but Jinjian had his own way. He gave everyone a reassuring look and told everyone to leave the matter to him, which would definitely complete the task issued by the organization. Seeing Jinjian's eyes, everyone instantly understood and stopped talking. Hearing the discussions around her, Nangong Mingyue didn't pay much attention. The reason why she was able to become a school belle was not only because of her looks and figure, but also because of her literary and artistic abilities. Nangong Mingyue was very good at them, and they were all her strengths, not including the results of her studies at home when she was a child. So if she is asked to sing, dance or something like that, she is not afraid at all and is not worried at all. After all, the ability is there, so why worry? What is there to worry about? But she never expected it. Jinjian did this. Since the monitor has chosen the big dare, then hug your favorite person, or hold his hand when you leave. If not, then forget it. The monitor doesn't have to punish us. We can just go to the next round. Wow. Ouch, what the hell, what the hell? This is really killing two birds with one stone. Not only does it allow the monitor to take a great adventure, but we also get to know the person the monitor likes in his heart. Fuck, you're so awesome, you're worthy of it, Jinjian. Awesome Jinjian, even asking such tricky questions. Jinjian, why Dias? Eternal God. Ah, you are worthy of being my brother Fan Jian. The questions you asked were all unexpected. Awesome, awesome. After saying that, he did not forget to give Jinjian a thumbs up. This is an amazing question, very professional and tricky. I don't know if the monitor will agree. Is it too much? However, some people are more worried. Everyone in the crowd widened their eyes and pricked up their ears, wanting to know what the monitor would do next and what choice he would make. Then, the crowd's eyes began to jump back and forth between Nangong Mingyue and Qin Hang. Qin Hang is handsome, elegant, and of extraordinary bearing. Needless to say, his family background is quite mysterious. Nangong Mingyue was like a fairy from heaven, and her appearance was stunningly beautiful in their eyes. The two stood together. It's like a golden boy and a jade girl, a pair of lovers made in heaven. No one would feel jealous about the two of them being together, but most people would envy them. Girls envy Nangong Mingyue, while boys envy Qin Hang. Only envy. Because the two of them are so perfect, there is no flaw in them at all, they are perfect. Chapter 32, Don't Want to Miss It Again. In fact, during college, every classmate knew clearly that Nangong Mingyue liked Qin Hang, but she was too shy and did not confess her feelings until graduation. Qin Hang and the two of them rarely interacted in school, and they gradually became somewhat estranged. However, everyone could still see that Nangong Mingyue liked Qin Hang. Everyone was also wondering whether Nangong Mingyue would muster up the courage to express her feelings for Qin Hang this time. After all, she did not express anything during college. Everyone is looking forward to it now. Let us talk about the person involved now, Nangong Mingyue. Her expression froze instantly when she heard Jinjian's words. She originally thought that her classmates would only ask her to sing and dance, but she didn't expect that they would ask her to hug the person she liked. But if she was asked to hug the person she liked, she might as well choose to tell the truth. Nangong Mingyue was very conflicted at this moment. If you say that you don't have anyone you like, then there is no need to do this. If you do this, would Qin Hang think that he didn't like him? Would he start to hate him and not want to pay attention to him? Would their relationship become distant again? Their relationship had finally gotten better because of this gathering, and Nangong Mingyue didn't want this to happen. Besides, isn't this an opportunity? A chance to confess her love to Qin Hang and become his girlfriend. If he misses Qin Hang again this time, will he find other girls to be with? After all, Qin Hang has changed a lot in the past few years. He is very popular in school and is the hope in the eyes of teachers. Moreover, Qin Hang himself is very good, whether in family background or other aspects. Any girl would fall for him. He is too outstanding and there are too many girls who like him. Nangong Mingyue does not want to miss this opportunity. This time is very important to her and she must make up her mind. Nangong Mingyue, you must muster up your courage and not miss it. If you miss it, you will definitely regret it now or in the future. You must fight for it. Nangong Mingyue, believe in yourself. Nangong Mingyue secretly made up her mind at this time, encouraged herself in her heart, and cheered herself up. Just when she was about to confess her love to Qin Hang, an inopportune voice suddenly sounded at this moment. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with it. Brush, brush, brush. A series of astonished eyes looked in the direction of the sound. He suddenly saw Yang Shuai, his face full of resentment and his eyes were red, as if he was angered by someone. Jinjian, don't you think it's too much to make such a risky request? Nangong Mingyue had a crush on Qin Hong, he could see it, he had seen it since they were in college. But, so what? You have a system and are the son of destiny. Your life will surely be rich and prosperous and you will be the center of attention. Although he is not as good as Qin Hong now, Yang Shuai believes that sooner or later he will surpass Qin Hong and step on him under his feet. For him, it is only a matter of time. He believed, he was determined. As long as she keeps working hard, Nangong Mingyue will definitely see his good side, her own efforts, and everything he has done for her. At that time, Nangong Mingyue would definitely throw herself into his arms. Well. Jinjian was stunned when he heard what Yang Shuai said. Scratching his head, he was wondering if the request he made was excessive. While playing the game, many people suggested confessing their feelings to the boys or girls they liked, and everyone did it, and no one felt it was excessive. What's more, he also said that if there was no one Nangong Mingyue liked present, she would not have to take this risk. He had thought about all of this, and if there was no one, she could not do it without forcing herself. It was also a way for Nangong Mingyue to step out. What's more, he knew that the class monitor often helped him at school, and it was impossible for her to make excessive demands. More importantly, Nangong Mingyue has liked Qin Hong since school, and what I'm doing is helping her express her feelings to Qin Hong and fulfilling my own wish. How could it be too much? Is there anything wrong with helping your squad leader and your boss? Obviously no problem. More importantly, the parties involved did not say anything about whether they agreed or not. What are you, an outsider, doing shouting and yelling? You still don't agree, what's the point of you disagreeing? Fuck you, monkey. Everyone present shared the same idea as Jinjian. At this moment, they looked at Yang Shuai with great surprise. Yang Shuai, this guy. Are there any inappropriate thoughts? Is this an excessive risk I'm asking? What do you mean by too much? This is the squad leader's personal privacy. Did you ever say it was not too much? Yang Shuai said angrily. The way he looks now. It's like your own woman hugging another man. And after he finished speaking, everyone looked at Yang Shuai as if he was a fool. Even those who had slowly begun to admire him looked at Yang Shuai as if he were a fool or a rare species. This Yang Shuai is so idiotic. As much dir as you want. What does Yang Shuai mean? Why do I think he's stupid? That's right, I guess people become stupider when they have money. Isn't Yang Shuai thinking of something else? After all, he wanted to sit with the squad leader in the hotel. At this time, there were a few people who were on good terms with each other, talking quietly, and their voices were only audible to themselves. Everyone now looked at Yang Shuai as if he were a fool. Truth or dare? Isn't that how you play it? If this game is not played this way, why call it truth or dare? It is not good to call it playing house directly. Truth or dare is just like the name, telling the truth in your heart. Dare is to do something bravely, just like going through an adventure. Now Yang Shuai actually said it was too much? Good fellow, you think it's too much, but why didn't you say it was too much for those who confessed before? Now it's the monitor's turn and you think it's too much. Now, they all began to doubt Yang Shuai. With this brain, they think there is nothing else in it except stupidity. With this kind of brain, he saved money during his 4 years in college and used it to invest in stocks, and finally he had a net worth of over 100 million. With this kind of brain, how did he manage to trade stocks? Is there anyone who can trade stocks for him now? Just like in games, there are proxy players for leveling. Is there also a proxy player for stock trading? Well, then I'll ask the squad leader. If it doesn't work, we'll change someone else. If it really doesn't work, we'll go to the next round. Jinjian said blankly. Looking at Yang Shuai's angry face, which seemed somewhat serious, he now began to feel that the request he had put forward was too much and might make things difficult for the squad leader. Monitor, how about we change the request? This time it's my fault. I was reckless. I apologize. Let's try another one. At this moment, Jin Jian's mind was blank and he was still in a daze. Chapter 33, A Good Story, Nangong Mingyue's Singing. Now, everyone's eyes are focused on Nangong Mingyue, wanting to know what choice she will make next. Each of them knew that Nangong Mingyue liked Qin Hong, and they also knew that if this adventure went on, Nangong Mingyue would most likely hug Qin Hong and confess her love to him. For Nangong Mingyue, this was an opportunity to be with Qin Hong again, and for their classmates, it was also an opportunity to witness this beautiful story. None of them wanted to miss it, and they all looked at Nangong Mingyue. No. Nangong Mingyue put away her confused thoughts. He turned sideways, opened his arms, and hugged Qin Hong. After hugging her, she quickly let go of her hand. Nangong Mingyue, who was talking on the phone at this time, quickly ran out of the box. Wow. Nangong Mingyue's sudden action left everyone stunned. Then came the surprise. Papa. I don't know who started clapping first, but everyone followed suit and the applause echoed throughout the box. Ha 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 ha. I knew that the class monitor likes young Master Qin. Is there anyone in the class who doesn't know about this? You must be joking. I already knew it, okay? Everyone knows it clearly. Who doesn't know it? Ha ha, the monitor was so shy that he ran away. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a golden boy and a jade girl, witnessing this moment, it is worth the trip. Yes, we finally see two people together, and the squad leader finally has the courage to confess to Mr. Qin. This man is talented and this woman is beautiful, I admire them, what about you? There was an uproar at the scene. The classmates were all happy for Qin Hong and Nangong Mingyue, happy that they were finally together. Xinjian, your idea is great. It's a disguised way to get the squad leader and young Master Qin together. It's fine. That's right. Thanks to Xinjian's risky request, otherwise we wouldn't be able to witness this scene. Today is not a class reunion, this is a testimony of the achievements of two beautiful women. Ha 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 ha. I just thought it was impossible to go too far. Now that you guys said that, I feel better. I thought I went too far at first, haha. At this time, everyone in the box was laughing, and everyone was happy for Qin Hong and Nangong Mingyue. In the crowd. In the corner of the box, there was a man with a gloomy and extremely ugly face. Damn it, this is all Xinjian's fault, it's all his fault for not giving me the idea, damn it. In his opinion, Nangong Mingyue was not wrong, and he could not blame Nangong Mingyue. After all, she was the goddess in his heart and the person he liked, so how could he blame her? He could only point all the blame at Xinjian. It's all Xinjian's fault. He forced the issue. If not for this, Nangong Mingyue would not have confessed to Qin Hong, and this would not have happened. In this case, he would have a chance to wait until he gets a more generous reward in the system. Slowly grow stronger and gain enough capital, then he can snatch Nangong Mingyue away and let her enter his arms. He still hasn't forgotten that Qin Hong is the mastermind behind all this. In fact, Yang Shui was wrong. All this was entirely Xinjian's own idea. He asked Nangong Mingyue to do it, and it had nothing to do with Qin Hong. It was just that Yang Shui did not want to accept the cruelty of reality and wishfully blamed Qin Hong. After all, the protagonist likes to be wishful thinking and doesn't like to face reality and must break it. Yang Shui is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 400. The corners of Qin Hong's mouth curled up slightly. Then his eyes fell on Xinjian, he nodded at him and gave him an appreciative look. When Xinjian saw this, he was instantly overjoyed. He felt as if he had won a multi-million jackpot in the lottery. He was extremely happy and excited. Young Master Qin praised him. When Fan Jian saw this scene and saw Qin Hong's admiring look towards him, he felt a little envious and jealous. Xinjian is a very lucky boy, he got the praise from Mr. Qin. I organized this class reunion myself, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and running around to help everyone. None of them have been appreciated by young Master Qin, but you are so good that you have gained his appreciation and praise with just a big adventure request. I really hope to give myself such an opportunity. While thinking, the game continues. Nangong Mingyue also calmed down, returned to the box and sat next to Qin Hong. The game continues. As luck would have it, this time the roulette pointer pointed to Nangong Mingyue again. Nangong Mingyue's face immediately turned red again. The pointer was pointing at her again. She didn't know what her classmates would ask her to do, and she felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. When Chin Hong saw the pointer pointing to Nangong Mingyue, he turned and looked at her. Seeing Chin Hong looking at her, Nangong Mingyue hurriedly lowered her head to avoid Chin Hong's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye at all. At this moment, when everyone was thinking about what to do with the squad leader, a voice came. "Squad leader, what are you going to choose?" The person who spoke was Yang Shuai. Yang Shuai looked at Nangong Mingyue with a smile. "I choose the big adventure." Although she hugged Chin Hong, everyone knew that it was a confession of hers. If she said it in person, it would be embarrassing. Yang Shuai opened his mouth and paused. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to shorten the distance between himself and Nangong Mingyue. But when he noticed the eyes around him, he gave up the idea. After all, Jin Jian had just made that kind of request, which involved the other party's privacy, and he also objected to it. If he proposed any excessive risk, he would be attacked by everyone. "Then please ask the monitor to sing a song." After thinking about it, Yang Shuai decided to say, "What am I doing, Taeyu? Isn't this game a game that everyone discusses and finally comes to a conclusion for inquiry? How can you make the decision on your own? Raise the question on behalf of our organization?" But soon everyone stopped caring. After all, the effect they wanted was achieved. They didn't have any better choice anyway, so they just listened to the monitor singing. After all, listening to the monitor singing was also a kind of enjoyment. Hearing what Yang Shuai said, Nangong Mingyue nodded. I breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "Take the microphone. Walk toward the platform. Then I will sing Sea of Stars for you." Nangong Mingyue finished speaking. The accompaniment started. As her red lips moved slightly, a pleasant sound followed. "I wish to become a star and protect the buzzing of the seabed. Light up your heart, as far as your eyes are. Will our love be blown to the sea by the wind and never come back? Whenever you come to me, tell me about the Sea of Stars. Will our love be like the stars guarding the sea, never growing or leaving? I run towards you, you are the Sea of Stars, the blazing star in my eyes, lighting my way through the long night." Chapter 34, The Most Beautiful Couple. I have to say, Nangong Mingyue sings very nicely. It has more charm than the original version. When the song ended, there was continuous applause and the whole audience was boiling. Nangong Mingyue's singing was so beautiful that everyone was intoxicated by it and wanted to hear it a few more times. How could they stop at just one time? The monitor is the monitor, and this song is beautiful. Isn't that right? When I think back on it now, I still feel a little unsatisfied. I feel it's much better than the original version. It has all the emotions and artistic conception. I'm intoxicated by it. Do you want to know more about it? What a pity. The song has already ended before I have heard enough. I really want to listen to it again. Game on. Finally, after several rounds, the roulette pointer finally pointed to Chin Hong. Seeing the pointer pointing to Chin Hong, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Everyone quickly started a discussion about what Chin Hong was doing. "Which one, Mr. Chin, what do you want to choose?" Some people plan to ask clearly first, and then everyone will discuss and decide together. "Then let's take a big risk," Chin Hong said with a slight smile. Suddenly, all the girls in the audience became extremely excited. "Do you want to let Mr. Chin hug the girl you like? What are you hugging? Didn't the monitor hug you? We've already seen the results that everyone wanted to see. How about we do something practical and let young Master Chin sing a song as well?" Okay, let young Master Chin sing. I haven't heard it before. Indeed, young Master Chin has never sung a song in school. Let's listen to young Master Chin singing this time to see if he is as good as the class monitor. After everyone finished discussing, they looked at Chin Hong and made a decision. At this time, the organization sent a female classmate to ask Chin Hong a big adventure. Then please ask classmate Chin to sing a song. The female student who was sent out had her heart pounding and her speech was slurred, she was so excited. During his 4 years in college, Chin Hong never participated in any school or club activities, so no one knew how well he sang. However, considering his excellent academic performance in school, they were full of expectations. Especially the girls present, their eyes were full of stars, looking forward to Chin Hong singing. Good. Chin Hong nodded with a smile, took the microphone and walked towards the podium. Seeing him go up to the platform, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd again. It was just like Qin Hang's personal concert, except that the audience was limited to classmates. At this time, some girls took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and some even turned on the video function to save Qin Hang singing. I am very happy about this gathering. I will sing the most beautiful couple just this once. I hope you will also have a wonderful partner. As soon as he finished speaking, the accompaniment sounded. Qin Hong spoke. But what is surprising is that Qin Hong sang the climax part directly. We will be together in the days ahead. I will pamper you and indulge you. If anyone wants to bully you, I will stand up to protect you, and we will be together for the rest of our lives. Let's be together and no one is allowed to talk about separation. This relationship is a gift from God. It will make us the most beautiful couple in the world. If you laugh, I laugh with you. If you cry, I'll be by your side to make you happy. Say I love you for the rest of your life, and let the whole city know. Listen to the sound of our happiness. Let's be together. Who brought us together? Let's be together for the rest of our lives. After the song, Qin Hong put down the microphone and walked down the stage. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Immerse yourself in the mood of the song. Immerse yourself in the days when a boy accompanies a girl, and they depend on each other for life, and they will never give up. The boy will pamper his girl, indulge her, and protect her. On sight. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The people present had dazed eyes, envying this kind of love between a man and a woman, and envying this couple. Since they met, the boy has always been good to the girl, protecting her and not letting her be bullied. He indulges the girl's willfulness, and the two of them depend on each other and stay together for their entire lives. This is the ending that all boys and girls want. Some of them recalled their first love and the breakup. They had all felt this feeling, but unfortunately it all ended in a breakup. Now they are determined to never give up the one they love. Always stay with the one you love, forever, never leave, and depend on each other through life and death. A long time. Everyone is still immersed in the artistic conception. After Qin Hong finished singing the song, he looked at Nangong Mingyue. The smile on his face was particularly gentle to the extreme. In his eyes that were as clear as the sea and as vast as the stars, there was only one person now, and that was Nangong Mingyue. Nangong Mingyue came back to her senses from the song, a blush appeared on her face, and she saw Qin Hong staring at her after he finished singing. That smile was so gentle and warm in her eyes. Then she lowered her head again, and the blush on her face became even redder, as if blood could drip out. But Nangong Mingyue would look up at Qin Hong from time to time, but only for a few seconds, and then she would lower her head again, she was too shy. Nangong Mingyue is flustered by you, causing her mental instability, and her destiny points increase by 300. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Qin Hong smiled slightly. But his eyes were still on Nangong Mingyue. As they woke up. No one wants to break this mood or this feeling. Snap snap. I don't know who was clapping, breaking this mood, just at this moment. There was instant applause in the box. The applause was thunderous. Mr. Qin, you sang so beautifully. I really envy the monitor for having a boyfriend like Mr. Qin. Yes, I really envy the monitor. Everyone knows that this song is sung for the monitor. I believe the monitor will be very happy in the future. In the future, I will also be good to the girl I like, just like this song, love her, protect her, indulge her little willfulness, and most importantly, protect her. Be with her forever. But when will such a person appear? Okay, guys, people like this will appear, and girls, don't be sad, your Prince Charming will appear sooner or later. You know, everyone in our class is handsome, everyone is beautiful, and everyone is talented. Believe in yourself. At this time, the crowd was talking. Everyone thought that Qin Hong sang well and praised Qin Hong and Nangong Mingyue, saying they were a perfect match made in heaven. The look in their eyes when they looked at Qin Hong was full of ardent admiration. Off stage. Nangong Mingyue blushed and looked up at everyone. Seeing the love on Qin Hong's face, she would recall the time she spent with Qin Hong when she was a child while listening to his singing. Every time when she was in danger, Qin Hong would appear. In her heart, there were only two people who could give her endless sense of security, one was her father and the other was Qin Hong. Chapter 35, Dancing, Fan Jian scolds Yang Shui. The vague figure in Nangong Mingyue's mind gradually overlapped with Qin Hong in this matter. She decided on this boy, the boy who protected her, and she wanted to give him her best. At this moment, Nangong Mingyue was glad that she had made a decision in the previous adventure. If she had not been brave enough to do it, the scene just now would probably not have happened. In this lively atmosphere, the only one who was not infected was Yang Shuai. Seeing Nangong Mingyue's obsessed look, Yang Shuai felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Damn it, Qin Hong is in the spotlight again. Yang Shuai clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and was extremely angry. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. Excuse me, Qin Hong, you sang so well the first time we heard you sing, why didn't you perform in college? Yes, Mr. Qin, why didn't you come out to sing at those festival parties held by the school when you were in college? What you said is true, Mr. Qin. If you had sung a duet with the class monitor, our class would not have been the second best in the school. Someone came forward and asked. Qin Hong was confused and didn't know how to answer. After all, when he was in school, he had a completely different view of music and didn't understand it at all. His singing was always broken and he was sent off. Qin Hong raised his eyebrows and said casually. When I was in school, I only thought about studying, and I really had no interest in those activities. Besides, I've also been liking singing lately. Since everyone asked me to sing, I'll sing it for you guys to hear. I'll let you guys give me some comments. You're the first ones to hear me sing. Hearing these words, the whole audience was immediately excited. Ha, I made a profit. I recorded it. It turns out that this is young Master Qin's first time singing. It sounds so good even for the first time. He sang for me for the first time. Fuck, the main reason is that I've never heard of this song before, and I can't find it on the internet. Is this true? Shit, I can't find it at all. Mr. Qin, this song is. I wrote this song in my spare time, and I sing it to the girl I care about most. When Qin Hong heard what his classmates said, he smiled slightly and didn't say much. After all, the skill of singing was given to him by the system, and what was given to him is his. He can't tell his classmates that the reason why he sings well is entirely because he has the system, right? Thinking of this, Qin Hong couldn't help but nodded. Nothing wrong with it, absolutely nothing wrong with it. At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Hong with admiration. Hearing. Nangong Mingyue's face was filled with surprise. She had no idea that Qin Hong could sing. Qin Hong was so good. At this moment, an idea came to her mind. Qin Hong is so outstanding. He must be liked by many girls. He doesn't even need to chase them, the girls will chase him. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, it's as easy as a mountain. When a woman pursues a man, it's as easy as a gauze. So I decided that I won't be so reserved anymore. I don't care anymore. What is there to be reserved about? If I continue to be reserved, such an outstanding boy will definitely be taken away by other women. If that happens, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. So she was determined not to miss it, not to miss Qin Hong. After a short episode, the game begins. It was Qin Hong who was unlucky this time, as the roulette needle turned to him again. Everyone looked at the pointer pointing at Qin Hong, and they couldn't help but feel excited, thinking about what to ask him to do. At this moment, Fan Jian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Ahem. After pretending to cough a few times, the students who were whispering looked at Fan Jian. As the leader of the organization, Fan Jian gave them a look that clearly meant that there was no need to discuss it, and that it was absolutely fine for him to ask questions. No problem. The people in the organization also understood what Fan Jian meant. They immediately quieted down and gave Fan Jian a look, letting him make his own decision. At this time, he said to Qin Hong respectfully, Mr. Qin, is this truth or dare? I'll choose the big adventure. Qin Hong said lightly. In that case, I would like to make a bold suggestion. Can young Master Qin and the monitor dance together? Wow. Let's dance together? Did I hear you right? Wonderful. Oh shit, we still have to look at Brother Fan. Brother Fan is awesome, crass. As expected of my brother, you have come up with such a perfect and challenging adventure request after me. I have to say, it's our Brother Fan who can think of this. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do this. You definitely can't imagine that with your little knowledge. What do you know? A group of people's eyes lit up. He secretly gave Fan Jian a thumbs up. It's so awesome. This idea can be described in 2 words, invincible. Fan Jian was also very proud at this time. His action was entirely for Qin Xiao, to bring Qin Xiao and Nangong Mingyue closer. In that way, he would definitely be appreciated by Qin Xiao. Thinking of this, Fan Jian became excited and secretly proud. But when he was feeling proud, an inappropriate voice sounded, which immediately shattered his pride. It made him quite unhappy. Fan Jian, what did you say? You actually let the monitor dance with someone else? What were you thinking? Did you ask for the monitor's consent? And the pointer was not chosen by the monitor this time, but someone else. Why did you let the monitor come in as well? Everyone turned around and saw that it was true. This person is still Yang Shuai. Yang Shuai was very angry. He had just seen the goddess in his heart hugging another man, and a fire was already burning in his heart. Now, this time he didn't choose his goddess, but chose someone else, but the request was to ask his goddess to dance with him. How could he tolerate this? How could he accept such a thing? To him it was a complete tragedy. He couldn't bear it at all at this moment. Who do you think you are? Let me ask you, the monitor didn't refuse anything, so why did you refuse anything for him? Don't think you can be careless just because you are rich. In our eyes, you are still nothing like you are in the class. You are just a lowly person. You're just like an ox or a horse. You don't know what you are. If you don't want to play, don't play. Get out now. No one will keep you here. You've ruined everyone's good mood. If you don't want to play, get out now. What the hell? Fan Jian was also angry and started to curse at Yang Shuai. In fact, he had been unhappy with Yang Shuai for a long time. He had been unhappy with him for a long time. He had been unhappy with him since he started targeting his brother Jinjian. Since he started from scratch and is worth hundreds of millions, he must have an extraordinary background and it would be difficult to offend him. But this guy Yang Shuai doesn't know what's good for him and doesn't know when to advance or retreat. Going against yourself again and again. Finally, he could no longer bear it and finally vented his frustration. After being scolded by Fan Jian, Yang Shuai's face turned pale and ugly. Chapter 36, Couple Dance, Dragon, and Phoenix Dance. At this time, Yang Shuai's face looked extremely ugly. I want to fight back, but I don't know what to say. After all, the person involved, Nangong Mingyue, hasn't said anything yet. Cough. Just when he was embarrassed, Qin Hong looked at Fan Jian and said to him calmly, "Student Yang Shuai is right. It is inevitable that there will be some physical contact when two people dance together. Although I don't mind, Mingyue is a girl after all, your request is indeed a bit excessive." There didn't sound anything wrong with what he said. But let Nangong Mingyue, who was in a state of hesitation, make a decision secretly. She has now decided to pursue Qin Hang. Let's dance together. Isn't this a good opportunity to bring them closer? Nangong Mingyue must seize this opportunity to get closer to Qin Hang, so that she can get one step closer to Qin Hang. What's more, Qin Hang said that he didn't mind, so why should she care? Yang Shuai, who was standing aside, was stunned when he heard Qin Hang's words. He thought Qin Hang would say something like "don't meddle in other people's business," but he didn't expect that he would actually speak for him. Could it be that he misunderstood Qin Hang? Qin Hang didn't want to take advantage of his goddess at all. Listening to Qin Hang's slightly reproachful words, Fan Jian's heart trembled and he felt uneasy. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought that by doing this, he would be praised by Mr. Qin, but he did not expect to be blamed by Mr. Qin instead. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. It's my fault for not considering the class monitor's feelings. I'll change my request." Fan Jian apologized quickly, fearing that he would be a step slower and Qin Hang would be displeased. You know, he prepared this party just to flatter Qin Hang and to build a good relationship with him. He didn't want to not only have a good relationship with him, but also be displeased by the other party. No, this is it. At this moment, Nangong Mingyue, who had been silent all this time, spoke and made her choice. What? Fan Jian was stunned. He had no idea what Nangong Mingyue was thinking. It seemed as if he had heard it wrongly. I said no, since you have already made this request, it would be troublesome to change it. I am willing to dance with Qin Hang. At the end of her speech, Nangong Mingyue blushed, lowered her head, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. If they were not far away, Fan Jian might not be able to hear what Nangong Mingyue said. What do you mean it's troublesome to change again? What trouble is it? Isn't it just a matter of talking? This is no trouble at all. Besides, you also. It's so obvious, anyone can see that you want to dance with Qin Xiao. Certainly. He is still very smart and naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to expose it. When he looked at Qin Hong, he saw Qin Hong smiling with appreciation. In that instant, Fan Jian went from self-blame to joy as he received Qin Hang's affirmation. And this scene. Yang Shuai happened to see it. His face suddenly turned gloomy, no longer as calm as before. He thought he had wronged Qin Hang. Qin Hang would never take advantage of the squad leader. Unexpectedly, all this was part of his calculations. Damn it! He's plotting against me again. How can I stop him? Just as he was anxiously thinking about how to solve the current situation, when he saw Nangong Mingyue's reaction from the corner of his eye, his heart was broken and he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He wanted to step forward and stop all this from happening, but how could he stop it? Will others believe him? They may not believe it at all, and they may even laugh at you. Mocking myself as a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. After considering various things in his mind, Yang Shuai gave up. In his current situation, he could only watch the goddess in his heart dancing with other men. It's just like when my goddess was hugging another man before. Yang Shuai felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife and he was in extreme pain. What made him most uncomfortable was that this man was still the same person. And when you know that the other party has bad intentions but you are unable to stop it, I feel even more aggrieved. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. The corners of Qin Hang's mouth slightly raised. He turned to look at Nangong Mingyue and said in a gentle tone, Mingyue, you don't have to be embarrassed. Mingyue was called out, and her face turned red. Her heart almost melted immediately, and she said, No. It's okay. I've learned dancing before, and I just want to give it a try. I've learned a lot. There was a whisper in my heart. Yes. I just want to dance, pure and simple, that's all. There is absolutely no other meaning. Well, let's go. Qin Hong said to Nangong Mingyue with a smile. Qin Hong smiled slightly, stretched out a hand, and invited Nangong Mingyue to dance with him. Nangong Mingyue was stunned for a moment, then she suddenly realized. Then he mustered up his courage. She shyly stretched out her left hand and placed it on Qin Hang's hand. The two walked towards the dance floor amidst envious gazes. Along the way, Nangong Mingyue looked dazed. I was so excited, as if a little deer was running and jumping around in my heart. This was the first time a boy held her hand. The two of them took turns walking towards the stage, as if they were a match made in heaven. The girls around couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Qin Hong smiled slightly. As invited by everyone, Mingyue and I will dance a piece called Dance of the Dragon and Phoenix. The magnetic voice makes everyone feel like spring breeze. Wow! The originally quiet private room suddenly became noisy. The crowd screamed excitedly. This Dance of the Dragon and Phoenix is a duet dance performed by the upper class. Not to mention its difficulty, it is very difficult. You know, the key to duet dancing is the perfect understanding between the two people. If there is no tacit understanding, even if both dancers are good, the dance will be unwatchable. There must be 100% tacit understanding. But if you can fully master and learn it, you can perform this dance in its entirety. The man among them danced. It is like a real dragon emerging from the sea, with magnificent waves, extraordinary bearing, and incomparable nobility. Among them, the women danced gracefully. Like a phoenix, flying in the sky. Mingyue, what do you think? Ignoring the noise from the people on the field, Qin Hong turned his head and looked at the girl beside him. Nangong Mingyue nodded slightly to show her agreement. She knew how to dance this dance, but when she thought about the close contact between the two of them, she couldn't help blushing. From the two words dragon and phoenix, you can tell how close they are. Everyone present knew this. Because they know, they cheered and jumped for joy. In the eyes of others, Qin Hong just wanted to take advantage of Nangong Mingyue, so he chose this duet dance. He had the same idea, to slowly bring them closer together through this dance and gradually eliminate the barriers between them. Chapter 37, Nangong Mingyue's Initiative. And flirt with the heroine in front of the protagonist. I wonder what expression Yang Shuai will have. He glanced at Yang Shuai, the only child sitting in the corner below. At this time, Yang Shuai's expression was full of anger, but he was helpless. A barely perceptible smile of disdain flashed across Qin Heng's eyes. Even though he had bad intentions. However, my classmates don't think so. Qin Heng has a noble status and extraordinary temperament. In addition, Nangong Mingyue has liked him since college, so no one thinks that Qin Heng is a person with bad intentions. No need. As melodious music sounded, the two began to dance. Qin Heng's dance was elegant and graceful, with every move performed vividly and perfectly, as if he had merged into one with the world. It was as if this was not dancing at all, but a display of the most perfect art in the world. Same. Nangong Mingyue's dance is graceful and moving, like a phoenix, dancing lightly. The students in the audience watched the two peoples dance intently, sometimes clapping and cheering, and sometimes admiring the perfect harmony between the two. The climax of this dance has arrived. The physical contact between the two became increasingly intimate. Qin Heng stretched out his hands and put his arms around Nangong Mingyue's waist. He could clearly feel that when his hands were around Nangong Mingyue, her body stiffened noticeably. From that moment on, Nangong Mingyue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her face instantly turned red, spreading to her ears, so red that blood might drip out, which was very tempting. Soon, the two of them were in physical contact. They would hug each other's waists or hold hands from time to time. Made one amazing move after another. At the end of the dance, Qin Heng put his arm around Nangong Mingyue's waist and spun around in the air a few times. Then the four sides faced each other. They were like a pair of affectionate lovers, looking at each other lovingly. Under the colorful lights, the two of them were like a couple made in heaven, a match made in heaven. It is so beautiful, so moving. From this moment on, it seems like a poem or a painting, and time has stopped at this moment. Seeing such a beautiful scene, the students in the audience were instantly in an uproar, their eyes widened. The picture was so beautiful, as if the scene on TV appeared in reality. It was so stunning that it amazed them. This beautiful scene was forever frozen in their hearts. What they are thinking now is how great it would be if they could switch with each other at this moment. As the music stopped, Qin Heng stretched out his hand and pulled Nangong Mingyue into his arms. Good. That's really great. So beautiful. Mr. Qin's dance is so beautiful, and so is the monitor. They dance to the fullest, and they have a perfect rapport. I didn't expect to have the privilege of witnessing this dance. It was so beautiful. Snap, snap. I don't know who was the first to applaud, but then everyone followed suit and clapped along with the cheers. There was thunderous applause, which was a recognition of them. Everyone applauded and cheered. They had never seen such a vivid and moving dance of the dragon and phoenix. Mr. Qin, squad leader, give me a kiss. In the crowd below the stage. I don't know who spoke this sentence, but everyone was stunned. On the stage, Qin Heng and Nangong Mingyue were seen hugging each other and looking into each other's eyes. The two looked at each other lovingly. A kiss, a kiss, a kiss. Give me a kiss. Looking at the stage, it has come to this point, and the people below the stage also started to join in the booing and shouting loudly. The excitement they showed was even more exciting than winning the lottery or kissing their girlfriends. Feel the broad chest, this solid other side, feel the masculine energy coming towards you. Nangong Mingyue came back to her senses and lowered her head shyly. No one knew what she was thinking, but it was obvious that she was happy at the moment. My heart was beating thump, thump, and the feeling of a deer running around in its tracks came back again. She was stunned by the beautiful scene just now. I couldn't help but be stunned. At that moment, Nangong Mingyue really believed that she and Qin Heng were a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at that handsome face. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky and as clear as the sea. There was not a single ripple. Sudden. When she looked at Qin Heng, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Brush. Nangong Mingyue couldn't help but immerse herself in it and began to gradually become confused. Gradually. She leaned forward, stood on tiptoe, and slowly approached Qin Heng's lips. Seeing this, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Qin Heng's mouth. Wow. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was in an uproar. The class monitor, a lady from a noble family, actually took the initiative to kiss Qin Heng and gave him her first kiss. But then they thought of Qin Heng's perfection and everyone felt relieved. The boy is handsome and sunny, with no flaws on his body. He is noble, extraordinary, handsome, and unrestrained. He is the object of every girl's affection. The girl is beautiful, dignified, elegant, and charming, a lady from a noble family. This is the girl every man yearns for. Everyone was relieved. Thinking of this, let me ask, in this world, which girl can afford such an outstanding boy? Which boy in the world can afford such an elegant and dignified girl? No one can resist their charm. The corner of the stage. When Yang Shuai saw this scene, his eyes were blazing with fire, his teeth were almost broken, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails had dug into his flesh, but he was completely unaware. He looked at Qin Hong angrily. Looking at the scene in front of him, he wished he could tear the man who took away his goddess into pieces. No. No, this is wrong. Seeing Nangong Mingyue's confused eyes, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He now felt that Nangong Mingyue was possessed by evil spirits and allowed herself to be manipulated by Qin Hang. He moved. He was ready to step forward to stop it, to stop what was happening. He wanted to save his goddess from this man. How could he watch the goddess he had been thinking about for many years kissing someone else? He can't do it at all. However, just when Yang Shuai ignored everyone and wanted to step forward to stop it, a terrifying aura descended upon him, causing him to pause in his steps, as if he could not take this step at all. His pace stopped and he could not take a single step forward. I just felt a chill on my back, as if I was being stared at by a pair of alluring eyes. As long as I thought about taking half a step forward, my soul would leave my body. I feel like I'm rooted to the ground and can't move. What on earth was going on? He had no idea. He decided to ask the system. System, please come out here. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm on the edge of an abyss and can't move an inch? The horror of the unknown is the most frightening. He is now anxiously waiting for the system's response. The host has encountered a master of Huajin. It is recommended that the host should not make an enemy of this person, so as to avoid bringing disaster upon himself. Chapter 38, Yang Shuai is shocked that Qin Hang is actually a martial arts master. Hearing what the system said, Yang Shuai's face froze. Is this what you, as a system, should say? I am your host, you should help me, why are you asking me to run? What will happen to my goddess if I run away? What is the Grandmaster of Huajin? Is he very powerful? Yang Shuai asked, puzzled. It is a realm of ancient martial arts, divided into Mingjin and Jin, Huajin, and Huajin masters can release their energy, fly over eaves and walls, and hurt people by picking flowers and leaves. It is not easy to practice, and people call them masters. The master of Huajin can kill people without being seen. The system explained to Yang Shuai. Flying over eaves and walking on walls? Isn't this a martial arts master? Yang Shuai quickly thought of a word in his mind. This kind of outward release of energy and the ability to fly over eaves and walls, aren't these the characteristics of characters in costume TV dramas? How can this still happen in modern society? Isn't it agreed that after evolution, creatures cannot become spirits? How can you fly over eaves and walls? Host, you can understand it this way. The status of the Huajin Grandmaster in China is not low. The system said without emotion. System, tell me who is controlling me. I feel like I am on the edge of an abyss and cannot move at all. Yang Shuai was confused. Thinking of the system's explanation, the master of Huajin can fly over eaves and walls, and can hurt people by picking flying flowers and leaves, and kill people invisibly. He felt a sense of fear in his heart at this moment. Moreover, this feeling had no origin at all, and he had no idea who gave him this feeling. Could it be Qin Hong? Yang Shuai was thinking in his heart. If it was Qin Hong, how could I go against him? How to get Nangong Mingyue back from him? He has no chance of winning at all, so he might as well stay away and not get entangled with it. Host, the source of all this is the person you hate on the stage, Qin Hong, the system replied. What? You mean, Qin Hong is a master of Huajin? How is it possible? Yang Shuai was sweating profusely, his voice was shaking and his speech was slurred. That's right. It's him. The system answered again. Yang Shuai. What's the point of this? Wouldn't you just be giving yourself away like this? Qin Hong is actually a master of Huajin and a martial arts expert. How can I fight against Qin Hong? Isn't it as easy for Qin Hong to kill himself as it is to kill an ant? Is there any way in the system that can allow me to become a master of Huajin? Yang Shuai asked in his heart. Because he thought of the system and hoped that his system could help him. I am the son of destiny, destined to influence the changes of this era. Who is Qin Hong? But I have the system, and the system must have some way to help me deal with Qin Hong. When I become a martial arts master who is stronger than Qin Hong, then killing Qin Hong will be a simple matter. System, host, I am an auxiliary system, helping you to reach the pinnacle of life and gain wealth and glory along the way. However, as for improving your strength and becoming a master of Huajin, you can only do it by lottery. Because this system does not focus on this aspect, the chance of winning is very small. However, since the host has just bound to this system, the host only needs to complete more tasks to upgrade the system functions. As long as this system is upgraded, the host can also get rich rewards, such as becoming a master of Huajin. Yang Shui was in a low mood at first. After all, his system could only help him make money and enjoy wealth and glory. When he fell into despair, he found that the system could be upgraded. In that case, he only had to do more system tasks and finish them as soon as possible. In that case, sooner or later I will become a martial arts master. It's exciting just thinking about it. He comes and goes without a trace, shrouded in fog. When awake, he holds power over the world, and when drunk, he lies on the lap of a beauty. But thinking about what happened next was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fantasy. My current system level is only level 1, and I have only been bound to the system a few days ago. His system now only helps him make money by completing tasks. As long as he shows off, he can gain shock value. As long as he shows off in front of others and shocks them, he can get rich rewards or get super rich items. His current Rolls-Royce 8th generation Phantom was obtained by completing tasks. He originally thought that he could take this opportunity to get close to his goddess and earn some shock points at the same time at the class reunion today. However, he never expected that whenever he tried to show off, he would be slapped in the face and even laughed at and insulted. The source of all this was the devil Qin Hang on the stage, who disrupted all his plans and made him not earn any shock points today. Earning shock points to get corresponding rewards is my confidence, but compared with Qin Hong, my confidence is far from enough. The most important thing is that today, I didn't earn any shock value at all. This made it very difficult for him to upgrade his system, so if he wanted to deal with Qin Hong, he would have to wait for a while longer. He is in a very urgent situation now. He hopes to do something earth-shattering and shocking immediately so as to upgrade his system so that he can defeat Qin Hang. But now, he couldn't move at all. His actions were controlled by Qin Hang and he was totally out of control. Now he can only watch the goddess in his heart being taken advantage of by Qin Hang. Looking at his goddess's dazed look, he kept hugging and kissing Qin Hang. He felt hatred in his heart. In his eyes, his goddess seemed to be completely controlled and her body did not obey his commands. Wait. Qin Hong is a martial arts master, so, is Nangong Mingyue already controlled by Qin Hong? Yang Shui was shocked, as if he had thought of something. The anger in my heart was like a surging river, endless. At this moment, the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Hong was full of anger. If he could move, he would have wanted to go up and eat him alive, expose his ugly face, and expose his evil deeds. Qin Hong is really not a good person. Everyone present here said that they were deceived by him. He is a complete hypocrite and a despicable and shameless villain. Qin Hong, you hypocritical villain, I, Yang Shui, will definitely trample you under my feet. If I can't, I, Yang Shui, swear not to be a human being. At this moment, Yang Shui secretly swore in his heart that he must defeat Qin Hong and take back everything he had taken away. He couldn't let Qin Hang's evil plan succeed. He had to protect his goddess, Nangong Mingyue. Yang Shui is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 300. A long time. Yang Shui finally put away the endless anger in his heart. He simply did not have the strength to go head-to-head with Qin Hong. He needed to be patient now. Chapter 39, I'll kill you when the party is over. Yang Shui began to think silently in his heart that the most important thing for him now was to be patient and protect himself first. When my system is upgraded to surpass the current limit of the rich, I can become a powerful martial arts master. Only at that time can I make Qin Hong pay 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times the price. At this time, Nangong Mingyue's eyes were blurred and she kept getting closer to Qin Hong. Faced with the fat meat in his mouth, Qin Hong would naturally not refuse. He was not stupid. Why was he pretending to be a gentleman at this time? He would be a fool if he continued to pretend. In the eyes of everyone on the stage, the two of them hugged each other, and no one noticed Nangong Mingyue's confused look. Wow, envious. That's awesome, my brother. The lovers finally got married. Congratulations. Congratulations. As expected of you, you have taken down young Master Qin so quickly. Nonsense, what do you mean the squad leader took it down? It was obviously young Master Qin who was so wise and brave that he took down our squad leader, okay? Yes, you are right. I was young and ignorant, and my vision was narrow. How could a pure man like Qin Shao be taken down by a woman? It's good for you to know. When you go out in the future, what is the most important thing? The pattern is the most important. I think you don't understand at all. Off stage. Everyone who saw the scene was immediately in an uproar. The girls were even more envious. They envied Nangong Mingyue and wished they could switch places with her so they could kiss Qin Shao. In their hearts, Qin Shao was their Prince Charming, the person they could entrust their lives to. Many boys looked at Qin Hung with admiration in their eyes. He only danced a dance and got a kiss from a school beauty. He is truly a role model for our generation. Unlike me, I pursued an ordinary girl, but in the end, I was rejected and only got a sentence saying, "You are a good person." You are a good person, not very lethal, but extremely insulting. However, there was one exception, and that was Yang Shuai. At this moment, his eyes were red, bulging, his eyeballs almost popping out, he clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth as if he wanted to bite them off. Watching every scene on the stage made him feel heartbroken, as if he was burning with rage, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, no one present saw Yang Shuai's expression. If they had seen it, they would definitely be scared. This expression was too horrible and scary. Yang Shuai is angry with you, causing mental instability, and his destiny points increase by 200. Glancing at Yang Shuai, a strange look flashed in Qin Heng's eyes. A minute later, Nangong Mingyue woke up. When he realized what he had done, he froze in place, his mind going blank. Sporadic memories emerged in her mind. She only remembered that when she finished dancing, the people in the audience cheered, and she unknowingly stood on tiptoes and kissed Qin Heng. Now Nangong Mingyue was more and more confused. Was that really her? How come she seemed like a different person? If it was normal, she would definitely not be like this. Is that really me? Nangong Mingyue couldn't believe why she would do such a thing. Nangong Mingyue's already rosy face became even redder. If there was a hole in the ground, she would want to crawl into it immediately. Too shy. Qin Heng, who was standing by, noticed that she had regained consciousness and quietly took his hand off his waist. Seeing the two of them finished, there was immediate applause from the audience. The whole place was boiling at this moment, everyone was celebrating that the two were finally together and the lovers finally got married. This party also reached its climax. Hearing the applause and cheers from the audience, Nangong Mingyue no longer had the courage to stay here and immediately ran out of the box. I really don't have the face to stay here any longer. Nangong Mingyue is flustered by you, causing mental instability, and the destiny value points increase by 200. Looking at Nangong Mingyue's departing back, Qin Heng's lips curled up slightly. Then he left the stage indifferently and glanced at Yang Shuai in the corner, who looked at him like an enemy, with disdain in his eyes. Fight me? Do you have the strength to do so? When it's over, I'll kill you, you living beast. Even if you have the system, you can't control it. He didn't know what to think at the moment. Why would Yang Shuai's system choose him? Looking at his stupidity, if he were the system, he would never choose such a person. He was too stupid to develop at all. You better stay here and die after the party is over. At this moment, Yang Shuai seemed to have sensed Qin Heng's disdain for him, and became even more angry. He now wished he could rush up and tear Qin Heng to pieces. He looked at Qin Heng with resentment. If looks could kill, Qin Heng would have been killed by Yang Shuai's eyes countless times. Next, no one continued to play the game of truth or dare. Instead, they sang, danced, performed on stage, or played games on their mobile phones. Some people even played Bao Wang Didizu with playing cards. The happiest people here at this moment were the two brothers Fan Jian and Jin Jian, who had the same name but different surnames. Both of them were appreciated and praised by Qin Heng. At this time, the two of them were playing games and showing off to each other. Jin Jian, brother, young Master Qin is the first person who praised me. I hope you can call me brother in the future? Let me feel good. But on the premise that next time we go out to play alone, you have to pay the bill. I don't have any money. After hearing Jin Jian's words, Fan Jian immediately became unhappy. What do you mean? Let me call you big brother? What do you think? If I wasn't there, would young Master Qin be able to hug and kiss our squad leader? Doesn't all this depend on me? Brother, I was the one who started all this. Also, what kind of cow or horse is this Han Xian you're playing? Can you come to the bottom lane and help me? What are you doing in the jungle? Are you going to marry the jungle monsters and buffs? I'm about to be hit by Marco Polo on the opposite side, can you come over? Now both of them have completely entered the canyon and are no longer competing to see who will be recognized first. What do you mean I'm in the jungle? Where would I go if I'm not in the jungle? What if I don't kill my monsters and they run away? Damn it, why did my red buff run away? Did you get it for me? Fan Jian said unhappily, his voice was very loud, but everyone was not surprised. To be more precise, they were used to it. These two were well known for being noobs. They were typical of being noobs but also loved to play. They always played in a duo, but always lost. Every time they lost, they would start looking for excuses. It was very funny. In fact, when they were in college, the greatest pleasure for others was to watch these two noobs fighting each other. Damn it! Big brother blames you for losing again. Fan Jian? What are you playing? Take me with you. Chapter 40, What a Pitfall, Go and Farm. Take me one. At this time, Fan Jian and Jin Jian were putting the blame on each other, trying to have fewer problems for themselves and more problems for the other party. Only in this way would they feel better. At this moment, when the two were passing the buck and neither was willing to give in, they suddenly heard a voice, and the owner of the voice was Qin Hang. The two were shocked instantly. Young Master Qin actually took the initiative to find them? To play games with them? What are you playing? Take me with you so happily. Qin Hang asked again. Qin, Master Qin, let's play the king again. Yes, king. Fan Jian and Jin Jian were quite excited and even stuttered a little when they spoke. Okay, I'm playing at home too, want to play? No problem, Mr. Qin, let's play ranked. Fan Jian agreed to Qin Hang's request. The game begins. In order to show off his superb gaming skills in front of Qin Hang, Fan Jian took out his favorite hero Han Xian, while Jin Jian on the other side also took out his more proficient hero Lu Ban number 7. Both of them wanted to perform in front of Qin Hang. Coupled with what they had done for Qin Hang before, they were more certain of Qin Hang's favor. With this relationship with Qin Hang, they would definitely not have to worry about the future. 3 people entered the game. Immediately, within less than 2 minutes, Fan Jian started swearing. Fuck, where did your assist my blue buff go? Why didn't you show it to me? Fan Jian, who had just finished clearing the red zone, discovered that his blue was gone, and immediately began to ask the support, blaming him for not letting him check the jungle area. The support is Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, who are you? I'm just showing you, can't you see I'm protecting the boiled egg? At this time, Qin Hang on the top lane was playing Lubu, and was fighting against Bai Qi. Due to the hero's restraint, he was soon killed. First blood. At this time, Fan Jian and Jin Jian started to scold each other again. Fan Jian, Jin Jian, what are you playing at? What do you mean by king me? Fuck you, don't you want to live anymore? Jin Jian, what do you mean I'll beat your head? Damn it! It should have been mine in the first place. This Xiao Qiao's head was originally mine. The main reason was that Fan Jian and Han Xian were hiding in the bushes in the middle lane, and were about to kill Xiao Qiao alone, but Jin Jian used his level 2 energy and snatched Xiao Qiao's head away in the bottom lane. Seeing the two people start again, the students who were closer to them were all laughing secretly, and some couldn't help but burst out laughing, but Shuangjian and his partner, who were completely attracted by the charm of the game, didn't notice it. Oh shit, Jin Jian, go work on the farm, why did you run away? I called a crowd to beat you up. Fan Jian suddenly yelled and looked at Jin Jian with an unhappy expression. You went ahead, why didn't you tell me? Now you've been caught and killed, and you blame me? Why? Speechless, what a pit! Jin Jian said disdainfully. Damn it, can't you see I'm launching an attack? I'm always launching an attack. Fan Jian explained. I'm not saying anything. We're playing together. You should just say it directly. Why use game language? Are you blaming me if I can't see it? Why don't you just say it directly? Jin Jian didn't want to play at all now, his mentality exploded. Qin Hang was speechless at this time. He finally understood why those who used to love playing this game in the class no longer wanted to play with them. It's so annoying, playing a game and shouting loudly. Shin Hong is now making them unable to play anymore. As the two of them quarreled, time passed until 15 minutes had passed. Fan Jian, go and drive the little dragon, let's go for it. Shin Hong ordered. He has taken off now. The two tanks on the opposite side have no way to deal with him. Their jungler is a Lianpa jungler. He is like a fish in water on the field, killing everyone in his way. No problem, Mr. Qin, I won't let you down. Afterwards, Fan Jian went to fight the dragon. But as luck would have it, the low-health Luban Jinjian passed by the little dragon. With Fan Jian's Han Xan's level 2 sweep hitting the little dragon directly slapped and killed Luban who was passing by. Then Jinjian came over and started shouting. Fuck, can't you watch out? I'm out of blood. You're shooting birds? You've implicated me, and I'm the key to this victory. Jinjian said. I didn't see you, ha 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 ha. Besides, you have a record of 181, and you even killed me. How can you be the key to the loss? You are almost the key to the loss. Go and farm happily, otherwise young Master Qin will not play with me anymore. Fan Jian said disdainfully. In fact, Shin Hong didn't want to play with the two of them anymore. The reason why he came to play games with them was mainly because Nangong Mingyue ran away shyly. The others were singing, dancing, and performing shows, but he had nothing to do. It happened that he also loved to play, so in his free time, he decided to play a game with the two of them. He didn't expect that they were such deceitful people. As Fan Jian finished killing the dragon, the local high ground, Zhang Fei interfered with the situation and used a big move, shouting at the two C positions of the opponent. Seeing this, Shin Hong immediately jumped up, like a crow flying on a plane, took off his shoes in the air, sold his shoes, changed into a resurrection armor in the air, and jumped directly to the 5 people. He entered the field as if there was no one in the world and killed all around. With the full cooperation of his own auxiliary mage, he successfully got a pentakill, won the victory, and pushed down the crystal. At this time, the double construction combination. It's over so soon? We haven't even shown our strength yet, and it's over like this? Too fast, right? I started to wonder if the opponent was rigging. Even though the opponent had a lot of tanks and was a natural counter to Lubu, it shouldn't have been that fast. 3 against 5 won? Damn it, I haven't even made my debut yet, and I've already won? What the hell? Jinjian, you didn't do anything, but you won. You should thank Mr. Qin. Fan Jian took the lead and started to pass the blame. Alright, no more fighting, you two continue while I sit over there. Shin Hong now wants to escape from these two people with the lowest IQ immediately. As the lively atmosphere in the box gradually rose, Nangong Mingyue outside the box also calmed down and calmed her emotions. Whoosh whoosh. After doing this several times and breathing in and out, my mood gradually improved. Turn around and go back to the box. Nangong Mingyue came to the box, and the blush on her face gradually faded away. Feeling Qin Heng's gaze coming towards her, Nangong Mingyue quickly turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eye. A blush appeared on her originally calm face again, and she looked so adorable. Before I knew it, it was already 12:30 in the morning. The students were also a little sleepy. It was no longer like before when the carnival was boiling. There was not much noise in the entire box. Everyone was tired and sleepy. Only a few night owls were laughing and chatting, but there was no singing or dancing.